Good morning, everyone. I hereby call the Board of Governors meeting to order this Tuesday, March 24th, 2026. And before we commence, I'll ask Christina to provide a brief overview of the meeting procedures and protocols.
To access today's agenda, please visit our website at www.ccccco.edu. Navigate to the About Us tab, select Board of Governors from the drop-down menu, and then click Meeting Schedule, Minutes, and Agendas. From there, you'll find the agenda link in blue. Members of the public may comment on a specific agenda item or during the public forum. For in-person attendees, please complete a written comment request card, which is available at the board liaison table. Virtual attendees may use the raise hand feature on the streaming platform. Public comments will be taken first from in-person attendees, followed by virtual participants. After each agenda item, individuals will be called to address the board in the order they were received. A quick reminder, closed captioning is available. To enable, click the CC icon at the bottom of your screen. This concludes my announcements, so I'll turn it back over to President Aguinaldo to get us started.
Thank you very much, Christina. May I ask you to call the roll, please?
Love Adu.
Here.
Hildegard Aguinaldo.
Present.
Maria Blaze.
Present.
Adrian Brown.
Present.
Lillian Corral.
Present.
Amy Costa. Ricardo de la Fuente. Tom Epstein.
Still here.
Pamela Haynes.
Here.
Lieutenant Governor Eleni Kounalakis. Harry Legrand.
Here.
Jesse Melgar.
Here.
Jennifer Perry.
Here.
Blas Villalobos. Syrian Villavicencio.
Here.
Joseph Williams.
Here.
A quorum is established.
Thank you very much, Christina. It is at this time that I would like to request that Member Adu lead us in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. Member Adu, the floor is yours.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much, Member Adu. Okay. Welcome, everyone, to our second board meeting of the year, which is always one that holds a special place in our hearts and minds. As you can see, many of our board members are wearing white in celebration of Women's History Month, which is a time for us to honor the women who have inspired us. As part of this tradition, we will be taking a group photo at lunch, which gives time to those who need to get their matching gear on. You could hear a lot of rifling through the luggages until then. But happy Women's History Month again, and thank you for celebrating with us. You'll notice something important about this meeting, which is that my trusty vice president is not here. And I am so sad to report that he has not been reappointed to his position. So I just wanted to start out by acknowledging what an incredible human being Bill Rawlings is and will continue to be. We wish him the best as he moves on from this board, but gosh, the contributions that he's made to our students, our team, to just championing everything that we do as a California community college system cannot be underscored enough. So thank you, Bill, for your service. I know that you're watching, and just thank you, my friend. It's been such a pleasure serving with you. So in light of Bill's this empty chair that sits next to me, one of the business items that I have to take care of right away is to appoint somebody to follow in his stead. A vacancy currently exists for the office of Vice President of the Board of Governors. Board of Governors Standing Order 62 requires that the President shall maintain an interim appointment from the remaining Board of Governors members, and that the member appointed to fill that vacancy shall hold the office only for the balance of the unexpired term. Understanding Order 62, or is it 6.2? 62. I hereby appoint Jennifer Perry to serve as Board of Governors Vice President for the remainder of the 2026 term. Congratulations.
Thank you. I'm honored, and to say that I have big shoes to fill is an understatement. Bill's dedication, or Member Rawlings, to the system, the way he deeply cared about students, took the large view, and his unyielding commitment to them and his knowledge will be sorely missed. I am sorry to lose him as a member because of the way he held the system up at all times and put the students first. So I will do my level best to fill the role in the best way that I can, recognizing that Bill has set a gold, maybe even a platinum standard for that. So I look forward to working with you all. I'm deeply committed also to the students in the community college system and the way that the system is an open door to every single Californian to a better future and great promise. And I look forward to serving with Chancellor Christian and President Aguinaldo in this role. And I look forward to hearing from all of you about how I can carry out that role better and ways that I can work with you as we do in our shared goal of providing an excellent education to all Californians that opens doors that weren't open to them before and enriches and fuels the great engine that is the state of California.
Thank you, Vice President Perry. As part of the honor of serving in this position, you get to scoot up to this chair. So please pack up your things and make your way expediently over to my left.
Will do. Although, honestly, I'd like to give it a bit of a pause to honor Bill. Is that okay?
That's more than okay. All right. Secondly, as the second order of business, I have approved 2 new bachelor's programs since our February 24th, 2026 Board of Governors retreat. The first one is Santa Barbara City College for Health Information Management, and the second one is to Santa Monica College for Cloud Computing. Congratulations to the colleges for advancing these programs that expand opportunities for our students and meet critical workforce needs. All right, now comes the part of my report where I talk about all the things that we did since our last board meeting. So we did have a wonderful trip to Washington, D.C. for our federal advocacy efforts. Tuesday, February 10th was a full day with multiple teams fanning out across Capitol Hill to meet with congressional offices and advance our shared federal priorities. I was especially pleased that our now former Vice President Bill Rawlings joined us for this important work, representing the voice and commitment of our board at the national level. In the evening, we had the opportunity to come together and host a reception where we honored Congressman Jay Obernolte, who represents California's 23rd Congressional District in the High Desert region, and Congressman Ami Bera, who represents California's 6th Congressional District in the Sacramento area. They are co-chairs of the California Public Higher Education Caucus in Congress. They relaunched the caucus in 2025 as a bipartisan effort to elevate and support California's public higher education systems, including the California Community Colleges, the CSU, and UC. It was a meaningful moment to recognize their leadership and partnership and to continue strengthening the connections between California's community colleges and our federal leaders. Okay, the next thing we did, it's been a very busy month, was to have a board retreat. On behalf of our Board of Governors, I would like to extend our sincere appreciation to Southwestern College for hosting us at the beautiful Crown Cove Aquatic Center. This remarkable setting on Coronado Island provided an inspiring backdrop for our work together. From its strong academic and workforce programs to its leadership in innovation and partnerships, the college exemplifies the very best of our system's mission in action. Thank you, President Mark Sanchez and his entire team, for their great hospitality and attention to every detail. The Board of Governors engaged in a thoughtful and forward-looking discussion with expert panelists across 3 interrelated areas where strategic investment and innovation can accelerate meaningful outcomes for our students and our communities. At the conclusion of the retreat, the board identified clear directions for the chancellor and her team within each of these areas, reflecting our shared commitment to moving from insight to action in service of our mission. Section 1 was infrastructure, facilities, technology, and data. The Board of Governors affirms that modern, resilient infrastructure is foundational to student success and directs the Chancellor's Office to prioritize system-wide strategies and policy that sustain and upgrade facilities across all colleges, particularly those serving our rural communities, including targeted pilot investments to model scalable improvements. and to prioritize the integration of rural serving colleges in other statewide pilot and programmatic opportunities to provide access to more Californians. Section 2 is equitable baccalaureate attainment. The Board of Governors affirmed a bold and comprehensive both-and statewide strategy to accelerate equitable baccalaureate attainment by closing geographic access gaps, especially in rural and university desert regions, strengthening dual enrollment and ADT to transfer pathways alongside apprenticeship to baccalaureate pipelines, expanding community college baccalaureate degrees in high-demand fields, and advancing coordinated policy and partnership efforts with K-12 districts and transfer institutions, including CSU, UC, AICCU, HBCU, and our out-of-state partners. Session 3 was internships, where the Board of Governors affirmed the establishment of robust policy and research infrastructure to deepen and elevate community college policy leadership at both state and federal levels, and directs continued investment in establishing initiatives such as the Workforce and Economic Mobility Laboratory to generate actionable research, inform legislative strategy, and strengthen the system's voice in shaping workforce and economic mobility policy. The Board of Governors affirmed that internships are core infrastructure for student success and workforce mobility, not optional add-ons. The board directed the launch of 2 demonstration projects, one to make student employment a default expectation across colleges, leveraging campuses as dynamic internship ecosystems through research, AI pilots, facilities modernization, climate initiatives, and operational innovation, and another to scale employer engagement, prioritizing internships that provide applied skills, professional networks, and identity-building experiences in a rapidly evolving economy. I cannot underscore enough how important it was that we had this discussion, but most importantly, that we had so much energy around what this means to our system and our students. So thank you very much to our board members for engaging in that discussion. Gosh, it was so incredibly fulfilling. Before I turn it over to Chancellor Christian, I wanted to welcome our former board president, Jeff Baum, to make some remarks. Jeff, your microphone's not on.
Good morning. Good morning, President Aguinaldo, Chancellor Christian, and members of the board, and Vice President Perry. First, congratulations to those board members who were reappointed yesterday. And also, I served alongside Bill Rawlings, and I was also share the admiration for his service. For the record, my name is Jeff Baum, and I had the honor of serving on this board for 12 years, including 2 terms as president. And it's a pleasure to be back with you today. I want to take a moment simply to express my support for this board, for Chancellor Christian's leadership, and for the direction of the California Community Colleges system. It is clear that steady, strong leadership is in place. Under Chancellor Aguinaldo and Chancellor Christian, the system is advancing important work through Vision 2030, work that reflects both ambition and practicality in meeting students where they are and preparing them for where they want to go. I also want to acknowledge several colleagues with whom I had the honor of serving: Amy Costa, Tom Epstein, Jennifer Perry, Blas Villalobos, Pam Haynes, and Joseph Williams. It is good to see familiar faces, and I remain grateful for the shared commitment we brought to this work. I remain engaged with the system and its mission, and I'm currently a candidate for the Pasadena City College Board of Trustees. I hope to have the opportunity to again serve at the local level and continue working in partnership with you to advance our shared goals of advancing equitable baccalaureate attainment, equitable workforce and economic development, and advancing generative AI and the future of learning. California's community colleges remain one of the most important engines of opportunity in our state. The work you are doing to advance access, improve affordability, and strengthen student success, it has never been more important. Thank you for your leadership and for the opportunity to address you today. And if you have time after the Women's History photo op, Please join me and President Aguinaldo, if you give them enough time. I doubt that you'll be able to. And former Chancellor Bryce Harris and a number of friends. We're having a drop-in lunch reception over at the Sutter Club from 11:30 to 1, and everybody is welcome. Thank you for your leadership, and thank you for the great work you're doing on behalf of our students in our state.
Thank you very much, Jeff. And it is such a pleasure seeing so many of our former board members and former board leadership continue to be engaged in our work. I feel like I need to give a shout out to Jolena because I know that she's watching as well. So really, really honored to be a part of this community college family. All right, at this time, I'll turn it over to Chancellor Christian for her remarks.
Well, good morning, and it's always a good day to be a community college champion. So I guess the majority of my remarks this morning is going to be recognizing people. Jeff Baum, I see you everywhere, whether it's the ASU GSV event, whether it is any community college event. Thank you for staying connected. Former board member Bill Rawlings, you've been a steadfast supporter of the staff of the Chancellor's office. You've been pretty much integrated into our conversations, grappling with how to deal with AI, the fast-moving world of AI, in dealing with and really being an advocate for the importance of technology infrastructure. I see our technology leaders here in the room nodding their heads in recognition of your role in making sure that we are committed to building modern, responsive infrastructure for our colleges to support our students. You've also been a voice for workforce development. In fact, you've been representing the Board of Governors for many years on the statewide body, partnering with the State Board of Education. My suspicion is that we will continue working with you in various capacities to support students as we go forward. On behalf of the Chancellor's office and on behalf of our students and our colleges, thank you so much for your service and your support. So, Jennifer Perry, you have been an advocate both on the foundation board as well as in many of the high priority initiatives that we've been moving for our students. So our staff at the Chancellor's office, we stand ready to partner with you as we continue this amazing work called the work of the California Community Colleges, supporting over 2.2 million students. And thank you for saying yes to the invitation from President Aguinaldo. At this point, I wanted to inform the board as well as the public that we have a new general counsel in the House. You know that Kathy Lynch retired in December. Jerry Deschler is with us here today. As the first in his family to attend college, he transitioned from 4 years in the U.S. Marine Corps to Chabot College. Yes, Jerry is an alum of the California Community Colleges. And then he went on to UC Berkeley and then his JD from Pepperdine University School of Law. Jerry brings nearly 25 years of experience in employment law, advising and defending both private sector employers and public agencies. Most recently, he served for more than a decade at the AG's office as the California Department of Justice, including as supervising Deputy Attorney General in the employment law section. But to all of us in the Chancellor's office, and I'm sure to you as well, board members, what makes Jerry's story especially meaningful for our system is that the California Community Colleges played a role in his own life. And he always talks about his beginnings in higher education at the community colleges as changing, being transformational and changing the trajectory of his future and the future of his family. So please join me in welcoming Jerry to the California Community Colleges. So in the spirit of continuing to recognize people, I want to say a special thank you to Jake Knapp and to Fermine. Jake stepped into the role of general counsel after Kathy Lynch retired, and Fermine Villegas supported Jake in this transition. You see, transitions in key leadership roles are complex, particularly in the office as critical as the general counsel. Jake and Fermine stepped forward to help ensure continuity in our legal work. They took on additional responsibilities, provided steady guidance, and supported both me and our entire team, and we can be quite the handful for our general counsel. Their professionalism, responsiveness, and commitment help ensure that the work of this office continued without disruption. Please join me in thanking both Jake and Fermine for their dedication. So I have another recognition as well, and I have a slide here for you to enjoy the smart, beautiful Darla Cooper. Dr. Darla Cooper, the executive director of the RP Group, and all of us know her. She's a friend of community colleges. She's a friend of equity and a friend of student success. She was named a 2026 James Irvine Foundation Leadership Award recipient last month. This is one of California's most respected honors, and it reflects the profound impact that Dr. Cooper's leadership has had on the 2.2 million students. Darla's work reminds us that data, when grounded in equity and paired with action, becomes a powerful force for transformation. Through her leadership, our colleges have been able to move from intention to measurable impact, strengthening outcomes for students who too often have been left behind. This recognition also speaks to the essential role that the RP Group that she leads plays in our system, advancing evidence-based research and building capacity of our colleges to serve students more effectively. We are deeply grateful to Dr. Cooper for her partnership and her unwavering commitment to our students. I've had the privilege of knowing Darla for decades across my tenure in the California community colleges, from the time as president at Bakersfield College to now as state chancellor, and I've seen firsthand her integrity, her clarity of purpose, and a deep commitment to this work. And that is why when we had a retreat in San Diego, you saw a few key individuals like former president of the board, Pam Haynes, and John Hetz, our executive vice chancellor for research, kind of rolling into the retreat about 10 to 15 minutes after the 9 o'clock hour. And the reason for that was because they were at the celebration to honor and recognize Darla Cooper. So let's recognize Darla Cooper. So substantively, I wanted to pick up where President Aguinaldo left off with the DC trip. And in addition to recognizing Rowena Tamine and Chris Ferguson, David O'Brien and Linda Vasquez, who attended this event in DC, and David O'Brien for organizing the event and recognizing the League and the Foundation for the California Community Colleges for their support, I wanted to call out some of the federal priorities that we were advocating for, and Maria Blaze. So back to the federal priorities in DC. So on workforce, we really were pushing for the reauthorization of the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, for the expansion of the apprenticeship program to connect education directly to employment, for the workforce Pell to support short-term job-aligned training, and for veterans and our adult learners by scaling credit for prior learning. On the affordability front, we advocated for expanding the Pell Grant and the SNAP CalFresh eligibility to address student food and housing insecurities. On the institutional capacity building, we advocated to preserve and to fully fund federal programs like Perkins, CTE, Title IX, Title V, TRIO, Gear Up, and Strengthening Community Colleges Training Grounds, as well as the HSI, MSI, HBCU, TCU, and ANAPC institutions. So as I wrap up my remarks, as usual, I'm going to have Andrea pull up the slide deck and we'll walk through it pretty quickly. So you and our public who tunes in has a sense of where we have been in the last, since the last time we met. So you can see in the next slide that we visited Copper Mountain. This particular college is connected to the 29 Palms military base. It was an extraordinary visit, and it resulted in initiating a large-scale CPL project at the military base in 29 Palms. And that reminds me, board member Villalobos, I should probably connect with you offline and bring you up to speed on this potential demonstration project that we're exploring. In this picture, you can see Bill Rawlings, you can see Adrian Brown, and Bill is sitting next to the president of Copper Mountain. This was on a bus heading to the 29 Palms military base. Next slide. This was the federal advocacy trip on February 10th. You can see President Aguinaldo, our deputy chancellor. You can see Bill Rawlings, Jeff Baum. You can see our student body president and Vice President Alicia Nagpal. Moving to the next slide. This is a beautiful picture from our retreat, and you can see members of the Chancellor's Office and the Board of Governors. Moving to the next slide. Let's see. Oh my gosh, I have to recognize the leadership of our Student Senate for the California Community Colleges. For the first time, for the first time in the history of the Student Senate, the current leadership launched a federal advocacy in DC, and this was the first inaugural federal advocacy day. And I rearranged my schedule because I did not want to miss this historic moment. So that's a picture. Eric Mays, standing next to me, was a keynote speaker, and he leads our Emoja program. Moving to the next slide. This was the Amend Conference. It's an incredible conference. It's one of the most uplifting conferences. They have a DJ, and they address issues that are important and also difficult in an open, candid, and an environment of warmth and love. When Linda Vasquez sent me this picture, she said, "This is one of the most beautiful pictures. Look at all the colors." Again, you'll see board member Pam Haynes. You'll see our executive director of our foundation, Keitha Mills, and I think Rowena and I went with, like a dark suit, and maybe next time we get our colors out, Dr. Tomanang, and kind of brighten up the picture. But it really captures the energy of this conference and invite you next year to consider joining us. Moving to the next slide. And this is the last slide I have for you. We had our Rising Scholars convening. Again, you see board member Haynes in facilitating a discussion. I wanted to take the opportunity to share with the board members that you have been like a steadfast body supporting our incarcerated Californians right from the time the bill got enacted in 2014 to bring education in person to our correctional facilities, being fully funded, and always, funding, resourcing shows priorities and values of the state of California and this particular board. And we're a little over 10 years now. I put some numbers up for you on this slide. You can see that the Rising Scholars program is in 102 colleges, and I can't read that number, but I think it says 103 133 correctional facilities, and then I break down for you on the slide the various kinds of correctional facilities, whether it's a federal prison or a state prison or a youth facility or a county jail. This is what the community colleges do, transforming lives, one life at a time, and transforming communities. And with that, I conclude my remarks and turn it back to President Aguinaldo.
Thank you very much, Chancellor Christian. Seeing all the photos is really the highlight of this part of the board meeting. I also want to acknowledge that I completely forgot one of our board members who is such a big part of our DC trip, Member Blaze. Thank you very much for spending so much time with us. She's actually embarked on a very worthwhile project to really coalesce student voices and board members' voices and really help the folks in and out of the system to understand who we are and where we're coming from. So thank you very much for not only attending, but for bringing that project to life. All right. While I work on my memory of certain things, hopefully that wasn't an indicator of how the rest of the meeting is going. Let's go to the consent calendar, items 3.1 and 3.2. Are there any board comments? All right, hearing none, are there any public comments?
The public comment period on the consent calendar is now open. You will have 2 minutes. Please use the raise hand feature to make a comment, and you will be acknowledged and given the opportunity to address the board. President Aguinaldo, we have no in-person remarks, and I see no hands raised for this item.
Thank you very much, Christina. At this time, I'll take a motion.
I'll move for approval.
Thank you, Member LeGrand and Member Haynes. Christina, if you could take the vote, please.
Love Adu.
Aye.
Hildegard Aguinaldo.
Aye.
Maria Blaze.
Aye.
Adrian Brown.
Aye.
Lillian Corral.
Aye.
Tom Epstein.
Aye.
Pamela Haynes.
Aye.
Harry LeGrand.
Aye.
Jesse Melgar.
Aye.
Jennifer Perry.
Aye.
Blas Villalobos. Syrian Villavicencio.
Aye.
Joseph Williams.
Aye.
The motion carries.
Thank you very much, Christina. All right. We will move swiftly to the... Under consent, I think we do both. Yeah. Okay, good to go. All right, let's go to action. Our action calendar, item 4.1 is our approval of contracts and grants. We're going to pull a part of that item out, but at this time, I'd like to welcome General Counsel Deschler to the podium to talk about these contracts and grants.
And Vice Chancellor Ferguson is going to take the lead.
Sure. So this is the standing item for approval of contracts and grants. A few of the contracts that I wanted to highlight today. There is $27 million to support the California Virtual Campus. That is actually $9 million per year. And we do have that standing goal of getting over 250,000 students taking courses through the California Virtual Campus. So this will help support those efforts. There's also, and I'm pleased to present, 2 items in the technology area. One is $12 million to support the development of eTranscript 2.0, and the second is $20 million to support the development of career passports. Both of these projects represent innovative approaches to ensuring students can seamlessly transfer their coursework between institutions, can convey the outcomes, the objectives, and highlight what they've learned, the skills that they've learned, that is, through their educational missions or journeys, as well as the workforce. But also that both are working through our digital center. So it is showing how the digital center can be used to help incubate some of these innovative approaches. But with that, I would just ask for support of the contract item today.
Thank you very much. Member Epstein, do you have any questions?
I just have a quick question on the common course numbering one. I know this is like a never-ending project, but I'm just curious, if you had to put a percentage on how far along we are on achieving the goal of common course numbering, what would you say?
Hi, good morning. Board Member Epstein. So we went through some of this data very recently. We've had some questions as well because there's also some proposed legislation around this. We started with, even though there's 3 phases, we imagine there could be up to 500 courses that we have to kind of work on across our system. And we're at the very, very beginning of shaping the infrastructure for common course numbering. But we started with our largest percentage classes that would affect, as many students as possible. And so we had 550, if I'm remembering correctly, 550,000 students enrolled last fall and in this year, in these courses. So soon, as we continue to build, we're expecting, we'll have increased enrollments for students. We'll start to get to the 1 million mark, and we'll have, you think about our statistics courses, our psychology courses, those first year and general ed courses that students are taking is what we have right now in our system. Right now, we're at a place where we're delaying our phase 3 implementation with our colleges until we get an infrastructure built out with the CSU and the UC in terms of being able to articulate all the courses at one time across our systems.
So is the ultimate goal to align all of these classes? Or is it 70%, 80%? And at some point, when new courses are started, will there automatically be system-wide common course numbering? And not system-wide, but in alignment with the CSUs and everything.
Yeah, the intent of AB 1111 was both general education and major prep courses. So you look at all transfer courses that students would take that are from the majority of our colleges that then transfer. There are some courses that are, only offered at certain campuses or for certain pathways that we would not necessarily implement. Ones that are non-transferable or only for specific goals regionally are not ones that we would focus on. But the idea is that we would take all of the transfer courses that are system-wide and implement those with the CSU and the UC. The advantage of this is that if you're a student that's traversing multiple campuses in a community college setting, which we have many, they either move or they're across a district or they go across district lines, that they know that course, English 1000, would be portable in the same kinds of ways and would articulate in the same ways. I think what's been a challenge for us in implementing this, our colleges have done an amazing job of the lift of creating templates and creating courses to align with them. If you imagine just one course, 115 campuses trying to redesign and re-input their course outline and record is a major lift. But if we don't have them a system articulation process, we're back at what we've already had to start with, which is individual course outlines being articulated with particular campuses. So we're building that infrastructure and we're working on that across our intersegmental partnerships.
So it seems like something that's ripe for AI intervention here. Is that happening?
Yeah, so we do have a work group that's identifying the courses that we would look at in every phase. And so we've been working with AI to identify those courses that would be, kind of the next tiers of ones that we would approach in our system, looking at, what the articulations are, how many students are using them, and possibilities of aligning them in a sequence that made sense. So our next phase right now, for example, is the next threshold of enrollments.
Last question. I know this is, a difficult challenge, but it seems like at some point you need to change the culture so that when a new course is started or a new class is established, that becomes one of the criteria that goes system-wide, that, everybody has to have the same, components so that it can be transferable. Do you ever think we'll ever get there, or at least while I'm alive?
So it's interesting. I will say that there have been a lot of systems that have tried to implement Common Course numbering. Texas is in the middle of this. SUNY has tried to do this as well, with varying kinds of results. It's about the infrastructure that you set up and the commitments that you have across systems in terms of how they articulate. Two pieces of this is, one, we think of there might be course equivalencies, but really what counts in California is did our faculty across those systems articulate those courses? So we're trying to get to a system that will best do that. What's important about Common Course numbering for our system versus our partners is we're not asking, they do not need to align to the Common Course numbers. What the project is to articulate our courses that we have standardized in terms of numbering across our system. And so this is about how they'll count for community college students when they enter or they apply for UC or CSU. And I think that that's a little bit different than what's happened in other systems where they may have tried to do numbering across segments.
Thanks.
Yeah.
All right, Member Haynes, then Member Williams, then Member Villavicencio.
So I guess my question, I have a couple, but my question goes to what 1111 is asking us to do, and are the CSU, I know how UC is mentioned as would you please, but is there language within that kind of, I don't want to use the word compel, but that they will work with us relative to this, or would you explain what their role is as it pertains to Common Course numbering on our side?
I think they've always been part of the system of Common Course numbering. Our faculty have worked with theirs to construct and review the templates that we've created. I think what was never worked out on the front end was how do we refine the articulation process? And so that's the point at where we are trying to figure out how we lean in intersegmentally to work collaboratively over a system-level articulation. What has always been historically done is we send each one of our course outlines, 115 colleges, to 9 UCs, 22 CSUs for review, and that ends up in, I think it's something like 3,600 different reviews per course when you start to look at the numbers. So, we continue to work with them on how can we get to a place where we can ensure that all of our courses that are commonly numbered articulate in the same way, and that's the place for refinement for us.
So then my follow-up question reflects Board Member Epstein's, which is the extent to which AI can help facilitate, and whether or not there is a support relative to our faculty to use it where it's appropriate, and have the knowledge to use it where it's appropriate.
I think right now where we are is we're looking across particular categories in curriculum. I think when we had that conversation intersegmentally, for example, around articulation, I still think there's some ambivalence and some worry about review, but the process of how we've been discussing the templates is that, that still is, we've all agreed on a structure. Very common, I think we used to call it a descriptor because we called the CIDs descriptors. We've called this a template so that you can map to this, and there still is a lot more kind of human interaction and scanning of the materials. And so that would be bringing in AI to kind of do review or curriculum kind of deployment, I think is a longer term conversation about what tools we would use. And that would really have to be in concert with our own faculty, our academic senate, as well as the other academic senates in the segments.
Thank you, Member Williams, then Member Villavicencio.
Do we have a sense of what it looks like in multi-college districts? And I know Common Course numbering is about, going to the university, but there are some districts where the courses don't articulate across their own campuses. Do we know, is that like a huge deal, or is that like just a unique kind of situation by district?
So each district has its own, and both the colleges and the district have their own processes of how they might be working on curriculum through their academic senate and their curriculum committees. What I can say in relationship to that with the contract piece is, we're trying to work with all the colleges and the districts to ensure that they have processes to facilitate and get towards one number and one outline for their courses. So that's really what the work is of our office, is to try to provide as much professional development input and working with our academic senate on facilitating that process. And so visiting executive Michelle Grimes-Hillman has been that liaison that's worked with Cheryl Aschenbach in the academic senate to kind of deploy and make sure that we have all of the information and processes available for districts and colleges.
Can we have the number, to know, because that seems like that's an issue that's easier for us to work on than the out-of-system stuff. And I'm just talking about from a student experience, when you're a student and you're at a college, and then your courses won't go over to the sister college for whatever reason because they don't have them lined up properly. Will the Common Core system, numbering system, address the in-district kind of issues that we have?
Well, it's going to align it across all colleges, right, that are using that. So the aim for this is for students that traverse any college, whether it's inside of a district or across district boundaries, that it will become much more apparent for them what the course counts for, and B, its credit mobility across segments.
But shouldn't it be easier for us to make that happen versus the Common Course numbering across the university? Shouldn't we be able to do that a lot faster in the community colleges?
I think that's what the plan for us as well is, to make sure that we have those discussions inside of our districts and at our colleges to do better alignment in terms of how it will count. There are some instances where for particular reasons a college might opt out of the Common Course numbering, for a particular course. But for the most part, this should be helping out with the credit mobility and students understanding what they're taking will count across colleges and districts and our segments. So it should help.
Okay, we're going to have a change in our lineup right now. We are going to take Member Brown, and then Villavicencio, then Aduke Corral, and then Haynes.
I just wanted to respond to Member Williams, since I'm in a multi-college district, the largest in the state. The quick answer is no. It will not help, because even if we try to align our courses, which we do, once we moved to a single transcript, we had to try to do that. The answer is no, because it's still externally decided. So we can align our course outlines, but that doesn't mean that the CSU and the UC are going to accept them the same. So even though we do our in-house cleanup, when we go to them and say, hey, you accept East LA's course for this, will you please accept LA City's college for this? They can say no, even though it's the same course taught by the same instructor using the same book. And so the issue is not internal, although we do need to clean up internally, and we are. The issue is that external acceptance, that's the same roadblock that they're having at the state level right now.
Can you clarify what I'm?
Yeah, I think the idea is that we will get to the point, the whole point, what we're focused on with this project is to ensure that all of those courses are articulated in the same way. So it's supposed to alleviate the problem that you're talking about. And why we are delayed right now with our system partners is to ensure that all of the courses that are in a common course numbered course articulate in the same way, and they're not individually reviewed at the course outline of record level. And so we are waiting on that process. Member Haynes, when you asked about what's the compelling piece, that is what we're in conversations with across our segments on how do we get to 100% of these courses count in the same way.
And I will say that for Los Rios, which I was a trustee of, the board made that happen. The Board of
Yeah.
Trustees, because that's where the challenge is. We have 4 colleges, and they didn't articulate the same way. And so that became a requirement that we said was really important. We did that, I want to say, 8 years ago, a long while ago. And you're right. That's only one multi-college district, and it is all over the place. So you have to sort of understand that piece of it too. You can take mine.
It sounds like maybe in the future, too, we could come back and kind of do a review of where we are with Common Course numbering, if that makes sense, or also can provide some more information, both to you, President Aguinaldo, and the Chancellor to help give an update to the board.
Thank you. Villavicencio, Adu, and Corral.
Thank you, President Aguinaldo. Thank you for the robust discussion. I know this is part of the items that we need to approve, but I'm grateful for the context that Board Member Brown brought up, and as the 2 faculty representatives on the board, I will tell you I'm engaged in this process, and I feel like it's incumbent upon me as a faculty member to explain and provide context to the board of what this process looks like, and provide it first for the faculty, and well, I'll start off with the student perspective and shift over to the faculty perspective. I think this is wonderful that we're establishing interoperability with CVC. All of these things align, and I'm so grateful that your team and the Chancellor's Office is moving forward with, again, the e-transcripts, aligning it with the Career Education Master Plan, Career Passport, everything that we've been talking about here will make it easier for our students.
Yeah.
Our students take classes in multiple districts. It's just the reality, and perhaps even our student board members can speak to that. And I know that this will make it easier for them to request transcripts and, again, streamline this process. So grateful for that. From the faculty perspective, and to Board Member Epstein's comment about using AI, I wish we can use AI. It is a challenging process, and I really want to commend ASCCC and our faculty leadership and the faculty all across our state who's doing this tremendous job. I'm not sure if you know, but when you actually move through the curriculum process, it's like the legislative process, by the way. It goes through multiple committees, multiple changes, and trying to ultimately find how it articulates is also, as mentioned, as a challenge. And institutionally, that's why this board wants to move it fast. The reality is it takes some ground level work. And I wish I can use AI, but I think this is where the human touch still is important, where we as faculty, we are the discipline experts. Particularly in my discipline, it changes all the time. And although these objectives are the student learning outcomes may be standardized, classes evolve. That's just the reality of it. And so it is challenging for faculty to do this work, but we are in a way moving. I know, speaking to anecdotally my fellow faculty and speaking again to ASCCC's leadership, we're doing our best to serve our students because we know this is in a way the right thing to do. But again, just trying to provide some context to folks in what we're experiencing. It is a challenge. It takes time. It takes due diligence on our part. But we also want to make sure that we do it the right way. Thank you.
Member Adu, Member Corral, and then Member Williams.
Hi, yes. I think common course numbering has been a topic far before I got on the board. It was a topic when I was first joined the board, and it's going to be a topic even after I leave the board. But I think really consistently there's always been the concern of like, oh, it's going to cause confusion for students if there's going to be a change. And while I do support common course numbering, I am not concerned, but I'm more so wondering, you mentioned you want to streamline this process. Can I ask what that timeline will look like? So particularly on the ground of the deployment of changing the course numbers and how that would look like to say the average student that's interacting with these courses.
Just want to get clarification. What do you mean in terms of how the timing of us rolling out common course numbering for students, or when you said streamline? I just want to make sure I understand your questions. Could you?
Yeah, absolutely. That would be the former, particularly because one of the goals for the proposed term was to streamline, and I just wanted to know what was the current sort of timeline that it has been happening on previous grants, and how do you guys plan to what extent do you plan to streamline that in terms of deployment?
Yeah, I think, well, right now, our campus is working with the leadership in the ASCCC, also with the segmental academic senate group, have been talking about a framework, and we've also across our campuses run through several phases of courses. The goal is for each common course numbered course is that it works the same way no matter what district, no matter what college you are at. You know it's going to count in the same way at a UC and a CSU. And so for us to get towards more streamlined processes, we have to figure out how we take 115 of these commonly course numbered outlines that are aligned to a template, that perhaps this template becomes the mechanism for articulation with our systems, with our intersegmental partners. Once we have that process established, I think we will get towards better streamlining and more efficient processes to work with our partners on quicker articulation and understandings across our segments of our phases, and getting towards those 500 courses, for example, that we want to finalize. And so right now we're at a place where we are working on that process, and we have not crossed the finish line. The reason we are on a delay right now is if we continue to do more common course numbered outlines in our system, even though they're aligned to a template, if we don't have that process, we're still reliant on individual outlines, being approved intersegmentally. And so until we get to that process, there's not going to really be streamlining. And we don't want uneven results. So even though we may have all done commonly course numbered courses, if they're not articulated all at once, you might go to Merced College or, College B, I guess, and College B did not get the articulation, and you did not know that as a student. It could cause problems. And so we're really trying to be transparent across all of our segments.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Member Corral.
Hi. This is a question that might be best answered later, or maybe through a presentation around it.
Yeah.
But I was really curious more about the coordination that's occurring, both with the e-transcript development as well as the career passport programs. And I guess it seems like all of these things are reliant on the common course numbering. And at some point, if we have to delay a little bit of the common course numbering until we get the intersegmental agreement, then I just wonder if all of those things are kind of moving at the right timing. And so I was curious more to learn about how you're trying to coordinate all that and all of those different timelines. But I know that this is a conversation about grants, and we want to make sure you're able to move your work forward. So perhaps it's something we could just learn more about later.
We're quickly becoming out of the scope that I oversee. But what I can say is that I know that we're trying to synergize every one of those workflows. Part of this is also dependent on the ways in which we're developing different technology structures, whether it has to do with our credit for prior learning, our common cloud work, et cetera. But we do have a framework, and we do have some commonly course numbered courses out for a structure to try to think about what the technology would support. So what I can say is I imagine those that are in our innovation and technology area, including Craig Hayward and others, understand how the intersections might operate as they're devising systems that would kind of be connected and interoperable.
Yeah, and I think my question was more around the coordination of the humans, because I think the tech, as someone, I'm like, we've sent people to the moon. I always use this phrase. I'm like, the technology can work, but oftentimes it's the humans. And so what I would wonder is how are we getting to a place where the technology isn't set up and the humans still are not ready to be able to actually leverage it? And so that was more but again, that's outside the scope of the grants discussion. And so
so I'm
maybe
happy
for
to bring
further.
that back and also coordinate ways that we can talk more about that. You're going to see a lot of me today too, so yes.
Member Williams?
So I just wanted to go back to my original question to make sure. So intersegmental is us in the universities.
Yes.
Is there an intra-segmental just in the districts? My question is that are there instances where the course title is similar? I'm going to college A, multi-college district, say they got 2 colleges.
Yes.
College A, college B won't take my course. And I'm talking about community college in the same district. Does that happen?
There are instances where there might be different course numbers, but usually they have worked across areas that those can be deployed inside of educational plannings and utilized.
To say
Yes.
English 101 might be
Yes, they
different. And they say it's not equivalent at the sister college when I want to go over, maybe I'm changing my major or whatever reason. But I hear that from students.
That they're not able to
Articulate within the same district.
and utilize that. That should
happen,
Ginny, do you want to kind of?
that
So I mean, I know that there are places where we have course numbers that are different, and you can find them and see how they align with your own colleges and put them in your educational plans.
That's what I'm trying to ask. And then I think
Yeah, I was also going to give the example from like the student perspective of, let's say at Fullerton College you take English 102, and then you want to go to Cypress College. Cypress articulates this is just for the example. Cypress has a prerequisite for a course that is English 102, but it doesn't articulate and it doesn't transfer over from Fullerton College. It's not the it wouldn't be considered the equivalent course, and because there's not really a standardized way to see that, at certain places the student would have to retake the course. Is sort of an example scenario where this would be an issue for a student.
so I'm asking this common course numbering fixed it in the
It
community
fixes
college
that.
stuff.
Yes, it fixes and standardizes those courses across colleges. Did you want to?
Yeah, so CID had intended to do that, and it did some of it, but it didn't solve the whole problem. Common Course Numbering, AB 2011-11, with the templates, will solve that problem within the community college system. But until we can get the articulation processes taken care of with our CSU and UC partners, transfer, course portability can still be problematic, because if it's done at the course level and not the template level, students will have different results moving from one 4-year college to another 4-year college. But within our system, we just about have that ironed out as soon as they get all the common course numbering moving.
And so I guess what I was trying to originally ask is, can we get a number of like how many districts does that happen? Because I was thinking we should be able to fix the inter-district stuff faster than the work with, because the negotiations is going to be different.
It's also about, I think it comes back to what Adrian was saying. I remember around you were saying, well, you take one course at one college, you might take it at another, and the question is whether or not those articulate in the same way with our intersegmental partners. And that really is what the main issue is. For the most part, I think inside of our system and across our districts, we're working across, maybe different curriculum numbering, but trying to honor students' experiences inside of our colleges to get degrees and certificates. It's mainly how do these transfer, and I think Ginny came back as well. With the first start of CID, tried, but this is really trying to solidify all the courses in a way that's portable in the same process.
On that note,
I know.
hate this to be my first act to stifle a thoughtful and robust discussion, but also we have a long agenda. There has not been a coup. I just want to clarify. Hildy only had to step out for about half an hour. Thank you for a very thoughtful discussion on a complicated issue.
The contract is for the support in helping us enable, across our districts and with our partners, the CCM project.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, can I move approval?
Yes.
Second.
So moved.
Thank you. Moved by Member Haynes, seconded by Member Epstein. I do believe I need to ask if there's any public comment on this issue.
Could I jump in, Vice President Perry? There is a board member that potentially might be abstaining from one of the items, maybe two. And this is item number 1, which is, so there are 6 items under grants and contracts. So we will need to pull out item number 1 to be considered by itself. And this is the grant to San Bernardino Community College District. So maybe we take that for the first vote. Thank you.
So, Member Haynes, would you like to move that we vote on 2 through 6 initially?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And I'm sorry. Again, I have to ask if there's any public comment on this issue. Christina?
The public comment period on item 4.1 is now open. Virtual participants may use the raise hand feature in Zoom or press 9 if joining by phone. We will begin with comments from in-person attendees, followed by virtual comments. Each speaker will be allotted 2 minutes to address the board. Vice President Perry, we have no in-person requests, and I see no hands raised for this item at this time.
Thank you. Now, Member Haynes, would you like to move that we vote on items 2 through 6?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. And do we have a
Second.
second? And Epstein, Member Epstein, second. So I believe I now call for a vote.
Love Adu.
Aye.
Hildegard Aguinaldo. Maria Blaze.
Abstain.
Adrian Brown.
Aye.
Lillian Corral.
Aye.
Ricardo de la Fuente.
Aye.
Tom Epstein.
Aye.
Pamela Haynes.
Aye.
Harry Legrand.
Aye.
Jesse Melgar.
Aye.
Jennifer Perry.
Aye.
Blas Villalobos. Syrian Villavicencio.
Aye.
Joseph Williams.
Aye.
Thank you.
The motion carries.
And now I would like a motion for the second part of this vote, and that is item 2.1. And I believe we have 2 members who need to recuse themselves from this vote. Do we have any public comment on 2.1 in this particular item? Christina?
Vice President Perry, we have no in-person comment requests and no hands are raised.
Great, thank you. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Was that?
That was a motion.
Member Adu and seconded by Member Haynes. Thank you. I'd like to call for a vote.
Love Adu.
Aye.
Hildegard Aguinaldo. Maria Blaze.
Aye.
Adrian Brown.
Aye.
Lillian Corral.
Aye.
Ricardo de la Fuente.
Aye.
Tom Epstein.
Aye.
Pamela Haynes.
Aye.
Harry Legrand.
Aye.
Jesse Melgar.
Abstain.
Jennifer Perry.
Aye.
Blas Villalobos. Syrian Villavicencio.
Aye.
Joseph Williams.
Abstain.
The motion carries.
Thank you. Now I believe we are moving on to the next item on the agenda, which is item 4.2, proposed regulatory action, awarding credit for advanced placement and other external standardized examinations. And I believe we'll be hearing from Vice Chancellor Todd and Visiting Executive May presenting on this issue. Thank you. You're right, Vice Chancellor Todd. We're going to see a lot of you today.
We also have Fermine with us as well. So good morning. Board members, Chancellor Christian, our president, and our Board members and Chancellor Christian. I'll start with that. Okay, so we do have something coming back for a second reading. This is awarding credit for advanced placement and other external standardized examinations. This is part of the larger package where we had credit for prior learning. We ended up breaking this into two different parts with two different pieces. And so we did not receive, we've had this out for public comments, we did not receive any substantial public comment back. And so this is up very simply for another review and hopefully up for you as well to take a resolution and accept these changes that are proposed. We can go to the next slide. And these are our key points and alignments, and I think, Jenny, you're going to go through these as well.
Yeah, so first of all, replacing the word may with shall and regarding district AP credit policies ensures compliance with Education Code Section 79500. And that was a result of AB 1985 by Doss Williams in 2016. That's how that code came about. And while the colleges were implementing this, the district was, when we went back to review, we realized, hey, we need to update this language. And then going through the rest of it, we just made some clarifications with the new CalGETC that's in place of iGETC and CSU GE Breadth, the singular general education pathway, to clarify the role of disciplined faculty as having primary responsibility to determine and recommend appropriate exams, scores, and awards, and then to grant GE in the CalGETC area first for these exams, and if that's not possible, since UC and CSU may not take the same types of agreements that we do in those areas, then look and see, can we grant credit for local GE, et cetera. And then elective credit would be last. Elective credit is valuable, but general education serves our students better. And so this is for AP exams, the advanced placement exams, IB, international baccalaureate exams, and the CLEP, which is not universally accepted by UC. So this would be determined locally. And then in addition, colleges could, through this regulation, have agreements for other external standardized exams that would benefit our students, and that would be determined locally based on recommendations from disciplined faculty.
And so we have not made changes, as I said, since the last time that you saw this, but this will really help standardize all of our practices across deploying credit for prior learning and also our externalized exams. So we are seeking approval for this item, and a resolution is attached to your agenda.
Do I have any board comments on this particular item?
Member Brown.
So I support approval of this item. Let me start there. I also wanted to say congratulations to John Freitas for his retirement. I see he's still making comments on items like these, maybe all the way from Ireland. So I just wanted to add a sort of wish list. I think this is great progress on this particular item, but my wish is that in the future, we can apply these nationwide exams and the credit in a systemic way to our statewide degrees. So I'm particularly talking about the associate degree for transfer. And if that could be something that's considered in a future iteration, that would be really wonderful, because as it stands, it's quite easy to see for the CSU system how credit is applied. They have a publicly available website where students can go see. The UC has the same thing. In our system, it's an individualized, did you have your coffee that day decision by one human being. And so I think that's problematic, because even a well-intentioned person can make a mistake if it's not systemically clear that when you have this score, it means this, and it will always mean this for this area. And I understand that for some of our local programs or programs that lead to, sort of like CT pathways and things like that, a lot more consideration would need to be taken, and that should be a local decision. But when it comes to our statewide transfer degrees, It is my hope and wish that in the future, we will be able to see how AP, CLEP, and IB can be applied to those degrees, and that it's very crystal clear so that all students can equitably receive credit in the same way. So that's just my wish list for the future that I wanted to share. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Adu?
You stole my comment, so ditto.
Are there any other members of the board that would like to comment on this item? Not? I will then ask for, thank you all for presenting. I will now ask for any Member Legrand?
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to ask for public comment, but go ahead if you want to.
No, public comment.
Okay. Is there any public comment on item 4.2?
The public comment period on item 4.2 is now open. Each speaker will be allotted 2 minutes to address the board. Vice President Perry, I have no in-person comments requested, and I see no hands raised.
Thank you, Christina. That being said, do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Member Adu and Member Legrand. Christina, will we now put this to a vote, please?
Love Adu.
Aye.
Maria Blaze.
Aye.
Adrian Brown.
Aye.
Lillian Corral.
Aye.
Ricardo de la Fuente.
Aye.
Tom Epstein.
Aye.
Pamela Haynes.
Aye.
Harry Legrand.
Aye.
Jesse Melgar.
Aye.
Jennifer Perry.
Aye.
Blas Villalobos. Syrian Villavicencio.
Aye.
Joseph Williams.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Now we are moving on to item 4.3, the Board of Governors meeting dates. And presenting on that, because apparently it's of elevated importance, is the Chancellor herself.
So, board members, you have the dates for the year 2028. It follows the same pattern like we did in 2027. Ask for your approval, please.
Do we have any board comments on this item? Is there any public comment on the item?
The public comment period on item 4.3 is now open. Each speaker will be allotted 2 minutes to address the board. Vice President Perry, we have no in-person remarks or hands raised.
Thank you. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Member Legrand?
Second.
Wait, who? Member Adu seconds it. Now, Christina, maybe put it to a vote.
Love Adu.
Aye.
Maria Blaze.
Aye.
Lillian Corral.
Aye.
Ricardo de la Fuente.
Aye.
Tom Epstein.
Aye.
Pamela Haynes.
Aye.
Harry Legrand.
Aye.
Jesse Melgar.
Aye.
Jennifer Perry.
Aye.
Blas Villalobos. Syrian Villavicencio.
Aye.
Joseph Williams.
Aye.
The motion carries.
Our next item on the agenda is 5.1. It's a first reading, and it is on the proposed regulatory action academic renewal. We will be hearing from Vice Chancellor Shears, but I do believe in order to open the hearing, I have to bang the gavel, which is out of my reach. I'm going to try and have a softer touch than our president. There. And open the public hearing for proposed amendments to Title V of the California Code of Regulations relating to academic renewal. And now we'll hear from Chancellor's office staff on this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Vice President Perry, Chancellor Christian, and Board of Governors. I'm pleased to share with you our recommendations for academic renewal. And we can go to the next slide. Okay. So this goal for regulatory change increases opportunities system-wide by standardizing academic renewal processes across California community colleges to ensure supportive opportunities for academic improvement and advancement. It also establishes a consistent statewide approach that promotes persistence and aligns with Vision 2030 goals for student success. So we reconvened the Academic Probation and Renewal Task Force to discuss this item. So we had representatives from ACBO, Academic Senate, CACRO for A&R, the association, the CIO Association, Chancellor's Office folks, Chief Student Services Officers representative, CSFA for financial aid, and the Student Senate as well. So we met in December and twice in January so we could get this back onto the Board of Governors agenda. And as we met and also worked with our Office of General Counsel, we really had to stay grounded in what academic renewal is. So it is a process through which previously recorded substandard coursework may be disregarded in calculation of a student's GPA when it no longer reflects their current demonstrated academic ability. So all original coursework remains visible on the permanent academic record. It's intended to recognize academic growth, support re-engagement and persistence, and provide a structured, equitable mechanism for students to improve their GPA under clearly identified district policies and procedures. And the rationale for regulatory action is that it's been inconsistent academic renewal criteria across the system. So currently colleges set their own academic renewal criteria, resulting in system-wide variation. So students face inconsistent opportunities to improve their GPA and re-engage academically depending on where they enroll. So inconsistent standards create access barriers, particularly for part-time students and those attending multiple colleges. So regulatory action was needed to establish a statewide minimum while preserving local operational implementation. So our proposed changes are to the definitions part of the code to define alleviate as disregarding previously recorded substandard academic coursework and GPA calculations, and clarifies substandard academic work to also include no credit. And then section 55046, academic renewal without course repetition, requires state districts to publish clear academic renewal policies and procedures and responsible personnel in catalogs and on websites. This allows students to request academic renewal multiple times, so no unit cap. It also establishes a minimum eligibility threshold for academic renewal at 6 semester units or 9 quarter units with a 2.0 GPA, pass grades or 288 hours of non-credit coursework with a pass completed after the term of the coursework to be alleviated. And it allows post-conferral academic renewal of D grades when the degree or certificate remains valid and requirements could have been met using prior coursework completed with grades C or better. And this aligns with equity and success for Vision 2030 to ensure academic and career success of all Californians who are current and prospective California community college students. And last, our timeline. So we went to Consultation Council in February, and now we're doing a first read here. We'll bring it back to the Board of Governors agenda for a second read in May, and our public comment period opened February 25th and goes until April 11th. Then we have a 15-day public comment period from April to May. And we have, bear with me, we have received some public comments already, and most of them have been very positive in support of the changes. There was one that was recommending 12 units instead of 6, but we really had quite a bit of discussion on the number of units to really make it accessible for part-time students, since 70% of our students are part-time. And that's what we have.
Thank you, Vice Chancellor Shears. And thank you all for these efforts to continue to move any roadblocks out of the way for our students and their success. Do I have any board comments on this? Member Legrand?
I just had one comment. I thought we had changed the language from academic probation, so I would think we would want to take that probation part and rename that. Didn't we do something with that?
Yes, Member Legrand, if I can address that. We did that in a previous regulatory action. We brought that in, I believe it was November. And initially, the academic renewal regulation had also been attached to that package, but then we bifurcated it, took the academic renewal out. We moved forward with the probation and dismissal regulation, and so we're now dealing just solely with the academic renewal regulation.
Member Haynes?
So I just want to thank everyone who worked on this particular proposal. There is, besides it being progressive, it is humane. And as someone who started as an 18-year-old at a community college and went 2 years but did not get a degree and had to come back, stopped out, had to come back, and for the most part was part-time, definitely part-time. And there was nothing like this. So for so many students. And so to have this, I started crying the other night because when I read just how humane this is, and I'm really hoping that while there is flexibility across our system, that the folks who are making the decisions are humane in their disposition of this relative to students and a student journey. As a trustee, I got a number of calls from some of the students who had been students when they were 18 and had decided to come back at the age of 30, 35, and this was the thing that stopped them from coming back. They had to jump through so many hoops, and then it still felt like a stain on them. And so I just want to say thank you. This is one of the best revisions, and I'm looking forward to the academic probation because it has such a penal, and that's how our students. And I've talked to students who basically, as I encourage them to go back, don't want to go back because of the stigma relative to being on academic probation. So we're moving absolutely in the right direction, and I know I fussed the last time. But I want to confirm, I want to affirm where we're going relative to this because it changes, this kind of thing can change lives.
Thank you, Member Haynes. Member Blaze?
I want to stand in strong support for this revision because adding that humane perspective again, I brought this up in the past, but my brother has been on, I think it's still called academic probation for a bit now, and so he's trying to re-enter community college, take classes, and the issue is he's not able to get as involved with clubs and student government, and that's a perspective I want to add because when we see students get involved in those spaces, that's what gives them opportunities, that's what gives them jobs and also better grades. So when students spend more time on campus, they get better grades, right? And so I just think, he's been talking to me about this, and I just think it's so devastating that students are trying to get a second chance at education, and it's their GPA from a few years ago that is the barrier in place for that. And so I want to once again revoice that our purpose as a system is to give students second choices and to look at things from a humane lens. So I'm in strong support of this once again, and I'm also in strong support of making this more standardized so that, as Member Brown previously commented on another issue, it's not a matter of fact of if someone felt a certain way that day. So yes.
Thank you. Member Adu?
Hi, I have two things, a point and a question. The point comes after Member Blaze said something that sort of triggered my memory. As part of Vision 2030, we are really pushing for dual enrollment. We want to expand access to education regardless of age. And with this, I think it's really important to remember that a lot of people are hesitating coming back to education because they took a dual enrollment course when they were 14, 15, 16, 17, and they got a bad grade, and this is something that follows them into adulthood. And I think that is just one particular avenue in which I think this is going to be an incredibly great thing that's going to encourage people to come back into education when they might have not otherwise. And so I just want to say in full support of this. My question comes in with one of the key proposed revisions, particularly within the minimum of threshold of 6 semester units. I wanted to ask, is there something, even like just logical reasoning, that's preventing us from specifying? Because I recognize that the reason it's 6 units is because there was a concern of part-time students. Is there anything preventing us from sort of distinguishing two applicable classes of part-time versus full-time and then changing the semester units required for this based off of that? I wouldn't be for that. I just wanted to ask.
I think I can address that. No, there isn't anything that would prevent us from doing that, but it was not something that was discussed, I believe, in the working group.
Yes, the working group was very liberal in the unit, so it was pretty interesting. At one point, the group wanted 0 units, and that's a little harder to establish that you're able to do a little better. But I think the 6 units, regardless of whether you're full or part-time, is just a little more forgiving or lets a student do this process sooner.
Right. And my understanding from past hearings was that I'm for a 6-minute unit. I sort of agree with that. I think I'm also wondering, the individual colleges or districts will also set their own standard based off of this minimum, correct?
Yes, so this change, once that goes into effect, would make it standard across all of the community colleges. So there wouldn't be the variance that there currently is.
Okay, and is there a maximum? I don't recall one.
A maximum?
A maximum to the amount that they're allowed to like require minimum leave.
There isn't proposed, but if one was to do like just look at different policies throughout different colleges, they really can vary. Sometimes they're as much as 24 units. Some as low as 3, so.
Yeah, I think to expand that, I guess, question is the main reason I was kind of concerned about not having a maximum is because you mentioned some have 24 and some don't. And I don't think that possibility for renewal is something that a lot of students take into account when choosing a college. And I think having that maximum standard set could help a lot, the same way that having this minimum standard set could help a lot. So I sort of want to continue to think about if we should set a maximum, and if so, how we could go about that. Future questions?
Any other board members like to comment on this? Okay. Having said that, oh, sorry.
Thank you so much, Vice President Perry. I just wanted to add on to our team that this is so important for our students. As a faculty member who sees the challenges our students face, our first-generation students who are sometimes challenged to navigate the college space. And we all know life throws us curveballs. And it is so important that we provide this for our students. I've had students as well who I've seen not do quite as well in my class, but they persist and they are retained, and ultimately giving them, again, the second chance. By the way, we're an institution of not just second chances, third, fourth, fifth chances. We accept, I love what President Aguinaldo mentioned, we accept 100% of our students. And I think our goal, our goal really in theory is to make sure that all 100% of them complete and become successful. And I think this is just, again, a wonderful policy that removes the stigma, as Board Member Haynes mentions. We should not be penalizing our students. We should be supporting them at every step of the way. So I commend your team in moving this forward, and the other people behind the scenes who've made this possible. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Would any other board members like to comment? Okay.
Vice Perry, if I could
Of course.
share some good news since it came up here in discussion. The academic probation and dismissal regulation that you all approved at the last board meeting, that has now been approved by the Department of Finance and was filed on March 18th, and so it will become totally effective on April 17th. So, and now it's no longer called probation and dismissal, it's now called academic notice and academic pause.
That is, in fact, very good news. Thank you to all of you who worked so hard to make that happen. So, having said that, the public hearing on item 5.1, the proposed amendments to Title V of the California Code of Regulations relating to academic renewal within California community colleges, is now open. The purpose of the hearing is for the Board of Governors to receive comments and testimony from members of the public regarding the proposed regulatory action. At this time, the floor is open for comments from the public.
The public comment period on item 5.1 is now open. Each speaker will be allotted 2 minutes to address the board. I will hand it over to Vice President Perry to begin with public remarks from Sacramento.
Thank you. I do believe we have a public comment from Sarah Thompson. Would you please come up and present your comments to the board? Thank you.
Good morning, Chancellor and Board of Governors. I am Sarah Thompson, President of the Faculty Association of California Community Colleges. Our counseling committee has pushed for these changes in the academic renewal policy for the state. So FAC thanks Vice Chancellor Stacy Shears and her team for their hard work on this matter, and we look forward to the progress that this agenda item makes. Thank you.
Thank you. Christina, are there any other public comments at this time?
We do not have any more in-person comments, and no hands are raised for this item.
Thank you. If there are no other additional comments from members of the public, hearing none, the public hearing is closed. This concludes the public hearing on this matter. Now we are moving on to item 5.2, proposed regulatory action, associate degree course requirements. We will be hearing from, surprise, Vice Chancellor Todd, Visiting Executive May, and Senior Advisor Grandy.
Okay. Was able to pat my brow dry after the sweating. I'm just So wonderful to see you again, Chancellor Christian, board members. We're really excited about this. Actually, moment to kind of pause. We've been working on a lot with Vision 2030 and trying to really ensure that our students are experiencing curriculum that is timely, that is relevant, and is also helping to support our world and our environment. And our human experience. And one of those places is around climate. We have emphasized and put real intentionality in Vision 2030 around meeting climate goals. And this has been part of a statewide conversation, a partnership with our faculty senate. The ASCCC has been very much engaged in trying to find ways to prioritize climate in our curriculum, and we also have climate fellows. I'm joined here by our lead climate fellow, Carly Grandy, and also Ginny May has also been working with us in terms of ensuring that this gets into regulation. So we'll be able to codify this. It will be part of our ongoing commitment to climate work in especially the ways that students are receiving skills and are parts of courses that prioritize climate work. So we can go to the next slide. This is our first reading, and our why is very centered, right? Grounded in Vision 2030 and in our climate action work plan, which you have engaged and seen already. As climate impacts intensify across our communities, our system has a responsibility to prepare every student with the scientific understanding and climate literacy needed to contribute to a more sustainable, resilient, and equitable future. So really excited about this piece. I'm going to turn it over to Carla to talk a little bit about the integration of this work with our climate work plan. And then also Ginny will talk through some of the proposed amendments to Title V to include this in our curriculum efforts.
Thank you. I'm Carla Grandy, Senior Advisor on Climate Action, and I'm very excited to talk with you about this today. So this is something that we've been working on in terms of incorporating climate action across the curriculum. We have 2 climate fellows who have been leading that work, and this is in collaboration with ASCCC. So next slide, please. Our climate action work plan calls out the 4 pillars of climate action for the California community colleges, and one of those is curriculum integration. So our climate fellows and our faculty across the state have been integrating climate action across the curriculum, and this is taking that one step further to incorporate climate change and humans' impact on the environment into the language for natural science courses. So this is an exciting accomplishment in terms of institutionalizing that work across the state. And it's an exciting collaboration with ASCCC.
Good morning. I think it is still morning, and we're moving along here nicely. I'm Ginny May, visiting executive, and greetings, Chancellor Christian, President Aguinaldo, new Vice President Perry, and members of the board. So on this next slide here, I'm going to talk a little bit about how we got here. So these proposed changes to the California Code of Regulations, Title V, under Chapter 6, Curriculum and Instruction, are a result of the consultative process, which includes recommendations from the Academic Senate for California Community Colleges and 5C, better known as the California Community Colleges Curriculum Committee. Those recommendations on a grand scale really are to clarify and refine language in the general education natural sciences section and the scientific method and its application. Recognize the application of the scientific knowledge on real-world issues, including the impact of humans on our climate and environment, and then place an emphasis on how natural sciences courses are critical in helping students to understand scientific inquiry and how that advances knowledge and drives innovation. So next slide. So here we're going to take a closer look at these proposed regulations. The Academic Senate for California Community Colleges passed a resolution at their fall plenary session endorsing model language for including education addressing climate issues. 5C received those recommendations and have recommended these changes in bold print before you right now. And then the proposed language is still under the 45-day public comment review period. And our legal counsel, who's around here somewhere, he's welcome to give any timelines if those are needed at this moment. That's it.
This is up for your consideration. Take any questions?
I just wanted to add my voice to this exciting moment. It's been a first read that I've been waiting in anticipation, given the climate agenda that this board has been leading. Deep gratitude to the Academic Senate leadership for taking this on. If the board in the second read, which will be potentially in May, passes this regulatory change, we would be able to say that every student that completes a program of study in a California community college will have climate literacy built into the curriculum. I mean, imagine that. That's a bold statement across the nation. So just super, super excited. Vice Chancellor, Dr. Grandy, and Dr. Ginny May, thank you so much. Back to you, President Aguinaldo.
Thank you very much. Member Epstein.
It goes without saying that I think this is a great idea. And it's a direct rejoinder to the try and erasure of climate from curriculum by the federal government, and I'm glad we're doing it.
Member Villavicencio, then Member Corral.
Yeah, I just wanted again to reiterate the wonderful work that's been done in infusing this into our curriculum. I'd also just want to add, if I may, I don't know what you said the 45-day period is still there, but I'd elevate my voice here. I think there is also an intersection that we need to also consider, and that is how climate action relates to global and international warming. There is this intersection. You cannot talk about you can't talk about climate action without talking about the global. It's transnational. And so I would elevate and suggest perhaps some language that could be possibly considered, but whether it be here or whether it be somehow in the future, but I think they go hand in hand in looking at the intersectionality between that. But I'm so excited that, again, as Chancellor Christian mentioned, that every student will have, again, climate literacy. And also, I'm really excited about the advocacy part of it, of not just learning about climate action, but what they can do to take what they've learned and to put it in action into policy and really helping their communities. I'm really excited to see that flourish throughout our system. Very, very similarly with, as mentioned here, with, in a way, ethnic studies here too. And also that, speaking of ethnic studies and that intersectionality between social justice and environmental justice, all of this interconnects some way, somehow. And so grateful for the work that's being done, and I'm really excited to see this happen. Thank you.
Member Corral.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for this effort. I'll also add my voice to say that, this is a really exciting development. This all, obviously, I'm coming in at the tail end of it, but I'm just really proud to see that the system is moving in this direction. I wanted to ask a little bit to Tom's comment about the erasure at the federal level in some ways of this language. What impact, if any, would that have on our system? Not necessarily like that we would see retribution, but is there anything that we should be mindful of as we're moving in this direction, given that the federal government is moving in the opposite direction? And then two, as you're thinking about implementing this, I mean, there are such great efforts happening right now to do things like climate data rescuing, to ensure that we are, one, preserving a lot of the climate data that is, again, being erased at the federal level. Are there things that you're thinking about in terms of being able to do a lot of that data collection, even at the local level? I mean, we are so spread out across our communities here, across our state. We have such diversity of geography and a lot of climate-related impacts. And so, how are you? I'd be curious to hear more about how this might be implemented and what kind of other action we would be taking around this effort. Also reminded of the presentation we had in January around the blue economy and just how powerful all of that is. So thank you for doing this work, and look forward to hearing more about it.
The support. I'll first say that this is really about what we are putting forward for our students to experience around, degree outcomes for them, and what they will learn and what they'll be exposed to across these general areas. And so this has been an internal conversation, and I think Chancellor Christian mentioned the Academic Senate's role in all of this. They had a resolution that came out last year that was part of, kind of a longer dialogue of us putting climate action first in our agenda in Vision 2030 under the Chancellor. And so they've come out to support this and work with their faculty. It's come to our curriculum committee. And so this is about our emphasis and control and putting forward what the guidelines are going to be for what the student learning is in our degrees. In terms of the data piece, I think, in thinking about our climate action work plan, I'll turn it over to Carla.
Thank you. So this is one piece of the climate action work that we are doing, and it's an important piece, but there are other components of that work. And so we are working on career and technical education for climate-related fields. We're working on facilities and operations, looking at the environmental impact of our buildings and how we can reduce that, and also on community engagement. So we are collecting data in each of those areas to understand both our impact, but also the potential that we have to reduce that impact. And actually, in the next agenda item, you're going to hear from some of our colleges on the work that they're doing across the state. So there is a lot going on the data collection side of things. Thank you.
Member De La Fuente.
Yeah, I think this is an exciting opportunity. I think climate action is happening already. We see the different crises that we face, from storms to fires and all different things. I think, just a couple ideas or thoughts or reflections. I think that in order to do this green transition, there's lots of investment needs to be made in infrastructure. So we need those people that learn engineers for green infrastructure. How do we develop those EVs? I put some EVs in one of our businesses, and the industry is not ready because the infrastructure is not there. So I think there's a huge opportunity with regards to the green transition and infrastructure, and I think that should be somehow incorporated into the curriculum, and I'm very excited for this, so congratulations.
Member Epstein.
Sorry to double dip here, but the chancellor said that this would ensure that everyone who gets a degree from the community colleges would be climate literate. And I'm just curious about the specific language says that it may include learning about the effects of human activities on climate. I was wondering how that word came about, and if there was any discussion of should it have said shall.
So we have received some public comment on that language, and they brought up which may include, and the preference in the public comment is that it should be shall include, but they would be happy if it, at a minimum, it said it should include. So I imagine we're probably going to hear more about that and then have something to bring back to you in May. Not
Great.
Should, but may.
Oh,
great.
And if you have any other comments on that or you'd like to voice, that will also be part of our record.
Yeah, I think I would support shall.
Okay.
For what it's worth.
Thank you.
Member Haynes.
So I'm glad you said that, Tom, because that was what I was going to say. The thing that is so important is that California is so big. It's like the fourth or fifth economy in the world. And we have been dealing with climate long before anybody else was thinking about it here in California, with a number of initiatives. And so to see that our community colleges are positioned just by its size, by the number of students at the ground level to really help to impact the knowledge, the resources, and I'm really glad what was mentioned was also to include sort of this data piece, this data piece, because it's so very important given our size and given where we are in this discussion as a first state. And so I'm less concerned about what's happening in the federal piece of it. We are a state, and states do have a lot of power relative to where it wants to move, and California has been on the forefront. I'm hoping it stays there, and I am looking forward to our community colleges being there doing this work, because we can position ourselves to do it as well.
I'll also make a comment just about our work across the curriculum and what the what the climate fellows are doing in this work. An entire series across our system of climatizing the curriculum has really been impactful for us to find ways to bring climate literacy across the discipline. So it's not merely just the courses that you see inside of the regulation, but there is a broad impact of students experiencing this in English classes or in social sciences and humanities classes that bring the similar kind of literacy and the actionable items that they can consider and think about in their learning. So I just want to commend that project, and I think us bringing in experts in the field that are also helping to propel curricular events or changes moving forward has been really, really great.
All right, wonderful. I just wanted to add my voice to this chorus of excitement as well. Senior Advisor Grandy has been so patiently fielding so many text messages from me lately because I have a 7-year-old who is very interested in climate science and entered the science fair and won the science fair for his grade based on a climate experiment. So we are definitely sending ripples into what could possibly be the earliest dual enrolled student in our associate degree in climate. So I just wanted to say this is just so exciting, and it's great that we're being a part of this. All right, I get to read a script now. Item 5.2 is a first reading and public hearing for proposed amendments to Title V of the California Code of Regulations relating to associate degree course requirements regarding climate. Do you want to go first, or do you want me to? Let's take you first.
Okay. Sorry, just one more board comment, I think. So I've gone camping every year for over 5 years at the same spot. And no one can convince me otherwise about climate change when I had to actually defend my breakfast burrito from a bear one year. The bears never came over to the campsite areas until there was so much drought and lack of food for them and where they normally would eat, that a bear finally came and tried to take my breakfast burrito. I had to make a big ruckus, and the bear just kind of rolled its eyes and walked away. But I say all that to say it's just so obvious for people that actually get out in nature what the reality is of what's going on in our world. And I wanted to echo Member Villavicencio's comments about the advocacy piece being so important in this work. It's important that our students, when they're learning about climate literacy, aren't just learning about doom and gloom and everything that's wrong, but that they are able to help fix these issues. And like our board president just mentioned, there are elementary school students nationwide that are engaging in climate projects that are so impactful that universities are accepting their samples and their work in order to create real change. And this is also happening in our K-12. And I just want to make sure, as these K-12 programs are improving their climate literacy for our students, that these in-between students that didn't get that information aren't missed by our system. So this is a huge step forward to ensure that that occurs in our system. And I also wanted to say that adding this within the natural sciences is a no-brainer, but I also want to commend the work beyond the scope of this with our climate fellows to ensure that the climate literacy is included in all curriculum. We started this work in LACCD back in 2010 with our Sustainable Environment Institute, and I, as a career counselor, made sure to include climate within climate careers and talking about that with our students once I learned more about how I could infuse that into my curriculum. So it literally can be applied to any subject, and I'm really glad that we are doing that within the larger umbrella of our climate work in Vision 2030. So I just wanted to commend you for this excellent work and for pushing it. And I think not only is it going to help our environment, but it also helps student motivation and for our students to keep coming back, because why would you want to keep coming back if you feel powerless? We want our students to feel powerful and empowered and that they can help make this world better than they found it. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Brown. All right, so just so that we have a clear soundbite, I get to bang the gavel again. The public hearing on item 5.2, the proposed amendments to Title V of the California Code of Regulations relating to associate degree course requirements regarding climate within California community colleges, is now open. The purpose of the hearing is for the Board of Governors to receive comments and testimony from members of the public regarding the proposed regulatory action. At this time, the floor is open for comments from the public.
The public comment period on item 5.2 is now open. Each speaker will be allotted 2 minutes to address the board. I'll hand it over to Vice President Perry to begin with public remarks from Sacramento.
We do have a member of the public who would like to comment. Robert Stewart, can you please come forward?
Good morning, everyone.
So you've heard that from everybody else that the Academic Senate supports these regulations. So I'm here to confirm that the Academic Senate for California Community Colleges does support and recommend the proposed changes to Title V, Section 55061, C5, that allows associate degree course requirements, that aligns associate degree course requirements with the system-wide efforts in teaching and learning as it relates to climate action and environmental impact.
Thank you.
We have no virtual hands raised.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any additional members of the public who would like to speak on this matter? Hearing none, this public hearing is closed. This concludes the public hearing on this matter. Best part of the job. All right, Section 6, Information and Reports. Let's go to item 6.2, Board of Governors Energy and Sustainability Award Program. And for that, I'll pass it to Executive Vice Chancellor Ferguson and Senior Advisor Grandy.
As Dr. Grandy and Executive Vice Chancellor Ferguson come up, I just want to recognize all of our guests in the audience. I can't believe the faces that I'm seeing from those of you who have been champions for the Board of Governors sustainability goals, to chancellors, to presidents, to trustees. You have taken time to drive, to fly, to be here, to lend your support for this work. So thank you, thank you, thank you for being here. And with that, yep.
President Aguinaldo, Vice President Perry, Chancellor Christian, members of the board, very excited to be here with you today, and this is perfect order of operations, to be able to share the Board of Governors Energy and Sustainability Award winners. So I'm Carla Grandy. I'm the Chancellor's Senior Advisor on Climate, and the Chancellor's Office, in partnership with the Energy Resource and Sustainability Partnership, annually receives nominations on behalf of the California Community Colleges Board of Governors for the annual Energy and Sustainability Awards Program. This award program recognizes community college sustainability leaders, as well as local energy efficiency and sustainability efforts that align with the Board of Governors' climate action and sustainability framework. Each of these awardees, in addition, is working to meet the Vision 2030 climate action agenda and also implementing the Board of Governors' climate action and sustainability goals. So we're joined today by 6 colleges, districts, and individuals who are receiving these awards. And just as a housekeeping, when I read the award, the members are going to come up. They're going to read a short piece about the award that they're receiving, and then they'll sit down, and then we will do pictures and actually give the awards at the end. So our first category is Excellence in Energy and Sustainability Faculty Student Initiatives. So the Kern Community College District could join me at the table. So the Faculty Student Initiatives Award recognizes faculty and/or students who have excelled in developing sustainability initiatives for their college. The criterion for this award includes the creation of an innovative initiative that institutionalizes sustainability by integrating the initiative into campus operations and student learning or curriculum, engages the community in implementing the initiative, and has measurable results to demonstrate success. So our winner today is the Kern Community College District for the California Renewable Lab Traveling Academy, and I will turn it over to Chancellor Bloomberg to introduce his team.
Good morning, Chancellor Christian and members of the Board of Governors. It's a special day for our district. I want to take just a moment to recognize our state Chancellor, Sonia Christian, for her groundbreaking work on the California Renewable Energy Laboratory. We would not be here today without the work of Chancellor Christian. So thank you for leading the way. Thank you for allowing this opportunity for our district to ensure that our state leads not only the nation, but the world in climate change initiatives, that we are proactive as opposed to reactive. So on behalf of our district, Chancellor Christian, thank you. And members of the Board of Governors, I appreciate your support. I'm pleased to be joined by the Kern Community College District Board President Nan Gomez-Heitzberg, and Associate Vice Chancellor and Climate Fellow Norma Rojas, and of course Paloma Lobos, Program Manager for the California Renewable Energy Laboratory. Paloma is being recognized for excellence in energy and sustainability for C-Rail's Traveling Academy, a student-oriented initiative that brings renewable energy education directly to schools across Kern County and, of course, expands the access to climate and workforce pathways. We are so proud to share Paloma's work with you today. And Paloma, on behalf of the district, congratulations.
Good morning, Board President, Chancellor Christian, members of the board and staff. I am Paloma Lobos, a program manager at the California Renewable Energy Lab. I'm excited to share the impact of the C-Rail Traveling Academy, a student-centered initiative that brings renewable energy education directly to schools across Kern County, and accept this award on C-Rail's behalf. The Academy was launched in 2024 at Bakersfield College with the goal of providing hands-on activities focused on energy, air quality, and sustainability to 6th through 12th grade students. In an effort to engage more students and respond to transportation barriers, scheduling conflicts, and limited access to STEM opportunities, the Academy adapted in 2025 to take learning directly to students through a mobile hands-on program integrated into summer bridges and enrichment courses. Because of this change, the program more than doubled its reach, serving over 120 students in underrepresented communities. One example of how the Academy introduced clean energy, engineering, and applied math to students was through a solar car lab, where students worked in pairs to design, build, and race solar-powered cars. These hands-on lessons allow students to build confidence and teamwork skills while learning about various career pathways in sustainability. Students are guided through the lessons by community college mentors and C-Rail staff. By encouraging peer-to-peer mentorship, we have developed an inclusive, low-pressure environment that allows students to experiment, collaborate, and ask questions about community college pathways to sustainability careers. By leveraging existing partnerships and designing with scalability in mind, the Traveling Academy has become successfully funded and delivered at no cost to students. This removes barriers to access and ensures equitable participation in high-quality, hands-on, climate-focused education. The Traveling Academy is helping institutionalize sustainability education by embedding it into existing programs and creating a replicable model that connects K-12 student education with college pathways and clean energy careers. Thank you for supporting programs that promote equity and sustainability for Kern County students. Thank you.
Thank you and congratulations to Paloma, the Kern Community College District, and the California Renewable Energy Lab team. Next up is a series of awards. These are Excellence in Energy and Sustainability Innovative Projects, and we have one for each, a large district, medium district, and small district. The first district that we will recognize is joining us via Zoom from Riverside Community College District. And hopefully we have them. Okay, we do. Okay, then I will turn it over to Vice Chancellor of Business and Financial Services, Aaron Brown.
Thank you, Carla. Good morning, Board President, members of the Board of Governors, and Chancellor Christian. My name is Aaron Brown, Vice Chancellor of Business and Financial Services for the Riverside Community College District. On behalf of the district, I wish to express our sincere appreciation for this award and for your recognition of our ongoing commitment to sustainability and energy conservation, as outlined in our Sustainability and Climate Action Plan. This plan was previously recognized by the Board of Governors for its leadership and comprehensive approach a couple of years ago. And with me today is Riverside City College Interim President, Dr. Eric Bishop, and our Associate Vice Chancellor of Facilities Planning and Development, Hussein Agha. And now I'll invite Associate Vice Chancellor Agha to provide details on this very important project.
Good morning, everyone. Riverside Community College District completed an adaptive reuse project at Riverside City College, transforming its mid-century physical science, life science into School of Law and Business and CIS. Originally constructed in 1960s, the buildings were fully renovated and modernized with the project opening to students in fall 2024. The project overcame complex challenges, including seismic upgrades within limited ceiling space, preservation of a historic mural, and supply chain disruption. The project represents significant investment in student success and workforce development in a growing high-need region. The renovation advanced campus sustainability by converting outdated facilities into high-performance, all-electric academic building, reducing embodied carbon and construction waste while preserving historic character. The facility achieved LEED Gold certification, demonstrating strong environmental performance and serving as a transformable model for sustainable campus modernization. Overall, the project reflects the district commitment to social, environmental, and physical sustainability, supporting responsible stewardship of its facilities and resources with a long-term, forward-looking approach. Thank you so much.
Thank you to Hussein and the Riverside Community College District team. Congratulations on your award. I should also say that they would have liked to have been here with us in person, but due to travel concerns, they elected to join via Zoom. So thank you for being here. Next up is our medium-sized district, Santa Rosa Junior College. David Liebman, if you could join me. So David is joining us from SRJC. David is the Energy and Sustainability Manager at Santa Rosa Junior College and also a Chancellor's Climate Fellow who is focusing on sustainable facilities and operations. So I will turn it over to you, David.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Board President, Chancellor Christian, members of the board, and staff. My name is David Lehman. I'm the Energy and Sustainability Manager for the Sonoma County Junior College District and currently a Chancellor's Office Climate Fellow focused on facilities and operations. I'm happy to be here today to accept this Board of Governors Energy and Sustainability Award on behalf of SRJC. The Sonoma County Junior College District has been a leader in energy and sustainability across the California Community College system, and the Emeritus HVAC and Roof Decarbonization Project is a strong example of that commitment. Completed in the summer of 2024, the project focused on taking a 1970s existing campus building and performing a minor modernization for the HVAC system to improve comfort and eliminate natural gas use and significantly boost energy efficiency. This project focused on replacing an old boiler that used natural gas with an air-to-water source heat pump and overcoming the challenges of decarbonization, which include finding space for equipment that is 3 to 4 times the size of a boiler, placing it on the roof, as well as finding a way to achieve this project without electrical infrastructure improvements. After a year of measurement and verification, the building's energy use showed a reduction of 64% from baseline, which included over $22,000 a year in natural gas savings. And despite electrifying the heating load of the building was using less electricity than it was before it even electrified. Additionally, we saw that the district avoided an estimated $150,000 in future gas infrastructure replacement costs if it did not electrify. Beyond the numbers, the project demonstrates that through clever design, you can decarbonize a building and create a replicable model for all standard boiler buildings across California community colleges. This project was funded through local bond and state schedule maintenance funds and serves as a model for the district to move forward in fully decarbonizing its standalone buildings. Thank you.
Thank you to David and the Santa Rosa Junior College team. Next up is the Shasta College Carbon Sink project. So if President Nigro and the Shasta College team could join me at the podium. I will turn it over to you. Introductions.
Good morning, everyone. So good to see you all. Thank you, Board President Aguinaldo and Chancellor Christian, for having us here today. We truly are honored to be receiving this award. And also congratulations to all of the other awardees. It's really exciting to read about their projects and see what they're doing. Brought my team with me. All three of these team members have been very, very involved with Shasta College's project, and so I want to introduce them to you. And I will start first with our lead horticulture instructor, Lamone Waite.
Morning.
And our food services director, Denise Axtell. And finally, our Dean of Business, Agriculture, and Career Technical Education, Mr. Mark Clever, and he's going to tell you a little bit about our project.
Please also introduce the puppy. I think the puppy needs an introduction.
This is Finn. He was part of the project too.
He works hard.
Good morning, Board President, Chancellor Christian, and members of the board and staff. At Shasta College, sustainability is built into our daily operations, serving approximately 15,000 students on a 300-acre campus, including a 150-acre working farm. The college faced a major challenge: how to manage over 625 cubic yards of food and agricultural waste each year in an environmentally responsible way. In January of 2025, Shasta College launched an innovative solution, a carbon sink initiative that transforms waste into a resource. Led by myself and Food Services Director Denise Axtell, in collaboration with agricultural faculty, the program integrates waste management directly into student learning. The process is simple but impactful. Food waste from campus dining is diverted daily into worm bins, then combined with agricultural waste and composted. The finished compost is applied to farm fields twice a year, enriching soil and supporting sustainable agriculture. This initiative not only converts over 128,000 gallons of waste from landfills annually, but also creates a hands-on learning experience. Students from agriculture, culinary, and even campus housing actively participate, connecting sustainability practices to real-world skills and coursework. One of the biggest challenges was institutionally making sustainability a priority and establishing consistent collection and composting systems. Through cross-department collaboration, the college successfully embedded the process into routine operation at virtually no additional cost. The result is scalable, low-cost model that blends operational efficiency, environmental responsibility, and education. It has really gained regional media attention and interest from Cal Recycle as a model program. Ultimately, Shasta College's Carbon Sink initiative shows how small, intentional changes can create lasting environmental and educational impact, truly turning waste into opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and congratulations to the Shasta College team. The next award that we have goes to the Mount San Antonio College team. So this is a climate action leadership. This isn't for an individual who has demonstrated exceptional leadership and achievement in energy efficiency and sustainability efforts in the past year. Leadership can be demonstrated in climate action policy, workforce initiatives, or robust sustainability partnerships. I will turn it over to President Martha Garcia to share this award.
Good morning.
President Garcia, your microphone is not on.
Thank you. Good morning. It is an honor to be with you, Board President, Chancellor Christian, board members, staff, and to everyone that has joined us. Congratulations to all the other awardees. I'm honored to be here this morning recognizing an amazing leader on our campus, Ira Baptiwali, who has spearheaded
Our sustainability efforts contributed to our first climate action plan, which was developed in 2018 and now has helped with the development of the second climate action plan. She is leading this work not only from a strategic standpoint, but from a human-centric standpoint. This last year, she helped complete an inventory for greenhouse gas emissions, updated that inventory, identified 75 actions where we could reduce gas emissions on campus. Additionally, we're in the process of developing a 6.7 megawatt solar project, and she has provided leadership and advocacy in that effort. And most importantly, she has mentored 24 California Youth Leadership Corps fellows who have received hands-on experience, who have received technical skills, who are leading the effort when it comes to environmental justice and are prepared to continue taking care of our planet as they continue to grow as students. Really proud of her, grateful and honored to work with her, and she deserves this recognition and many more, and I'm extremely grateful for the opportunity to be here. Thank you.
Thank you, President Garcia, and congratulations, Ira, on your award. The next up, and this is our final award of the day, is the Sustainability Champion. This award goes to an individual who has demonstrated exceptional leadership and achievement in energy efficiency and sustainability efforts at the campus or district level. So if Chancellor Medijeda and the Contra Costa Community College District team could join us, that would be great.
Is it still morning? It is still morning. Good morning, Board President, Chancellor Christian, members of the board, and staff. Thank you so much for the opportunity to recognize an exceptional leader whose vision and persistence have embedded sustainability across the Contra Costa Community College District. Our wonderful and amazing Energy and Sustainability Manager, Ms. Tracy Marcial. Joining me today are our Vice Chancellor of Facilities Planning, Inez Ziltzik, and our Utility and Sustainability Specialist, Ms. Catherine Chen. Since joining the Contra Costa Community College District in 2016, Tracy has led a district-wide effort to turn sustainability into measurable action. Her leadership helped guide the governing board's adoption of the district's first ever sustainability goals in 2022. And that is in alignment with the Board of Governors' Climate Action Sustainability Framework and ensured that our bond projects met the evolving building and electrification standards. Tracy has operationalized sustainability by enrolling the district in the Higher Education Efficiency Performance Program and leading inclusive, hands-on implementation across all three of our colleges. In just 2 years, those efforts have resulted in over $200,000 in avoided energy costs, more than 731 kilowatt hours of electricity and 54 terms of natural gas that has been saved, and of course, nearly $40,000 in incentives driven by practical and data-informed improvements. Equally important, Tracy has made sustainability financially and culturally relevant at the Contra Costa Community College District by reinvesting those savings and equipping the district with tools like a district-wide energy dashboard that we have considerable access to across our district. Because of her leadership, sustainability at the district is not a project, it is an ongoing practice. And so please join me in recognizing Tracy for her outstanding leadership and her lasting impact. Thank you, Tracy.
Thank you. Congratulations, Tracy, and thank you to the Contra Costa District team. So that concludes our Energy and Sustainability Awards for this year. I would like to congratulate again all of our awardees and also thank them for making the journey here. And I also want to recognize that this is a subset of the amazing work that's being done within our community colleges to achieve our Board of Governors Energy and Sustainability goals and also incorporate climate action across the various programs. So thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you very much. Let's have a round of applause again for all the awardees. We are doing photos after the comments. So let's take Board Member Williams first. Please go ahead.
So I just wanted to reiterate all of the kudos for the hard work that you all are doing, and the 24 mentees and mentoring the students. I think that was really impressive. All the work all of you all are doing is impressive. I had a chance to serve on a subcommittee of the Public Utilities Commissions. It was the Disadvantaged Advisory Committee, and we learned a lot about disadvantaged communities who don't technically get some of the demonstration projects that, those huge solar projects, but on the job side, being able to build the skills in being able to work on a green project. And I'm just thinking about the chancellor's been challenging us to really look at internships, apprenticeships, and work-based learning. We talked a lot about it at our last retreat. And then the degree with climate, and is it realistic for some of the courses that are going to go through that degree to create federal work study opportunities where students could actually work on a project? In the district where I represent, San Bernardino, we have a local hire program, but a lot of times we're bringing workers from Arizona and other places to actually work on these projects, to whether it be holding a shovel or whether it be from the design phase or whatever it is. And is there a way that we can embed that they actually get a chance to step on some of these projects as a part of their coursework? I don't know if that's appropriate, or it would just be interesting, especially when you talk about disadvantaged communities. And I know, we do the work with the climate, and I'm not sure if that's part of the California Volunteers. I know member Melgar is a leader in the volunteer space, but yeah, I'll just leave it with that again. Opportunities for students through their coursework to be embedded, to actually, I don't know if it's employed or volunteer or do something on their campus would be really cool.
Thank you. I will just respond to that briefly and say that we do have opportunities across the colleges. So we have colleges that are working with California Volunteers and their Climate Corps program. We also work with a nonprofit partner, Strategic Energy Innovations, that has a Climate Corps program. And various colleges have federal work study students. In addition, we are working on campus as a living lab opportunities, so ways to engage students with the different sustainability aspects of the campus, like microgrids or solar, so that they are seeing those and learning about them on campus and learning about the different career opportunities that exist. So we are doing that. There is a lot of opportunity to expand it, though, across the state.
Member Carell.
Yeah, I'll add my compliments to everybody for all of your hard work, and it's just great to see that some of these programs are really continuing. I was noting the Kern one. I was alluding to it in a couple of efforts that I was engaged in last month, and it's great to see that year over year it's continuing and growing, and the 24 fellows, the reduction in CO2 emissions, and I just wanted to nod and build on that last comment, which is also, it's so great, and you had alluded to it in my previous comment, to see that there are opportunities for students not just to get climate literacy, but to actually be engaged in the work of climate resilience. And so thank you so much for all that you're doing.
Member Villavicencio.
I wanted to once again just extend my congratulations to all of the awardees and the recipients. This work is so important. I know sometimes the work that you do is not recognized. It's done behind the scenes. But the work that you continue to do is paying itself forward and keeping our our environment safe and clean and sustainable. And so it is truly inspiring, and we are so grateful for the work that you continue to do for our system and for our students. And so really, I'm so grateful for, again, what you have done in terms of innovation and continue to innovate. And so we are truly in awe of the work that you're doing. Thank you.
Member Adu.
Oh, wow, my mic has been on this entire time. I would like to say congratulations to all the awardees. The work that you've done is incredible, and I want to highlight something. I want to ditto, of course, what Board Member Williams said about getting students involved. I will never be one to disagree with getting students involved. I also want to commend what these sort of works do to change culture on campus. I think a lot of times, especially as students, when we're presented with this idea of climate, it's this big, bad, scary thing. The world is ending. We have no shot. And I think when we see actions that are being made within this field actively on our campuses being done by the people around us, I think that in itself inspires hope. And I know you mentioned, right, Board Member Vicencio, that these works often go unnoticed by people on campus, and I want to implore you, please tell your students about this, because even if they see it in passing when walking down a hallway on a bulletin board, they're being shown that there's something that they can do on this, and that incentivizes them to join career paths in climate, that incentivizes them to reach out and ask if there's any opportunities for them to do it as well. So I think this really inspires hope in students as well, even if it's not directly applying them, and I think that's really great. Congratulations.
Member De La Fuente, then Member Epstein.
President Obama once said, "We are the first generation to feel the effect of climate change and the last generation who can do something about it." So I want to congratulate you on this recognition to be a champion of climate action, a champion of sustainability, and a champion for our students. I think this is a great recognition, and love to see more of this positive outcomes and impact of what you're doing. And I think the work you're doing is very important. So congratulations.
Yeah, I just want to echo what everybody else has said. I'm particularly impressed with the variety of projects that were awarded today. I mean, from the big composting project to replacing boilers, to doing solar buildings, to traveling around and teaching students about climate. I mean, it's really let 1,000 flowers bloom under this sustainability plan that we have, and this really reflects that, and that's great.
Let 1,000 flowers bloom. I love that. Christina, do we have any public comment?
The public comment period on item 6.2 is now open. Each speaker would be allotted 2 minutes to address the board. We have no in-person comment or hands raised.
Thank you very much. So oddly enough, I think the narrow theme of the Women's History Month is sustainability. So it is very opportune that we recognize both the energy and sustainability programs and Women's History Month right now. In that vein, we will now do photo ops and then dismiss everyone for lunch. So if all the winners can come up to the front, let's start our photo op session. Expect that to take maybe 10 minutes or so, and then we'll break for lunch. Let's try to come back from lunch at around 12:20. Great. Welcome, everybody, back from lunch. I gave you a little bit of time. It's not our usual 20-minute heartburn sprint, so hopefully everybody got some sustenance. Let's move to item 6.1, which is the 2025-2026 Hayward Awards, and for that I'll pass it to Vice Chancellor Todd.
Please. Come on. Well, good afternoon, President Aguinaldo, Vice President Perry, Chancellor Christian, members of the board. This is always an annual event I look forward to. The work of the Academic Senate and our faculty, this is the moment to laud their work and support some of their best and brightest and the accomplishments of those folks by giving them the recognition they deserve. So our Hayward Award recipients and the presentation will be handled by our Academic Senate, by my colleague, President Parker Parnell, and I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. I believe it's afternoon. Good afternoon, President Aguinaldo, newly elected Vice President Perry, and members of the board. I'm Dr. LaTanya Parker Parnell, President of the Academic Senate for California Community Colleges, and honored to introduce the 2025-26 ASCCC Hayward Award recipients. The Hayward Award is one of the highest recognitions granted by the ASCCC to celebrate outstanding faculty. The Hayward Award for Excellence in Education is sponsored annually by the Foundation for California Community Colleges. This award honors community college full-time and part-time faculty who demonstrate the highest level of commitment to their students, college, and profession across our system. Today, I'm honored to introduce two award recipients and selected by their representatives of the Academic Senates. These are individuals who have a record of outstanding performance of professional activities and a record of active participation on their campuses. I'd like to have the first awardee to come forward and to sit at the desk with us today. So I'm honored to introduce our first awardee, Shagun Kaur. Please join me at the table once again. Thank you. In her role as Zero Textbook Cost Grants Coordinator, she has been a leader in expanding affordable education and supporting student success through equity-focused initiatives at De Anza College. She is dedicated as an educator to the advancement of equity, access, and student success. Again, at De Anza College and throughout California community colleges, she has led efforts in zero textbook costs and open educational resources, secured major grant funding, developed degree pathways, and reduced student financial barriers. She also leads faculty training in accessibility, inclusive teaching, and online education. Beyond teaching, Shagun has shown strong leadership in shared governance and faculty support, serving as vice president for her local academic senate and mentoring new faculty. Her statewide impact includes leading collaborative ASCCC open educational resources projects and supporting faculty across colleges, making a lasting difference for students, education, and our system. I will now allow her to have kind words, but before, let's give her a round of applause.
Thank you, Tanya. Good afternoon. While this achievement and award that I'm being honored with feels individual, the work is never individual. It is always collective and collaborative. And I wouldn't be here without the community behind me that consists of my amazing colleagues at De Anza College and, of course, the ASCCC OERI. And in a world that feels incredibly fractured and fragile and divided, the fact that all of you are honoring and centering the work of student success, access, and inclusion is a powerful message. So thank you.
And you can see our past president, Michelle Pilati, is in this space, and as a proud mama, she's here to support the efforts. Thank you, Michelle, for being here today. It is also my honor to introduce our second awardee, Sheila Smith of Solana Community College. Please join me at the desk. Thank you for joining me. As co-coordinator of Teachers for Equity, this faculty member has served as a committed educator and leader whose work focuses on equity, anti-racism, and student success. As a driving force in her college's Teaching for Equity program, she has led ongoing efforts to examine and transform policies and practices that perpetuate systemic inequities. Her work has significantly influenced both faculty and students alike, fostering inclusive, engaging classrooms where students' voice, participation, and belonging are central. Through her leadership, Sheila has inspired colleagues to reflect on refine their teaching practices, strengthening both individual practice and the broader campus community. Her ability to create environments where faculty feel valued, supported, and energized continues to drive meaningful institutional change and a shared commitment to equity. So thank you for your work and your support of faculty development, Sheila, and we honor you in these efforts today. And if you could join me in a round of applause. So in your exemplification of the Hayward Award, we want to allow you some words of expression.
I just want to express my deep gratitude for this award. As long as I can remember, I've wanted to be a teacher. I was the teacher in my neighborhood many years ago, and taught preschool, taught college, of course, and it's just been my life force and my life purpose is to teach. And so to be honored in this way for something that I love doing is more than I can, it's just a wonderful, wonderful opportunity. And of course, I've always been focused on equity, even though I think it was called multiculturalism some 40 years ago, but I've always been focused on that. So the California Community College system has given me the opportunity to combine my love for teaching and my lifelong passion toward equity work. So thank you so much.
I just want to conclude again with thanking the foundation for approximately 37 years of supporting this award and the Board of Governors. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Any board comments? Member LeGrand.
I just have one. I went to Black History Month at Solano Community College. I went to an event last month, and Ms. Smith was there and was very instrumental in that program. It was a really great opportunity to see that whole thing in action. It was storming that night, so I was glad to see the turnout. But congratulations, Sheila, again.
Well, I echo that. Congratulations to everybody who we honored. I think this goes along with that spirit of good energy and elevating the work, the wonderful work that's being done in our system. Christina, any public comments?
The public comment period on item 6.1 is now open. Please use the raise hand feature to make a comment. You will be acknowledged and given the opportunity to address the board. You will have 2 minutes. President Aguinaldo, there are no in-person or virtual public remarks for this item.
Okay, wonderful. We have another photo op, so please bear with us as we take a few photos.
Compliant with the 50% law let me restart for purposes of the recording. This is the annual item to bring forward notification of how districts did relative to the statutory requirement around the 50% law, which is that districts must expend at least 50% of their unrestricted general purpose revenues on instructional purposes, so effectively salaries and benefits for classroom instructors. This year, happy to report that 69 of the 72 districts were compliant. That said, there were 3 that noted levels that were below the requirement in statute. Those 3 were Calbright College, Napa Valley College, and San Mateo Community College District. What I would note is 2 of those are basic aid districts, and the third is not funded through the student-centered funding formula. So there is no request to take back resources nor an exemption needed to not have to statutorily take back resources. And that's just by nature of being an excess tax district means that their student-centered funding formula is fully funded by local property tax revenues. And in the state constitution, local property tax revenues have to stay, generally speaking, within the county in which those resources occur. With that, I did want to highlight one particular item one particular issue within this item, and that is a prospective consideration for districts that are seeing a loss of federal funds or rescinded federal funds to help those districts meet the requirements of the 50% law should they want to backfill those resources at the local level, and if that backfill were to result in the district being non-compliant with the 50% law. So first and foremost, all of those requests would have to come forward next year back to the board for an exemption. Secondarily, they would have to show that of the $60 million student support block grant that was provided in this year's state budget, that they fully allocated all of those resources for specified purposes to support the program that was going away. They would have to commit to not laying off the staff associated with those grant programs, so they would have to then backfill those resources with their unrestricted general fund. And in this very limited situation, if that were to result in a non-compliance with the 50% law, they would be able to request an exemption for only the specific amount of non-compliance associated with backfilling that particular grant, and only for the amount that would be non-compliant above the 50%. So, for example, if they backfilled $1 million, it resulted in non-compliance of $500,000. That $500,000 could be taken to the board and considered for an exemption request next year. The last component to all of this is the district would also have to demonstrate that they'd already budgeted for those federal funds. So it's not a perspective, we didn't get a grant. This is you received a grant and you lost that grant and you've opted to backfill the resources, not lay off staff. It would have to be on a case-by-case basis and considered next year. But we are alerting districts that, at least for the chancellor's office, we would entertain those very limited exemptions, and the board next year would have to consider them on a case-by-case basis. So we're trying to alert districts right now so they're aware, so that they can do what they need to do at the local level to try and maintain those programs. And with that, I would just close this item. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Any board comment? Member Epstein.
Oh, no.
Okay. Member Haynes.
So, this is a comment, and it's only appropriate because we are talking about the 50% law, and so let me also say that I am supportive of those conditions on a college campus that would mitigate them not being able to reach it. I recognize that the 50% law is a law, and yet I think that, and everyone is really trying to make certain that it meets that. You can see it in the numbers there. My observation is that it's almost like a pretzel that they're trying to meet that, and that we are supporting those who have been identified as faculty. It was written on behalf of faculty. I recognize that piece as well. However, our colleges have employees that are adding to the support of our students that have no recognition whatsoever. They fall in that other 50% piece of it. Also not falling in that is all of the IT that is now being used. That's not in that 50% either. And so I see that we are trying to, under very difficult situations, to make that work, and have, but at what cost? What cost to our students? Because again, at the focus of this is really to ensure that our students are getting out of the classes they need, time to do that, all of those kinds of things. And so once again, I've mentioned it on another occasion, I really hope that we are trying or will try to make our systems whole, our colleges whole, relative to how they're spending those dollars, because I think there are things that are going through the cracks as a result of that. And in many cases, those things that we care about the most, the equity pieces, we can't reach them for any number of reasons, and I suspect it is about how this has been formulated relative to how we spend those dollars. And so I'll leave it at that, and I say this respectfully, because I care about faculty, I care about everyone, but I say that respectfully.
Yeah, if I could add some context that I think would be very helpful here, and that is when districts are bargaining with their labor partners, they bargain schedules across different classifications. But with our budget structure, not every program is receiving a cost of living adjustment. So as those salaries may increase, the pressures on a given categorical program increase significantly, and the need for the district to consider using unrestricted general fund resources to maintain those service levels, it comes to be in those colleges. So if you reduce the service level, that would, adjust and mitigate some of that problem. But to your point, you'd have to reduce your service level to do that.
That's right.
So what I would offer up is our system request, and this is why it's very important, and it's noted in our system request, it's been noted in past years across the board, is a request to apply a cost of living adjustment to our categorical programs, because if we can get that, it will help alleviate some of the pressure against that 50% law. And I would also add that our biggest categorical program was the one that we tried to seek out this year for a specific cost of living adjustment, as well as our infrastructure technology program. Both we put forward the application of the last 3 years of cost of living adjustments to try and bring those programs closer to the expenses that we know our colleges are facing. So, we're definitely using all the tools to try and help districts maintain those service levels. I would just note in this one specific exemption area, this is all within existing statute, within existing regulations. We don't need to change. If anything, this is the actual use case for which there is an exemption process in law. In law and regulation, it speaks very much to you budgeted for an allocation and an expenditure, and then the rug got pulled out from underneath you, and what do you do now mid-year to try and mitigate that loss?
Member Brown, then Member Epstein.
For those who help make these decisions, I wanted to share that as it stands, the 50% law does feel outdated. Particularly, I wanted to surface that the idea is to ensure that we're spending an adequate amount of money on direct classroom instruction, but there's other direct student interaction that happens that's underfunded because of this, and particularly when it comes to other faculty who are not included in this, which are our counselors and our librarians. The role of our counselors continues to expand. Thinking about dual enrollment, thinking about increasing apprenticeships, internships, all of our goals in Vision 2030 cannot be met without there being increased support for our counselors who are already very overloaded in terms of their caseloads. They also need to start thinking about making not just comprehensive student educational plans, but comprehensive career plans with our students. So the scope of their role just keeps expanding, but we don't have expanding counseling departments. And then when we think about our librarians, the scope of their role has also been expanding drastically when it comes to zero textbook costs, open educational resources, and incredibly important now with the advent of artificial intelligence. Our librarians are playing a critical role in resurfacing the importance of information literacy. So all of these things are intertwined, and I think we do need to modernize this. I understand the original intent is to make sure that students are getting that direct student interaction, but I think there's a way to do that that would include our librarians and counselors who also engage in direct student interaction, but in different capacities. And also, both of those groups teach as well. So it's really puzzling to me the way that it was originally structured, and I get the intent was to focus on benefiting the students, but I think it is time to take another look and see if there's a different way we can do this that would modernize it and to meet the students' needs of modern times. So I appreciate any efforts in this area that folks who are working on this to try to find a better way. Thank you.
Yeah, and there's certainly legislative efforts to that end. There have not been, there isn't a bill in front of us today with specific statutory changes that, I can brief you on, but there is a conversation happening with representatives from the legislature. Unfortunately, we don't have progress to report back to you. And I would note everything that has been brought up by our board members today was highlighted in the 50% law audit that was conducted last year and completed.
Oh, and I just wanted to also add dual enrollment. It's huge. I don't think we've yet grasped how big of a change this is, that it's not their students, our students, K-12 and community college students are one now. So that's a huge shift, and we really need to be able to have adequate resources in order to be able to support that work in a meaningful way. So I really appreciate your efforts to keep pushing this. Thank you so much.
Member Epstein, Member Villavicencio, then Member Williams.
So building on the comments of Member Haynes and Member Brown, I feel like, this is back to the future, that we have this discussion every year. And it's always the same. And I would like to see, that this might be a little spicy for this group, but I'd like to see a agenda item on a board meeting where we invite representatives of maintaining the status quo and those who would like to see it reformed make their case to us about what should be changed or what should not be changed, and we can hear both sides at the same time and get into depth, because we always have this kind of light, woe is us, but we never really get to the issue and really hear from both sides. So I'd like to recommend that we do that sometime.
Thank you for the recommendation.
I'll second his recommendation. I know it's not a motion, but I agree.
I think it was Member Villavicencio, then Member Williams.
Yes, I just had a question for Vice Chancellor Ferguson. So regarding the exemption, obviously a lot of the federal funding, and part of that's also that MSI funding that a number of our colleges, as you mentioned, got the rug pulled under them. Is that exemption only for next year, given obviously a lot of this is entangled in the courts and the constitutionality of these programs? Again, is this short term? Are we looking at the next following year? Because some of these programs have been funded, in multiple years, like 5 years or 4 or 5 years. So if you can clarify for me, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, it would be entertained through 28, 29. We're looking at that 5-year period, assuming if a district received a grant and had budgeted that grant, we'd look at that 5-year period. And effectively, we can also look at their fiscal statements to see that they had planned for it over that multi-year period as well, so that we could see that in their budget as well. So we are looking at this from that longer term perspective. What we would not entertain, though, is if in a future year you got a new grant, we would have to make sure that, again, it was budgeted for and look at this same process. The process itself remains available to districts because we're not changing regulation, we're not changing statute to do this. So if there was a new grant in a future year that's not covered by what we're explaining today, a district could certainly use this structure, request an exemption in a future year, and the board could consider that. I think what we're trying to do right now is for the here and now where we know districts are impacted, what type of advice and leadership can we provide to the system to say this is how it would work today for what we know right now?
It gets just a quick follow-up question with that. So if the exemption, when would that take into effect? And does that require our approval? Because obviously there are people who are running these programs who need to plan out, and a good number of them are living in precarity, right? Uncertainty in how they're supposed to plan out, given the money is not there, given the federal funds are not there. So if you can.
Yeah, can certainly be helpful. So it would start with the exemption requests that come in next year, which are really for 25, 26. So the exemption requests that are reflected in this item are for the 24, 25 years. So we're always looking back to say, did you comply with the 50% law? What occurred? If you did not, then there is a process to either request an exemption or set aside resources to become compliant in a future year. So, starting next year, it would be providing relief to districts that take action today that subsequently become non-compliant because of that action.
I appreciate the clarification. Thank you so much.
Member Williams, then Member Corral.
So I got a former trustee, I got to say his name, Don Singer. in my district would talk about this, and I've been having this conversation for probably for 13 years. And I've heard Member Brown's argument made time and again, and it makes sense to me what she's saying about counselors and librarians. But I've never really been clear on what the opposition is to why it doesn't move forward. And then to Member Epstein's point about like timelines and deadlines, and I'm still learning like the state's kind of process. Like, who has the authority to make a decision about this item? Is it a legislative kind of thing that needs to happen? Is it the Board of Governors? Or is it a local issue? Like, who can say we want to modernize this and we want it to happen in 60 days? Who has that authority?
That would be a legislative and an administrative discussion. So the legislature would have to put forward and the governor would have to agree, or the legislature would have to override by a 2/3 vote. So that this is purely in statute. This is derived from statute. So a statutory change would be needed to further clarify or update that law. To your earlier point, it is the notion, my understanding is it's the general notion that we would be that the state would be putting forward a policy that says we're redirecting resources outside of that traditional classroom. And that's where the rubber hits the road on that. We recognize all in this room and throughout the system that there are multiple cost drivers for support services for our students, whether that's the direct instruction, whether that's supplemental services, whether that is any number of financial aid services. The needs are much greater than the resources that we have available to meet all of those needs. And that is, another contributor to why the 50% law becomes such an issue for our colleges. It's just scarce resources. So at the end of the day, it's how do you allocate out those scarce resources? How do you do the best you can to meet all of the needs of your students? It varies by district. It varies by college. But at the end of the day, there are needs on both sides of that 50% law. And I think, I'd be remiss if I didn't say that outright, that we need to think about it holistically at all times.
All right, Member Correll.
So I realize there's a lot of things that are at play and in flux, but are we able to track or forecast or have a sense of how many districts might be requesting these exemptions year over year? That's one question. I'm sort of just wondering how much we can sort of start to see ahead, just generally with the information that we monitor as a system. And then my other question is, and I can also do the homework, Chris, so let me know. It sounds like this is a very systemic kind of structural issue, and are we tracking the things that are driving the decline? Because it does sound in the 5-year trend that we're moving closer to 50% away from. Are we tracking what some of those structural challenges are, or is that something that, kind of to Tom's point, maybe we could hear more about?
Yeah, we don't have a specific tracking mechanism, but we do know with certainty that the major cost driver right now is as the programs exist today, when they aren't provided a cost of living adjustment, when that salary schedule increases, if you want to maintain that program structure, you're having to pull from your unrestricted general fund budget to support that staff member. And that is then causing the 50% to get closer and closer and closer over time. That is my general understanding of the pressures that are faced at the local level. I don't have a specific number of districts that may opt to pursue this type of exemption today. I would say on the high end, though, I believe there were roughly 35 districts that had active grants, whether that was MSI, HSI, and PZ grants that have been in question. So I would say at the high end, it's 35 of those 35. It will depend on how close they are to the 50% threshold, as well as the actions that they chose to take at the local level. Because even though this exemption may be available, if you don't have unrestricted general fund resources available in your budget, you couldn't backfill anyway. So there may be districts out there that are proposing layoffs that are directly tied to the loss of those federal grants. And that could be because they're not in a position to backfill those resources. So we wouldn't know district by district today, but our assumption is that this should be a very low number of districts that would move forward, given that the overall state total was over the 5-year period, I believe was around $60 million. So it should be a very low number of districts that would move forward under this construct.
Member LeGrand, go ahead.
Yeah, just a question, and I feel kind of odd asking it since I'm a trustee for Calbright. But is Calbright a district? I mean, I don't know how it's community,
Yes,
how
it's
it
a
gets its
district.
funding.
It's called the statewide online something district, California online.
So is there, if their funding source doesn't come through, like through the state or through fundraising, how does this apply to them?
So in law, it says that Calbright is subject to the same general requirements as other districts. So faculty obligation number, 50% law. However, the 50% law applies to unrestricted general fund revenues, which are generally defined today as student-centered funding formula revenues. So Calbright doesn't receive an allocation out of, the student-centered funding formula. They have a specific allocation outside of those resources. And to, the general comment of a district, in code, they were established as both a college and a district. If you were ever interested, it's Education Code 75,000 through 75,012 that lists them there, and also lists the requirement that they comply with the faculty obligation number and the 50% law. So this is actually highlighted today because the state audit also said that we should bring forward an exemption note for Calbright every year as a functional matter, but as a procedural matter, the 3 districts today, because there's no funding that would be set aside, returned, or action taken, there's no action for the board specifically to take today. Those exemptions are effectively granted by the fact that there is no resource.
Member Corral, anybody on that? Okay. All right. Very good. Let's take public comment.
The public comment period on item 6.3 is now open. Each speaker will be allotted 2 minutes to address the board. I will hand it over to Vice President Perry to begin with public remarks from Sacramento.
Thank you. We have 2 people who would like to make public comment today, Sarah Thompson and Larry Galizio. And Sarah, if you would please go first by virtue of the fact that you were on the top of the pile.
Good afternoon, Governing Board. I'm Sarah Thompson from the Faculty Association of California Community Colleges, otherwise known as the Other Side. FAC opposes the recommendation to grant 50% law exemptions to the districts applying this year, claiming serious hardships. It is our opinion that these districts are not facing serious hardships. We have districts across the state facing the fallout of natural disasters, such as fires and floods. We have districts facing enrollment decreases due to inhumane changes in immigration policy, and we have districts that are still face the SCIF penalty. These are all circumstances beyond their control, so we say these are hardships. The districts asking for grace are asking due to their internal spending decisions, not external crises. Circumstances such as these are what reserves are for. But for the record, FAC does support the Chancellor's Office proposal for planning for the potential federal cuts in ongoing programming areas. And I love the idea about bringing us all together in a room.
President Aguinaldo, Vice President Perry, members of the board. That's a great nonverbal that you've got going on there. And Chancellor Christian, Larry Galizio with the League. And you might have in front of you paper that we contracted with an independent entity. Read it at your leisure. Tom Epstein has already read it. Member Williams has read it 13 times. This shouldn't be, and I think ultimately isn't. Faculty, everybody supports students, and we all want the best outcomes. But it is an important set of issues because the funding likely will become even more constrained, and we're the only system that has this. K-12 essentially in California has a waiver. And so to the extent you can provide any exemptions when we have a federal government that's doing what it's doing to harm higher ed, and we're going to have more financial constraints, and as Chris Ferguson just made clear, we're going to have real challenges. I think your idea, Member Epstein, is a good one because as people who are concerned with policy and the state's well-being and student well-being, I think it would be useful. At the end of the day, though, we really need to think about how we're going to approach this. I would ask a couple questions. I mean, one, is there empirical evidence that demonstrates that the community colleges that have the higher percentage of expenditures have superior outcomes?
30 seconds.
And a rhetorical question, have there been any significant changes in technology since 1961 when Eisenhower was the president? I don't know, the internet, personal computing, online platforms, those expenditures do not count for the 50% law. So, I mean, there are so many reasons why we need to modernize this and we need to eliminate it, and it's hamstringing our districts, and it actually hurts faculty. We don't even recognize all the work that faculty do. Overloads, committee work, those are on the wrong side of the 50% law. So, whatever we can do to have a better policy outcome for the benefit of students would be, we'd be well served. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. That was an informational item, so let's go to the next informational item, going a little bit out of order. Item 6.6 is driving equitable access and affordability, an update on open educational resources, OER, and zero textbook cost ZTC pathways. I am passing that one to Vice Chancellor Todd.
We are having one of our participants join us virtually, so they just got the link, so might just take a second for them to join us. Okay. I'll go ahead and begin. So good afternoon. President Aguinaldo, Vice President Perry, Chancellor Christian, members of the board. This is a pretty exciting moment as well. Nothing's going to top the Hayward Awards today, but this is going to come awful close. We get to give you an update on our open educational resources work, our zero textbook cost efforts, and generally driving access and affordability for our students in an equitable way. We have someone joining us here in just a minute from Cosumnes River College, and that's, oh, great. So Dana Wassmer is joining us, the Associate Vice President for Cosumnes River College, and on my left, if you're already infamous, but this is in a good way, right? Is that Michelle Pilati, who is Project Director for the ASCCC Open Educational Resources Initiative, and I'm also delighted to represent James Glapa Grossklag, who's a dean at College of the Canyons, but also our technical assistant provider for the system for our zero textbook cost program, and works really, both of them work really closely with our team in academic affairs, Chad Funk and Jessica Fagan, who are helping us ensure that our zero textbook cost and open ed resources work is going well across our system. So we can go to the next slide, and I'm going to give you a little bit of an update, and we'll all have some opportunities to talk about the initiatives ahead. So thanks for taking an opportunity to provide this update. At the heart of this work is a simple but powerful goal, ensuring that every student has immediate day one access to the instructional materials that they need to succeed. This directly supports our implementation of Title V, Section 54-221, burden-free access to instructional materials, which we recently passed and then also went through our state process to become part of regulation. And that is about ensuring every student can fully participate from day one with immediate access to required materials, while advancing Vision 2030 by eliminating one of the most persistent barriers to student success, which is the cost of textbooks. So for far too many of our students, the price of course materials really determines whether they can fully participate in classes, and I think you've recognized that as well. But by eliminating these costs across entire programs, not just individual courses, we're able to help students stay on track, persist, and complete their educational goals. So at the heart of this, it's fundamentally about equity and equitable access, removing barriers so that all students, regardless of income, can fully engage in their learning and achieve their goals. We can go to the next slide. And this is one of the most significant milestones that we've had to date, and that's to share that we have the approval of a statewide OER platform. The platform that we have selected is LibreTexts, and with this investment, the California community colleges are poised to become the largest coordinated system of open educational resources in the nation, advancing equity at the core of teaching and learning. This is about ensuring that every student, regardless of income, has access to materials that they need, so that they can fully participate. And LibreText enables exponential growth in this work by allowing faculty to easily locate, curate, modify, share, and deploy high-quality OER across colleges and courses statewide. And as you'll learn a little bit as we talk about what the platform does, and especially as Michelle goes into it through the work and integration with the OERI, it shows you that it's not just static content that we're engaging, but it has seamless Canvas integration. It has a homework feature called Adapt. It has a Discuss It feature that is a multi-language engagement tool. And it has something that she'll talk about called the Forge, which is allowing for more authentic or process-based and AI-resistant assessment. So we're expanding access in these ways, or through expanding access in these ways to instructors, we're also strengthening the quality of teaching and learning. So we've positioned our system to lead the nation in delivering this promise of affordability and access and student success at scale. So this is an incredible moment. I tried to take this panoramic of one of the images from LibreText that really just shows the scale of what it might look like in a digital library, and that's what this is. They operate across multiple states, but this is we're clearly the biggest system now that they are engaging. And so honestly, our materials are also going to have impact across the U.S. These are open access materials that I think we'll also see other states participate in, and we'll see more refinement in what we're doing to make these available for students. So today, if we go to the next slide, this is kind of our agenda. We'll first hear an update on the ZTC grant program from James, which continues to support our colleges in developing these pathways of zero textbook cost for degrees and certificates. Then we'll talk about the work of the ASCCC OERI. It's really been instrumental in building faculty leadership and discipline-based collaboration around high-quality OER. We'll have a little bit of sharing more on some of the features of LibreText. And then Dana is going to join us to talk more about how we're building capacity with our leadership at colleges to build out the percentage of courses that are actually free and draw on OER. We have an exciting initiative that Cosumnes River College is helping to lead in an executive community of practice, talking about the strategies that you can use with your entire district and college to build up these systems. So let's start with James, and I'll hand it over to you to talk about the accomplishments so far of our ZTC investment.
Great. Thank you very much. Board President Aguinaldo, Board Vice President Perry, and Chancellor Christian, and board members, thank you so much for having us here. So as you see on this next slide, you see a whole bunch of numbers, but let me talk through what those numbers mean. Essentially, through multiple funding phases that you, of course, approved, colleges have significantly advanced zero textbook cost pathways across disciplines, reducing the cost of attendance, as Vice Chancellor Todd mentioned, expanding equitable access for Californians. Central to this work has been the adoption, adaptation, and authorship of open educational resources, of course, and this work has been strengthened by the leadership of the ASCCC Open Educational Resources Initiative under Michelle's leadership, and this has supported faculty across our state in building discipline-specific OER. And on this slide, you see the various grant phases that have gone out to colleges. The implementation grants, the first line there, those were the first round that were funded back in the spring of 2023. And the first courses from those grants became available in the fall of 2025. The Acceleration 1 grants included collaboration cohorts facilitated by the ASCCC and began to be funded in the fall of 23 and continued through the spring of 24. The first courses from those grants will be available this fall of 2026. So you'll sense the rhythm here. The grants went out in phases, the work at colleges is being done in phases, and the pathways to our students are becoming available in phases. The Acceleration 2 and Impact grants were funded in fall of 24, and the ZTC 2025 allocation was funded in the spring of 2025, and these pathways will become available to students in the fall of 2027. So again, a rhythm of the courses becoming available to students. The indirect pathways, that number that you see down at the bottom there, the 639 indirect pathways, are those that were not directly funded based on a college request. So, for example, a college requested funding to create a program in history or sociology. These indirect programs are programs that became ZTC, became available to students as ZTC pathways because courses in other pathways were funded, and we know, let's say, an English 1000 course is applicable to many pathways, so other pathways have become available through the directly funded work. Overall, the directly funded pathways across our colleges number 674. We add that to the 639 indirect pathways so far reported, and our students will have over 1,300 pathways, zero textbook cost pathways available to them across the system. Now, these are big numbers, but of course we have a big system. Next slide, please. On this next slide, again, lots of numbers. Let me contextualize that a little bit. Right now, this term, we have our colleges are making 227 full ZTC pathways available to our students. And remember, on the previous slide, I mentioned that we awarded 130 pathways directly in the implementation phase, which was which needed to be made available to students last fall, but already we see almost double the number of pathways are available to our students. So our colleges are really working very hard and making a lot of progress in removing barriers to our students. 739 programs are reported to be in progress. That's around 30% of the pathways that we funded are complete. This represents over 5,000 unique ZTC courses for our students and over 13,000, almost 14,000 unique sections that our students can find in the schedules of classes when they're looking for classes. So a lot of choices for our students across this big system. Next slide, please. Here's a great number, $24 million, over $24 million, representing the estimated 2-year savings for our students. That's almost a quarter of the overall investment. And as I've tried to emphasize, our colleges are just getting started. So this number is going to really go up. Behind this number, is of course money that our students are saving. It's money that they could spend on transportation, on housing, on insurance, on childcare, and on taking additional classes, right? And in most of the cases, this is money that stays in our local communities. If you are a landlord or you're a shopkeeper or a restaurateur and students have extra money in their pockets, they're spending that money at your establishment. So again, it's money staying in our communities. And behind this number right now is over 202,000 duplicated student enrollments. And of course, quick math, 202,000, that's a pretty small proportion in our system. So again, this number is really going to increase when we come back, in a year's time to share amazing news. This is very, very good news. We're going to share amazing news with you in a year's time for sure. I will also add that at my own college, we see when we look at the ZTC sections, we see students have greater or higher success and retention rates in our ZTC classes, particularly for our disproportionately impacted students. So again, we're going to get even more better news, good news, besides the cost savings. Next slide, please. So lots more to come, as I've tried to allude to. There are almost 400 new pathways that are scheduled to be offered this fall. So again, that phased implementation, we've phased the money going out to colleges. Colleges are phasing the implementation in. And at least 216 additional pathways should be available to students by fall of 2027. So again, a lot of numbers, but I hope the takeaway is that our colleges are hard at work. They're enjoying tremendous support, multi-pronged, holistic support. They're doing great work across this big system of ours, and the numbers, the good news, are only going to get bigger. And with that, I will turn this over to Michelle.
Next slide, please. Thank you so much for having us. I'm just going to dive right in because there's so much to say, and I hope we have time to take lots of questions. For those of you who haven't seen me before, the OERI has been around since 2019. Like the ZTC dollars, we were slipped into trailer bill language and came on the scene looking to see what we could do to increase the availability of, actually the adoption of OER by whatever it takes to make that happen. And so we came on the scene as a faculty-led group to do that work, which meant when it came time to work with the ZTC program, we already had a whole infrastructure to make sure faculty knew what OER already existed. You see here with all the different ways we've organized the available OER, and behind all of that information are a team of discipline leads who curate collections, identify where there's holes, and help us figure out what we need. We're also actively tracking what's coming out of the ZTC program, and so we're looking forward to when all those resources start flooding the field, be able to go in and say, hey, look, we can now complete all these different ADTs because we now have those final resources. So zero textbook costs can be achieved a couple of different ways, but open educational resources are the most sustainable way, and they also have other advantages of allowing faculty to customize resources to meet the needs of their teaching style and of their students. Next slide, please. So the OERI first came on board, and we were really focused on reaching out to the colleges. We have a local contact at all of the colleges whose role is to sort of spread our word and also let us know what their faculty need. Over time, though, we recognized we needed to have some expertise within our team that focused on specific topics. So initially, we introduced an IDEA lead, IDEA being our DEI framework. And so that person has really grown our IDEA work, and we're training people to create resources with IDEA in mind or DEI in mind, whatever you want to call it, and then are also taking a look at existing OER for how do we make them better. So we have those things underway. More recently, we realized, yeah, that's great. We have to have the people to focus on those specific areas that we want to work in. And so now we have an accessibility lead, an AI lead, and a distance ed lead to really make sure our work is coordinating and integrating with those different parts of our system. And now we have all sorts of great collaborations happening between our accessibility lead and specific faculty and disciplines and so forth. So it's really leading to lots of different things. Over time, our number of discipline leads has grown from 20 to over 40, and I think we're actually up to 45 now, particularly as we have new TMCs coming on board and new disciplines sort of growing we're bringing them into our fold so that we have the resources. We have a robust schedule of webinars every month. If you want to know anything about OER, you can go on our website and you can search and find out what has happened in that discipline and what's going on there. Most recently, we released our LibreText Basics and Beyond course. We've been working with LibreText from the beginning. We looked at a number of different OER platforms, but we were really focused on who can help us and not cost us much money, and that was LibreText. And so we not only helped us, but they also were good in lots of other ways that I'll talk about. We're right now in the process of developing an Adapt Canvas course, so how to use that homework system. We also have another separate LibreText accessibility resource under development that will get finalized this summer. Next slide, please. I feel like I'm the only one talking about numbers, so it was fun to have him doing all the numbers today. So the LibreVerse, what is contained within LibreText, and for those of you who don't know anything about LibreText, it actually is born and lives at UC Davis, so it's basically local to us. It offers unlimited storage for your OER. It has tools that make developing and adapting OER really easy. If you want to change chapter 1 and make it chapter 7, you can just go into a little table, move it around, and it automatically renumbers everything in the chapter. So it really gives faculty the power to create the resources that they want. It then offers on-demand printing, so a student who wants to have a print textbook can go in, order a textbook, have it come to their home. The cost of the textbook is basically based on how big it is. No one's making money off of that process. It offers a showcase for colleges to showcase their OER. Super easy integration with Canvas. I did a video on how to do it. It was about 45 seconds long. It takes nothing to actually put it in there. And then there's the Adapt homework system. When we first started our work, there was very, very little homework out there. And for so many disciplines, they could not get to 0. They could not adopt OER because they were hooked on the homework systems. And the Adapt homework system has been an absolute game changer as a consequence. Next slide, please. So Adapt is part of the LibreVerse, and one of the things to point out about LibreText that makes it unique is that it looks to harvest, to bring into the platform anything that's openly licensed. So if a faculty member finds this fantastic PDF that they really like, that they want to be able to work with and move around and modify, it can be harvested into Adapt. They also bring in any openly licensed assessment system. So LibreText began building out its homework pieces with those existing open tools, and now it's in the process of also developing its own native assessment types. And I wanted to tell you specifically about 3 of them that are particularly exciting. The Forge is something that was formerly called Antecedent and was created by an English faculty member. And this is a tool that it's hard to explain, but I'm going to try to explain it in a minute. Come back to that. Discuss It was originally developed for foreign language, and it allows for video and audio to be integrated into assessments. And then the last one I wanted to mention and encourage you to grab that QR code. They are now creating digital flashcards that aren't just words on one side and a word on another. It can be a video on one side and then a word on another. And when I first said, I'm like, why would you want a video? And then I realized American Sign Language, how perfect, right? Something that they never had before. And so LibreText is always working on these things and working on making them better so that we can, and they're constantly improving things and responding to requests from the field. And that's been one of the really exciting things about working with them, and even more exciting now that we're officially working with them, not just kind of working with them. Next slide, please. So there's a lot of excitement about the Forge, and we were trying to figure out how do you explain it quickly. The Forge, if you think about a Google Doc that kind of captures what you're doing when you're writing, it captures that and it logs it so that you can actually go back in and watch the process of the writing, see when something was pasted in, see when something was deleted. So you actually see how the student works and actually how much time is put on task. And as we try to figure out what to do about agentic AI, there's been a lot of emphasis on looking at how the student works, what goes into their final product, not just looking at the final product. And so the Forge is something that we're hoping is going to be really useful for particularly our English faculty who are struggling with how do you track writing and score writing when you don't know who's doing the writing. So it allows you to literally see what the student is doing. And so that is a new thing that faculty are just now starting to pilot. And one of the things with this, because it does require computing behind it, it ultimately has more of a cost than the other things that we're talking about, but our faculty will have it for the next academic year to get a sense of it and to see if they like it and see if it does meet their needs, and then we can figure out what to do about the funding after that. Next slide, please.
That felt like a small plug.
Very small. It's really hard to say to faculty, go try this, it might be the answer to your prayers. And then they're like, well, what happens after the year? So we're kind of struggling with that. And part of the problem is nobody actually knows how much it will cost until we actually know what the usage will be. So it's complicated. So Discuss It was originally designed to meet the needs of foreign language faculty, but it creates incredible opportunities for other disciplines, particularly in the distance ed area, where we're really trying to figure out how do you make discussion more exciting, more interesting, more engaging as we try to align with requirements like regular substantive interaction. So it allows you to put in text, video, images, audio into a platform and then have students respond to that. And they can respond. You can require their responses to be videos. You can specify how long the video has to be, or you can allow for audio and so forth. So it basically allows a space where you can have people talking to people in an asynchronous environment. And they don't have to upload and download things. They can just sit there with their camera or with their computer or their phone and record it. And here, too, is another demo site. And if you go there, you will get to see True Truths and a Lie with some people from the chancellor's office, so you might find that interesting. Lots of fun icebreakers that you can do, and we've been gathering these examples in this little demo course and really trying to build out resources for different disciplines, so every discipline can sort of see how might this tool work for me.
And for authentic assessment
Exactly.
as well.
Yes. Yeah, it can be for discussion or it could be for an actual assignment, creating a space for that. Next slide, please. So the OERI is looking forward to continuing to support the work of the ZTC program. We will be expanding our support for OER project management and development efforts. We're really excited to sort of have the ZTC work done so that we can look and see what do we still need and to work on bringing faculty together to create the resources that we need. We continue to offer professional development, and we have been emphasizing AI and accessibility quite extensively. And we will be looking at how do we address those courses that are hard to get to zero. We have a goal here of assembling fully OER-supported pathways for at least 80% of ADTs. Because it's going to be on the slide, I went to see what percentage we're at. We're at least at 57% right now, so that's not too far away, and that is taking into account some of the brand new ADTs that we don't have any data on. And we are also looking at establishing a review cycle so that we can focus on ensuring that materials are current, relevant, and so forth. And so part of what we're trying to do is also figure out which resources people are using so that we're not trying to update every single resource, but focus on the resources that are most commonly adopted. And that's a bunch of the things that we've been doing. Thank you.
Dana?
Thank you, Michelle. Hopefully everybody can hear me. My apologies for not being there in person. As James said, Dana Wasmer, Associate Vice President of Instruction at Consumnes River College. It is my pleasure and honor to share with you the work that CRC is doing to become a 100% ZTC college. It sounds like a lofty goal, but we say it because we know we go through the experience that other colleges can also benefit from. Our goal is to create a community of practice with the executive leadership team, with 10 colleges, so that they can use the tools that we have to build the infrastructure and capacity to expand OER ZTC on their campuses. We also want to create a toolkit to help all other colleges so that they can do the same thing that we want to do, which is to expand OER ZTC. But this way, they don't have to reinvent the wheel and they can use the resources that we have available. Now, you may think, like, why is CRC doing this work? Why were we selected? Well, it goes all the way back to COVID when we received the HEART Fund like other colleges. Our college president, Dr. Edward Bush, wanted to make sure that the funds were used in the most impactful way, and that is, of course, to eliminate the textbook costs for our students. If you show the next slide, you'll see the graph on the left is our adoption rate over time. Back in fall of 2020, our adoption rate was only 11%. Fast forward to fall of 2025, adoption rate increased to 77%. This shows our capacity to do the work and bring our college to closer to 100% ZTC. But it's not only adoption. We also look at how and if OER ZTC compromise student learning. So we track the average course success rate of OER ZTC courses in red in the graph on the right, and the non-OER ZTC in blue. Consistently, semester after semester, the success rate for OER ZTC courses is higher than that of non-OER ZTC courses. This provides us with the evidence to make case making, right, with our faculty and with leadership, that teaching, quality teaching and learning is not compromised by using OER ZTC. The path from 11% to almost 80% didn't happen overnight. It takes time to change college culture and to change college practices. If you go to the next slide, this shows that early result from colleges in our first cohort had an increase of 2 to 31% adoption rate just since coming into our community of practice, which is less than a year. So we are seeing some progress, but it's not only our 10 colleges. If you go to the next slide, we also want to focus on our toolkit. I will have to say we have an amazing librarian, Andy Atkins-Pogue, who serves as our OER ZTC coordinator. She is fabulous. She created this toolkit. It has all the elements shown on this slide, but also we embedded an AI helper. So users can pose questions and get guided answers. Since its release or launch, we had over 6,600 individuals visit this site. And we also have 876 active users, meaning that they engage with the website that we have. They have posted questions, they downloaded our templates and so forth. This toolkit is meant for everyone and anyone to help them towards their goal of becoming what we want to be, 100% ZTC. But it's not only just a toolkit. If you go to the next slide, we also wanted to allow the colleges to track and better report their ZTC adoption. We used a model that was the dashboard model that is used at Chabot College, but then we added additional feature. Yes, you can filter by year, you can filter by semester, program, course, awards, but we also added filtering by local as well as CalGETC pathway, and drill all the way down to the course section so that we can identify the individual faculty who are using or not using OER ZTC. This is important because it allows us to do targeted outreach to those individuals to support them to adopting, if they can, adopt the OER ZTC. One other thing that we do with this dashboard is that we can export the data from the dashboard to our student-facing program maps. Students then can look at their program of studies and identify the courses that are ZTC. This allows them to do and make a informed decision, financial decision, and planning for their college career. So it's important. We at CRC had made a bold and public statement to become 100% ZTC. But this benefits other colleges because of the fact that they can gain from our experience as we approach probably our hardest work yet to come. Becoming, and when we become 100%, our work is still not done because we need to be able to sustain it for the betterment of our students. Thank you. I think there's time for questions.
There is time for questions.
Thank you.
At this time, I'll take board member comments. Member Brown.
So mine's more of a comment and not a question. First of all, thank you to all of you for this amazing work, to both our Chancellor's Office staff and all of our partners that are helping make this happen, especially from this large top-down perspective. The work you're doing is amazing, and I look forward to seeing continued expansion. As we think about the work ahead, though, I wanted to surface the work of one particular faculty member in our system, because sometimes there's amazing work that's happening from the bottom up that's also having a great impact. So the person I'm talking about right now, his name is Brian Barrick. I don't know if any of you know him yet. There we go. I see some nodding heads because we know how important his work is. He's an assistant professor of political science at Los Angeles Harbor College, where he focuses on American government and global politics. And he's the founder of Open Audio, which enhances open educational resources through the development of high-quality audiobooks. He had an interest in this and supporting the first generation and low-income students, which led him to adopt it for his own textbook. Since then, he's gotten grants to expand his work. So now there's the full-length professional audiobook of the OpenStax American Government 3E, as well as Introduction to Sociology, U.S. History, and World History, Volume 1. Since he started this work, he also expanded the work not only to be focused on the accessibility aspect of making sure that students are able to listen to their books and not just read these free resources, but he's also implementing artificial intelligence to cut down on the time to create these books. To date, these projects have been streamed nearly 500,000 times, amassing more than 15 years of cumulative listening time on YouTube and Spotify. So there are students with disabilities and learners who prefer a multimodal approach who read while they listen. And his efforts were recognized with an Open Educational Award for Excellence in the Open with Artificial Intelligence category. Since then, he's also presented on an international level at a conference, Nanyang Technological University of Singapore. So I wanted to make sure to bring this to the attention of our board, because this is at the intersection of our open educational resources, accessibility, which we already said is in the work ahead of something that we want to increase, and also AI. So I want to make sure that we tap Brian Barrick as we move forward in the work ahead, if he hasn't already been tapped, to help with these efforts, and that we consider how important this is. He shared recently, because we already are planning to, of course, expand this within the LACCD, but I think this is ripe for maybe a demonstration project or somehow expanding in the state, that there was a student that contacted him with a testimonial who said they cried when they realized they were going to be able to listen to their audiobook because they have such a challenging time with reading the written word, that this not only impacted their ability to be successful in their course, but it impacted their quality of life and time with their family. So this is such important work, and so I say thank you to all very much, and I just wanted to surface his work as well, so thank you very much, Brian Barrick.
We're clapping. All right, Member De La Fuente, Member Blaze, Member Williams, Member Correll, Member Adu.
Well, I love reading books, and I collect a lot of books, but when I was a student, I remember I bought the textbooks the first semester. By the second semester, I rather have the extra cash. But, for those in the audience that might not know what ZTC is, zero textbook cost, and to save $24 million is quite impressive. I'd love to see this. I was reading a book, actually. My wife, I always drive her nuts because I always have to spend 10 minutes getting a book and bringing it with me on the plane. And it says, entrepreneurs do more than imaginable with much less than seems possible. We can replace the word entrepreneurs with educators. And it's unbelievable how much this is saving. It's increasing affordability. Now, reflection, I've been, I love this, what Board Member Brown was talking about, that, now you can create books at a much faster speed. People prefer, instead of reading, maybe listening. And let's say there's a lot of Hispanic students, and sometimes English is not their first language, and to be able to listen to it and able to learn about the tone, I think will increase the effectiveness of the learning. I think we're learning at such things are changing so year to year. Even the textbooks I used to buy, they're irrelevant today, some of them. And I think I've been personally using AI as like a personalized learning tool the last few months. At first, I was kind of wary, but there was an MIT study said that AI tools kind of stop critical thinking, but I think if it enhances it, if you use critical thinking with the AI tool. And I feel now I'm learning on a daily basis. Every night after I put my son to sleep, I'm playing with AI, learning so many different subjects. Every time I hit a roadblock, I'm able to overcome it. I no longer need to call a lawyer, or I need to call, or a consultant. I can just kind of push through and get to the outcome much faster. So I'd love to see this. I think we're saving money, but also let's see what AI can bring, because we're in California and we have all these AI companies of how to do that personalized learning experience. When I wake up, I create a AI-generated lullaby for my son, and I ask ChatGPT to put it in multiple languages. And I sing to him in multiple languages. Not only, hopefully he's going to learn, he still says Papa, which is great, but I feel that it stimulated my learning in languages. So, there are just so many modes, and the technology is changing things, and we're at the forefront. So it's incredible that we're able to save money, but let's also correlate this technology to student success. So thank you, and looking forward to see more of this.
Blaze Williams, Corral, Adu, Villavicencio.
First of all, I wanted to start by commending your work for especially the dashboard. I think this is just a really smart way to actually make sure implementation is taken account of. I feel like a lot of times, we always worry about something actually passing, whether that's legislation or a big project, but it's the implementation that lacks follow through, and this is just such a great way to go about it, and I think this should be normalized for a lot of items. But secondly, one of the items you brought up was the Forge. And this reminded me of a tool that I had used very similarly called Rumi. And so to remind everyone on the board, this is basically a tool that kind of shows instructors as you're writing what it looks like, so that students are less incentivized to use AI because instructors can see what you copy and paste, right? But the issue here is when you create new tools like this to alleviate students from using AI, students will find new ways to get around it. And so I bring this up just to say that if we're implementing a new tool and we're spending money and time doing so, I think it's just important to be intentional about what are the ways around us, get students involved in the process, because they know, students are the ones that know the ways around us, and to actually implement something meaningful and impactful for students to learn and maybe write their essays without using AI.
That's a great point. When we first were showcasing it to faculty, they wanted to see what it felt like to be a student using it. And so we've set it up so that faculty can go in and see what it feels like. And it's much like Turnitin can be used as a gotcha, or Turnitin can be used to help a student recognize where they accidentally borrowed something and kind of to be sensitive about it. And I think that's the way our faculty are talking about using it, to be more intentional and to help the students see where did they put in the effort and where did they kind of lean back and not put in the effort. And so sort of as a mechanism for helping the student judge what they did, as well as allowing the faculty member to see. So really focusing on using it as a pedagogical tool as opposed to just a mechanism for addressing the AI challenges.
Yes,
but your points are all super well taken, though, believe me.
Thank you. And last thing I'll say, I forgot to comment earlier, is consideration is international students students language who aren't first language isn't English. A lot of times they have to copy and paste. So just also being intentional about how that's considered in this program.
Yep, absolutely.
We have Williams, Corral, Adu, Villavicencio, Haynes.
So my thoughts are just first around gratitude for this effort. First, I want to thank Governor Newsom, first for reappointing me to this board, and thank you. And then the $115 million that he supported to kick this off. And then when the chancellor came in, she really put a lot of energy into helping us set this as a priority. And then you all, as the Board of Governors, supported this as you helped with changing Title V. All the work that you all put into this has been tremendous. And then I just have two asks. So one is some investments and or capacity building around local trustees so that they can begin to monitor and make sure that they know the right questions to ask, whether that be through some workshops with CCLC or ACCT or something that the, I don't know what the other appropriate space is. And then, big thank you to all of the faculty that really have just been supporting this, and the energy that faculty have put into this has been tremendous. And so if there's ways to continue to financially incentivize faculty to stay on board and publish and write stuff and put stuff out there, I just want to put that out in the space. Thank you.
Thank you. Corral, Adu, Villavicencio, Haynes.
I have a couple comments and a question. So first, congratulations. And my first kind of just observation was that the $24+ million in student savings, that, we talk a lot about the cost of attendance and the hardships that many of our students face. And I think we talk about housing and all of the basic services that the colleges are making available to students. I think we should be including some of this into that level of supports that the system is offering, because I think this is just such it's a real pocketbook savings for students. And so I just really want tremendous amount of work. And I think that I'm hopeful that you can start to capture a lot of these savings, and we can use it to tell the story of how the system is really trying to help students stay in. I also wanted to kind of just acknowledge that it very clearly sounds like the passion, you, Michelle, Dana, your leadership is really, there seems to be a lot of organic adoption, but it's also not organic, and I can tell. So thank you for your dedication and your passion. It really comes across in the presentation. And then my other comment before I ask a couple questions is, I really appreciated the note about the fact that the content is available nationwide. I think in a moment in which many states, unfortunately across our country, are restricting educational content, the ability to make our system's content available is actually a really powerful thing. So thank you for doing that, both for the people that are producing the content as well as the people that are making it accessible. And then I had a couple just comments. So questions. One is, it sounds like you're trying to get to 80% of the ADTs being covered, or maybe you've already gotten there. Do you have a sense of the timeline to reach that, or how do we get there? Do you want to answer that?
Yeah, sure. So in order to figure out what we need to figure out exactly where we are. And part of what we need to find out is what's going to come out. Like in fall, there should be a bunch of new courses. And while we're trying to track things as people complete them, we're not necessarily able to stay on top of it. 80% was a number that I think he threw out. I mean, our goal is 100%, but we're going to start with 80% so that we can come back and say we hit it, and then let you know how far we have to go when we think we're going to do it. If the things are coming out of the colleges that we expect to be coming out of the colleges, think that 80% is going to happen pretty darn quickly. I don't see why it wouldn't. I already know. I had the strangest thing of talking to a faculty member at my own college about creating a textbook, and then she hadn't followed up with me. And the next thing I know, our discipline lead is showcasing what that person's developed and somebody else has developed for one of, the last course in the anthropology degree. That's an option that was the only thing that they didn't have. And one thing I didn't mention, we have discipline leads. Each of the discipline leads does either a webinar, a conversation, or office hours every term. So there's an opportunity for faculty in the discipline to touch. And Adrian, I'm pretty certain, I know we have a guest speaker for our poli-sci webinar next month. I think it may be Brian. That sounds really, really familiar. I wish I had my computer in front of me. So we're really trying to help the disciplines develop community at the same time that all this work is happening. And a lot of the disciplines really, they show up. They're there to be with each other and also to talk about OER and share ideas. And so I think that's part of what gets us into the sustainability. If we have a lot of people that are in the space working and excited and are wanting to make things happen, then we have the human energy to make things happen.
Yeah, that's amazing. My next question/comment is, I saw the data. I do think it's important to disaggregate it to to be able to show kind of the student uptake and especially the demographics. My related comment is I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't speak about the fact that we have still a persistent digital divide in this country, and so it's just a lot of what you're doing, I think, obviously, is really dependent on every student being able to access these resources. And we know that, unfortunately, many students, especially from disadvantaged or communities of color, just do not have the access type that that we would all want. So I think it's just important to make sure as you're driving this forward to be able to show that the uptick of this across the student population is really equitable. And so I'm sure you're already thinking in that way just by the spirit in which you're doing this, but I do think that that data would be helpful to see as well.
Quickly comment on the data too. So we're getting better at that too, in terms of collecting that from colleges and also kind of having a much more three-dimensional view of what the impacts of this are. And then on the growth of this, I mean, we do want 100%. We were trying to come up with also some goals of what we know we can meet quickly. So I want to get that out there. I want everyone at 100%. But hopefully you see the strategy here. One is the platform itself.
Yeah.
James Preston, who has been a leader in this, commented to me to say this is no longer 2021. Now we have all the resources available to make sure that our pathways are completely free or close to completely free across our campuses. Then we also have CRC helping us with executives across the system, building capacity on how to push this, as well as the ASCCC doing a lot of the curation and maintenance, and also the technical assistance around our grant program. So this is multifaceted in growing this quickly. And I think that $24 million that you see is going to be like, wow, that was just the tip of the iceberg, where we're seeing multiple digits in the millions of savings, not too far off in the future for the impact on students. But full transparency in terms of what we're trying to do data-wise is absolutely track how this is supporting equity and access. Yeah.
But because she mentioned Chabot, I want to mention that there was a grant from 20 Million Minds that went to Chabot as the lead that we worked with them on, where they were working out the dashboards and to basically create a system to make it very easy for any district to stand up a dashboard. And so I was really happy to hear that reference, because that way every college can go in, break it down by the demographics that make sense, and look at what they're doing. But I also want to acknowledge something else that 20 Million Minds recently funded. It's a ZTC pathway feasibility study to look at, you have these UTC pathways, but do students know about them? Do students access them? And so they're doing a multiple methods approach, really drilling down, talking to people and finding out all about how students think about things and so forth, so that we can then figure out what we do to get students to recognize if you grab that ZTC section, you're going to have your resources. You're not going to have to worry about a textbook at any time. And so that's kind of really interesting work that we're looking forward to starting to share with the system as the final details roll out.
Thank you. Member Adu?
Yes, so I just want to start off by saying that I'm a huge, massive fan of zero textbook cost and open access materials as a whole, especially as a student. One of the partners up there was Cypress College, of which I am an alum, and I can very proudly say that throughout the entirety of my college career, I've never paid for a textbook. Yeah, I'm very, very happy for that. I'm very proud of the results that Cypress and the system has put the time and effort into doing. And it's also particularly close to me because the first conversation I had as a board member shortly after being appointed was when a professor and close mentor replied to a LinkedIn comment that I wrote, and I think it was about zero textbook cost. And I said, "Oh, this is so great. I love this." And she replied, "Not always." And I was, of course, shocked. I was scared. I was like, I'm a month onto the board. How am I supposed to reply to this? And later on, when I was taking her class, we stayed after and talked. And she had been a Spanish professor, and she had to redo the entirety of her curriculum that semester due to the transition to zero textbook cost. And after a lot of really heated conversation, I will admit, I was able to convince her to join in with the discipline leads, and she is now contributing to specifically how to transition to zero textbook cost for the Spanish language at Cypress College. And I think I really want to commend you, one, for the efforts you are putting in to make sure that students are able to access these things, because I'm always talking about like the different sorts of barriers that are to accessing education, and a lot of them are outside of like, okay, we have tuition. Tuition's obviously going to be a huge barrier, but what are the more, yes, fiscal, but also mental ones? If students are thinking about, I'm going to have to get this textbook and find this one and find this one and then come onto campus during this time and then pay this much for this one, that's going to be a huge hurdle, and zero textbook cost completely gets rid of that. I don't have stress personally, and I know a lot of my friends do not have stress when they are applying and getting into classes, because they do not have to worry about coming onto campus and trying to get all these different textbooks and paying for them. And so I think that in itself is something that's huge and commendable. But also for the efforts that are being pushed to reach the educators as well, because at the end of the day, the educators are the ones that are interacting with this on the day-to-day as well, and making sure that we get their input and making sure that we get them sort of in tune with the process goes a really, really long way in making sure that that education stays the high quality that we're used to giving in our system. So thank you.
Thank you. Member Villavicencio, then Member Haynes.
No, thank you again for the presentation. You know, when I'm thinking about not necessarily around the textbook component, I'm thinking about my online classes that I teach and the quality of the online class, given the fact that we now have RSI in place, and that's regular substantive interaction with our students. And it is a challenge. You know, I have, in my classes, I have like one section, it's like 80 students. Yes. And so trying to find regular substantive interaction with them in providing them with quality information, quality teaching is definitely a concern for me. And so to see where, again, some of the new innovations and technology that's coming out that will definitely help us faculty to think about that. Again, trying to provide, again, authentic assessment. So I'm really interested to see what these new programs that you're thinking of moving forward, what that will look like in the future. I haven't heard anything, well, it just may be here, but the question on how this ties in with the California Virtual College. And I had also another question regarding this intersegmental collaboration that you folks are having with CSU. I'm thinking with CSU and UC. I was wondering if you can flesh that out for me, and what is that looking like intersegmentally as we collaborate with our intersegmental partners, and what are, again, some of the effects that our students will have as for those students who do transfer? What does this look like in terms of, again, not just for the cost savings, but the quality of education? Last but not least, I just want to echo, again, Board Member Corral's comment, again, disaggregating the data. Yes, these is very important, especially when it comes to serving our disproportionately impacted students, these persistent equity gaps. Here, obviously, I'm tried to be a champion of closing those gaps. And so, yes, I was wondering if you could just expand on that. And just the intersegmental piece, I'd love to learn a little bit more about what that looks like at the present and where it's going in the future. Thank you.
All right, absolutely can't remember what you asked before the intersegmental, so you have to restate that. But basically, from the very beginning, we recognized that we were coming onto the scene, and with our little $6 million to spend over 5 years, we wanted to do as much as we could. We're still on that $6 million, and it's more than 5 years because we're former graduate students, so we're cheap. And so we realized we needed to work with everybody else who was doing things in the same space. So we created a council that brought together anyone who was doing OER or ZTC work across the state intersegmentally. So we're bringing in representatives from the CSU Chancellor's Office around their affordable learning systems. We bring in our own systems accessibility people. We bring in CVC. We bring in LibreText, and we also bring in some other representatives from the UC system to come in and talk about what we're doing, to learn from each other, and just to have that space to interact and figure out how can we work together. We're actually, I feel like you're like reading my emails, because we're in the process of our newsletter for next month, and we are going to host a intersegmental OER event at UC Irvine, and we're looking at trying to do one in the north and really work on bringing all three segments together together, which a lot of that I think is going to be really useful for having RUC and CSU folks see what we have going on, because we're doing so much more than they are, and they know it. So it's not like they don't know it, but we can all learn from each other. And I think it's, one of the things that we've always used to convince our faculty that OER is fine is literally show them the data around the CSUs and the UC that are using OER. And so they're using it too. I mean, we just have way more options because our body of courses is smaller, and we also have things like companies like OpenStax that are literally trying to serve the largest courses. And so really it's about sharing and then figuring out ways that we can support each other and not duplicate efforts.
Yeah, and you did get that other question about incorporating CVC
Cool.
and accessibility and all of that. I think that's all important that we bring in all of those aspects of, again, tearing down those barriers.
Yeah, and just to share, so because we are the OER space, now we're working with the Common Course numbering around making sure there's OER on the templates for the CCN courses. And then when CVC is working on rolling out more of their plug-and-play courses that are around OER, reaching out to us to find out which OER people are using. So we kind of have creating all these different little connections where we can work together.
Which, by the way, the last time I did my curriculum, it's also pretty much listed there that there's options for our students. And that is, I think it's important to preserve, again, reducing barriers and also, in a way, maintaining academic freedom for our faculty. Thank you.
Two other notes on the collaboration with CVC. So first of all, in the CVC exchange, classes that are denoted as ZTC at a local college receive higher results when students are searching for them. So that's another way for system-wide for us to help students discover these classes. And then secondly, the technical assistance provider team has created a number of free professional development courses that are kindly hosted by our colleagues at CVC at One, so they're mainstreamed into the online professional development that our faculty enjoy.
Member Haynes.
So I just want to say thank you. I would be remiss, that's why I wanted to be the last person, I would be remiss if I didn't recognize the work that Cosumnes River College has done within the boundaries of being part of Los Rios. It was really, y'all have been really a trailblazer, and you started off doing that by the willing. Just plain the willing. I mean, obviously, the $6 million has made a difference, but it was Dr. Bush's plan to put that money right there and to say, this is something that we're going to do. And I was still on the Board of Trustees back then. And prior to that, where I really was one of the trustees that advocated for going into OER because it was going to be so profoundly impactful for our students. And so just that germ of CRC, we have 4 colleges. And when we began, and when Dr. Bush, I'm going to call him Ed, when Dr. Bush basically said, we're at 70% and we're going to 100. And the question was asked, okay, what are our other 3 colleges doing? And they hadn't. So that your model, I think, is really pushing the other faculty members, and you can tell me whether that's true or not true. Hopefully, it's pushing the other colleges on that campus, in the district, to work in this area because it's so profoundly, in terms, I mean, back then, students were saving, and most of our colleges are very racially and ethnically diverse, saving millions of dollars. But it's not just the savings of that money. It meant that they didn't have to wait for a book. They could start their class with everybody else, wait and not have to wait. And that made that was a data point of them being more successful staying there and more successful in the course that they were taking. And so hopefully you can, one of the things, there's an audience, the audience of trustees, who can be extremely helpful because they can sit from the dais and say, this is something we need to do in a way that actually can change what can be done relative to that. So I'm hoping that there is a way for you to also reach out to that 446 trustees statewide to say how important this is for their students. And the data will help that. The disaggregation of it will absolutely help that and motivate institutions making significant change for the people we say we care about, which is our students, to be successful. So thank you so much for this work.
Member Epstein.
Yeah, I just wanted to recall, I met Michelle probably 10 years ago at a academic senate conference, and she had a breakout on OER, and I was one of like 5 people who attended. And it's amazing the progress that's been made since then, and the fact that you're still at it shows a great amount of commitment and discipline, and that's great. I just had a question. I've got this slide up. It's slide 17 on my course. It's the number of ZTC OER course sections over time, and it shows this incredible leap from the spring of 2022 to the fall of 2022, from like 15% to almost 50%, and then in the next 2 semesters all the way up to 72%. And then, except for that, 3-semester sequence, it's been relatively flat in the number of course sections. Why was there so much during that period of time?
That question's for Dana, but
Yes, it is. Yeah. Hopefully you can hear me.
yes.
Okay, great. Thank you for that question. And yes, there was a big leap, and it was great to see. A lot of it was because of the fact that we were able to really finalize the funding that we had, and we were able to receive at the college to incentivize our faculty to do the work to transition to OER ZTC. I also want to share that it was easy to move faculty who are already in line with this model of helping our students. So I call them our green lighters. So easy to onboard our green lighters to adopt OER ZTC. Then we venture onto our yellow lighters, who are a little bit more hesitant, but then because of the fact that we were seeing so much progress with our students, they also adopt. As you may recall, my last statement is that we are now approaching our hardest work, because now we're going up against what I would call the red lighters, right? Where they are a little resistant for one reason or another. And this is why that targeted outreach is so important. So that's where we're kind of leveling off, but it doesn't mean that we are not doing the work to engage all the faculty. Currently, 80% of our full-time faculty are engaged in OER ZTC work. We have about 67% of our adjuncts doing the work. So many of our classes, as you know, are taught by adjunct, and it's really challenging, and we're not the only one, but really challenging to engage the adjuncts to do work, although we pay them a stipend for the ZTC OER work, but still to capture their attention, because many of them teach not just at one college, but other colleges too. So that's where you're seeing our hardest, we're at that point where we are at the hardest part of the work.
So, but you're saying the increase from the spring of 2022 to the fall of 23 was because of more funding, but I thought the major funding came a little later than that. The big appropriation, didn't that come in it was
For
in
the
what?
ZTC.
2021?
21, and then we rolled it out. I think it took about a year, something like that, to get that out
And
to colleges.
as I try to
Yeah.
stress, funding has gone out to colleges in multiple phases.
Yeah.
So, okay, so, and did COVID have anything to do with it? I mean,
Yeah.
Many colleges leveraged COVID relief money or
And
HERF money.
funds.
And I know Associate Vice President Wasserman mentioned that as well, that they leveraged that at Cosumnes River College.
so it was just basically, it was
Influx
money
of
that
funds.
was able to kind of get over that threshold.
Yeah, and I mean, we'll just say the infrastructure now that we've built, it's really, I mean, it's kind of, some of this kind of emerged right at the right time, or serendipitously, or our chancellor is also so incredibly has such foresight and the direction of all of you of having this executive kind of leadership program coming out to train other colleges or to talk with executive teams about how to deploy this. We're really situated well at the same time of having a platform that's going to distribute it, make this so available. I think we'll have a lot more exponential results. We're going to see a lot of modifications, adaptions. We'll see it grow because faculty will now have a way to get into a system and modify or curate or change. So far, we've ended up with, in the investment with the ZTC that's been OER, some of it has just ended up in PDFs on a variety of websites. While they have to be collected into one site through the legislation, this is really going to make it dynamic. So if you think about the leadership, the grant management, the production, and the maintenance that we're having with faculty, it's really a synergistic time right now to see some growth. And I think, Dana, all of the work that you've done with the dashboards too, when we talk about how do we engage trustees or how do we engage other leaders, I think there's a real kind of toolkit now, as you have, to share to help deploy this across districts. So it's a incredibly exciting time. You should be proud of how hard you've pushed us to work and collaborate across the system. Yeah.
Excellent. I have the prerogative of asking the last question on this one. I think it's also slide 17 that that Member Epstein was looking at, where on the right side of that slide you talked about the difference in student success between OER and non-OER courses. And there was a significant delta up until I think fall 2023 when they actually touched. So could you talk about like what happened there and what the projections are like after fall of 2023? Are we trying to get parity between those two lines, or what's the forecast?
Ideally, we want to have a greater success for all of our students, whether it's OER or ZTC or not, right? That's our ultimate goal, is to support our student learning. What you see is, as we move closer, more and more of our courses, our sections, like 80% of our sections are now ZTC OER. So the difference is not going to be that, so 20% are not OER ZTC. So I'm not sure if I'm making sense right now, because of the fact that more representation is coming from the OER ZTC sections compared to the non-OER ZTC section. You will see that we will end up hopefully nearing somewhere in, near together, I guess. This is what we're seeing in fall of 2025. However, the college, CRC is also making a push in supporting student learning in other ways and having our faculty look at their disaggregated data. So for all across our college, not just for the ZTC courses, so that we could support our student learning. What we didn't want was to see the opposite, right, with the ZTC, because we wanted to use this as evidence that yes, OER ZTC can work for our students and it doesn't compromise learning at all.
I'm glad that we're tracking that, and I'm glad there's a strong narrative around the touch point. Wonderful. Let's take any public comment.
The public comment period on item 6.6 is now open. Each speaker will be allotted 2 minutes to address the board. President Aguinaldo, there are no in-person or virtual public comments on this item.
Well, that allows us to get to item 6.8 faster. Thank you very much to our item 6.6 speakers. Item 6.8 is our AI education series, and for that, I'll pass it to our Vice Chancellor Hayward.
I'd like to start by thanking you for allowing us to bring another item in the AI educational series. So thank you, President Aguinaldo, Vice President Rawlings, members of the board, and Chancellor Christian. So as we continue our educational series into artificial intelligence, we move from the theoretical to the practical. This session today is going to be grounded in the experiences and vision of two leaders from the field. Chancellor Lee Lambert of Foothill De Anza District and President Ryan Corner of Glendale Community College, who are both joining us virtually today. We'll be hearing about how the campus is a living learning lab. While this approach is something we have long endorsed, it is never more true than today. We'll learn from Chancellor Lambert about the rise of the infrastructure class and about Glendale's AI SOAR Academy and AI coaches from President Ryan. We'll start off with Chancellor Lambert, whom many of you know as a dynamic advocate for diversity, equity, and inclusion, student success, and community engagement. Chancellor Lambert is a nationally and internationally recognized speaker on the future of work, learning, and digital transformation. And then we'll segue to Dr. Ryan Corner's presentation. Dr. Corner became president of Glendale Community College in 2022. His tenure's hallmark is a dedication to fostering an ethic of care for students and the community through empathy, respect, and trust. Values he has carried into the classroom as an instructor and into the boardroom as a dynamic, innovative leader. So with that introduction, allow me to turn the mic and the podium over to Chancellor Lambert.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. If you could bring up my slides, please. Thank you. So President Aguinaldo, Vice President Rawlings, members of the board, Chancellor Christian, colleagues and guests, my name is Lee Lambert, Chancellor of the Foothill De Anza District, and I want to offer a different way of thinking about AI and workforce development. What if every student could graduate with real-world experience, not just some students, but every one? For too long, access to internships and other forms of work-based learning has depended on who you know, where you live, or what opportunities you can reach. That model has never scaled equitably. It leaves too many students on the margins. At the same time, the nature of work is changing across every sector, from buildings and energy grids to transportations and manufacturing. Are becoming intelligent. Sensors collect data, cloud platforms process it, artificial intelligence identifies patterns, and optimizes the performance in real time. When infrastructure changes, learning must change with it. So for generations, we have operated on what might be called a Flintstone model. Analog, manual, retrofitting advanced technologies onto systems never designed for them. But now we stand at the threshold of something different. A future where the environments in which we learn are as intelligent and dynamic as the systems our students will operate. That is the idea behind the Living Learning Lab. Next slide, please. Next slide, okay. Across California, our community colleges manage millions of square feet of infrastructure, buildings filled with complex systems, heating and cooling, water, energy, and power. Traditionally, these systems have been invisible to students, but when combined with sensors, cloud computing, and AI, they become something else entirely, a living, data-rich environment for learning. In this model, infrastructure becomes the textbook. Students are no longer limited to diagrams or simulations. They engage directly with real-time data generated by the systems around them. They learn how systems behave, how they fluctuate, how they fail, and how they can be optimized. We are moving from teaching about systems to learning from them. Next slide, please. In a traditional classroom, learning is often abstract. In a living learning lab, that separation disappears. Students interpret live data, they analyze real performance, they identify anomalies, and explore how systems can be optimized for efficiency and sustainability. They are not just learning concepts, they are developing judgment, and that is what it means to operate intelligent systems. Next slide, please. What I'm sharing is not theoretical. At Pima Community College, my last place I was at, an early version of this model demonstrated what becomes possible when infrastructure and education are integrated. Today, with generative AI, the opportunity is even greater. Students can interact with complex systems using natural language, explore real-time data, and receive immediate feedback. AI lowers the barrier to entry and deepens understanding. It does not replace human expertise, it enhances it. And at Foothill De Anza, we're already building the infrastructure to make this a possibility for our students and for our faculty to create powerful learning experiences. Next slide, please. The urgency is clear. The United States faces a shortage of over 400,000 HVAC technicians. In California alone, that need exceeds 30,000. At the same time, the state has also set ambitious climate goals, including deploying 6 million heat pumps by 2030. These goals cannot be achieved without a workforce capable of operating and maintaining and servicing intelligent systems. That is the role of our community colleges. We are not just filling jobs. We are building the workforce that makes our climate and economic goals possible. Next slide. As these systems evolve, so does the nature of work. The traditional distinction between blue-collar and white-collar labor is becoming less meaningful. In its place, a new category is emerging, one that blends physical, digital, and analytical skills. This is what I refer to as the infrastructure class. They are no longer just technicians. They are navigators of intelligent systems. The work has changed, the systems have changed, so the worker must be reskilled, upskilled, and skilled. Next slide, please. Preparing students for this reality requires a different kind of educational framework. At its foundation is mechatronics, the integration of mechanical and electrical systems. Building on that are control systems where automation and integration come into play. The next layer is digital capability, including artificial intelligence, cloud computing, and cybersecurity. Above that sits system thinking, the ability to understand how components interact and how outcomes can be predicted and optimized. And at the top is human judgment, the capacity to make ethical, informed decisions in complex, high-stakes environments. In short, the liberal arts are more important than ever. Together, these layers form a new competency stack, one that reflects the realities of an intelligent infrastructure and prepares students to navigate it effectively. Next slide, please. AI is accelerating this shift. We are moving from systems that required specialized expertise to systems that can now be accessed through natural language, from episodic interactions to continuous intelligence. For students, this changes everything. They can ask questions in real time, explore complex systems, and gain insights immediately. AI makes learning more accessible while increasing the level of understanding required. Next slide, please. For most of human history, the most sophisticated navigation tools in the world were found in nature. The Polynesian navigators crossed the vast oceans by reading the stars, the swells, the winds, and the movement of birds. They were interpreting a living system. Navigation has always been about reading signals, recognizing patterns, and making decisions under uncertainty. That has not changed. What has changed is the environment. Today we are navigating intelligent systems, and in response we have created new tools, data, sensors, algorithms, and AI. These are the modern stars and swells. This represents a fundamental shift. Intelligence has always guided navigation. What is new that intelligence itself, according to Jensen Huang, has become infrastructure. And that brings us to the role of the college. If the world is built on intelligent systems, then education must evolve from transferring knowledge to developing the capacity to navigate those systems. That is the living learning lab. What if these systems became the curriculum, a built-in experience for every student? This is how we close the gap between education and work. This is how we democratize access to applied learning. This is how we prepare students, not for just jobs, but to operate and navigate intelligent systems. Our responsibility is to ensure every student graduates knowing how to do both. Thank you.
Thank you, Chancellor Lambert. And we'll transition over to President Corner.
Wow, you make me go after Chancellor Lambert. That's a difficult one, Craig. Board, Chancellor, staff, I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak a little bit about AI. And I'd start by saying what Dr. Lambert's speaking about is exactly where we need to go. I'm choosing a little bit of a different topic because there's the vision, There's the strong understanding about the broader overview of where we need to go with artificial intelligence. And then there's the reality of what we face on our campuses, where we have to balance our approach with folks who aren't quite there yet, people who have not reached the point where artificial intelligence is looked at as something that's positive for them. And so here at Glendale Community College, we've taken a very balanced approach in terms of a concept of learning to coexist with artificial intelligence. And this has been a very practical direction that we've taken purposefully and intentionally, with an understanding that we're going to have some real leaders in the system, and you'll see in a moment that we do, but also an understanding that there are some who resist artificial intelligence, they fear artificial intelligence, and they see a threat in terms of their learning processes and what they're used to in their own disciplines. And so as we built out, we focused heavily on professional development and getting those who need it to an acceptance that artificial intelligence is going to be the reality that we live in. In fact, many of us probably used AI today and we didn't even know it. AI is becoming so present in our society that you can't even track what is going to be AI driven and what might just be normal algorithms that are driving our behavior in social media and on search engines and things like that. So our approach has really been that we need to understand that AI involves distinguishing between more of the artificial intelligence passive users and those who are the active users. The passive users are the ones who use AI every day without knowing it, and who are willing to use some of the smaller systems, the chat GPTs, ask some questions, have artificial intelligence kind of guide different conversations, and function it on a limited basis in that way. The casual use comes standard with most of what we do in our day-to-day operations. The more active users really involve that deeper understanding of artificial intelligence that was described earlier, and how it systematically is used in order to improve processes and to have intentional direction in terms of the way that the intelligence is used to create better systems and functionality. This is where we see most frequently with our faculty who are tech innovators. We've tried to design our faculty support around both of these, and we've done so in a very interesting way, starting with discipline-specific training. Coming into an AI training platform, it can be very difficult when you have some disciplines that are more naturally attuned to using an AI platform and some that see it as counter to what they do. And we've developed our professional development around those discipline-specific integrations and around concepts that are broader, such as ethics and academic integrity and use of AI tools, and particularly AI assistants, to try to get folks to move away from the mundane that they have to do on a day-to-day basis so that they can engage in more productive work. Just some examples of the topics that have been launched. ChatGPT ate my homework using AI ethically. AI in the classroom, risk, rewards, and rethinking your course. AI with a human touch, supporting first-generation students with equity and joy. Spot the bot. We had 30-plus sessions delivered just in the last semester, and we have something we called Winter Warmer, which is in between our winter and spring semesters, where we had 9 sessions just specifically focused on artificial intelligence. If we want to look at the success, it is also about not just helping those get to that general level, but how do we support those that are more advanced? And an example of that has been that we have actually seen teachers who have fully automated their course. And I know some of you may be thinking, do we want instructors to fully automate their course? And the answer is it depends how they do it. In this case, the teacher has not only fully automated their course, but they've done so that they can take the grading and have one-on-one conversations and individualized learning experiences with each student, something they couldn't do when they had to worry about the grading and more of the mundane things that artificial intelligence can do aptly. We go to the next slide. We want to thank you and thank the state for the support, because we wouldn't be able to do the type of work that we're doing on our campus in growing artificial intelligence without this work. And I'm sorry, it looks like the slide got cut off in transition, but I'll read the bottom part as well. We've been active participants in an AI literacy and innovation program that is funded by the Strong Workforce Funding that comes from the state, and it's a regional project where we are one of several in Los Angeles that are working together to develop AI literacy across our campuses and across different CTE disciplines. We are eager participants of the California Learning Lab. The AI faculty innovator in residence is Dr. Fabiola Torres, who is one of our own, and we are so proud to have her. She also serves as one of the California Community College AI Fellowship and has been doing great work there. The other two areas that we have had grant funding to really support this effort has been the SOAR program, Strategies for Optimal AI Resilience. And it's worth noting this is being led by somebody who comes from the foreign language department, who deeply understands how AI can be used in novel ways and in disciplines that don't typically lend themselves well to AI if people don't think differently about how instruction can occur. And lastly, we do have a peer AI review and reflection program, which is specifically geared to supporting writing classes and how to integrate artificial intelligence into writing. Next slide. In addition to the professional development, I think one of the unique aspects that has been pushed forward is our faculty are developing curriculum. In fact, in 2025, they added artificial intelligence as a standalone discipline. Instead of just integrating artificial intelligence into disciplines that were existing, they've added artificial intelligence as its own discipline, and it's coordinated heavily with our math department and in connection to the data science work that they've been doing for many years. We hope to, in the next year, have full curriculum that will lead to both degrees and certificates. We've also launched a non-credit course about AI in the workplace, which serves as those general entry-level skills that people are beginning to demand as we look at the workforce, the way Dr. Lambert spoke about. The last thing in terms of our work is we are just in the backyard of the biggest entertainment giants in the world. And so we've focused heavily on entertainment technology, things like virtual reality, virtual projection, gaming, and production. Most people don't think of AI when they think of these, but AI is actually the backbone that guides most of the work in the entertainment industry now when you're talking about virtual reality or other special effects. And if we can go to the next slide, the way that we've doubled down into this is quite incredible. We have a gifted young faculty member, Edwin Sakusian. He came to us from USC's Institute for Creative Technologies. And not only is he an amazing faculty member, he's alumni. He's product of the community college system. He's product of Glendale Community College. And he set straight to work in developing virtual reality programming for students that allows students to have real-world experiences in a classroom setting where they can actually have a repertoire of evidence that they can give at the end to show that they know how to do virtual reality. The way that we're doing this is he will pull together a group of 20 to 30 students. He will engage them in a workflow process where they meet with instructors and ask the instructor, what would you like to see built for your class? And then they develop virtual reality components around the faculty specifications and deploy it so that it can be used seamlessly in the classroom instruction. None of this can be done without artificial intelligence. The amount of programming that goes into virtual environments would not exist without AI. And so he teaches the students on how to deploy these in a real life setting. And as to the previous topic, 6.7, that actually ends up becoming an open educational source that we can then give to other colleges so that the development of our students becomes the utility for our faculty in the classroom. And it just keeps giving. The most thrilling thing about this for me is that when we met with Edwin, we asked him an important question that comes up when you have these types of high-tech programs. What prerequisites will it take to get a student who can achieve this level? And his answer was none. He's taking students directly into this class and he's teaching them from scratch with the idea that within one semester they'll be able to program in virtual reality utilizing artificial intelligence so that we can develop content more fluidly for our classrooms. It gives the real world experience, and currently this is being funded through the National Science Foundation. I bring this last one up as evidence that AI is going through all of our curriculum. It's just being approached differently depending on what we want the outcomes to be with our students. And from a standpoint of a college that has both some of the best innovators I've ever seen in my life and others who are deeply afraid of what it means to have artificial intelligence in the classroom, having this balanced approach that both supports our innovators while allowing others time to adjust to the model has been essential in moving the institution forward and really moving them to a place that people accept and understand that AI is something that will continue to be in our world forever at this point. With that, I'll say thank you, and I'll hand back to Craig for questions.
All right, we'll take board questions. I see De La Fuente and then Brown.
Chancellor Lambert and President Connor, it's great. This sounds exciting. I hope the board can come and visit. It's very exciting, very innovative what you're doing, and I think it was very avant-garde and innovative, and the creativity. I'm very impressed. It feels like Glendale Community College is in the heart of the AI boom. So I hope we have the opportunity to go see. I think what you're doing might be the standard in 2-3 years. Things are changing so fast, so this is very excited, very impressed. This looks like a high-tech incubator in Silicon Valley. So I'm hoping to see a lot of the initiatives and how it's going to change higher education across the California community colleges. So congratulations.
Thank you.
Hope we can visit as a board, and maybe in our next Southern California board meeting in Glendale. They also have great restaurants nearby.
They also have great cookies that President Corner bakes. So just wanted to give him a shout out for his baking skills. Yeah. All right. Member Brown, then Member Carell.
Thank you, Chancellor Lambert, for your framework of the infrastructure class. I'm thinking a lot about how we're moving towards increasing apprenticeships in our system, and how there's going to be a lot of students who are coming back from careers that no longer are going to exist due to the advent of AI. And I think that really gives us a really good, clear direction. So thank you for that. I also wanted to express appreciation to Dr. Corner and the team over at Glendale, because we got to visit and actually play with these tools. My one complaint, but it's also an opportunity area that I see that they're already having an impact, is that I believe this is an area where we can really have an impact on the industry. And so I really enjoyed the virtual reality lessons, and I really enjoyed that at Glendale, it's not just your typical faculty that are engaged in this process. As you saw, Fabiola Torres, she's doing ethnic studies and using these VR tools in order to implement in those disciplines. So the range of disciplines is amazing. Because of that, we have a lot of diverse students who are engaging with this. And when I went to use this VR tool, the first thing I noticed when I looked down at my arms is they looked a bit more like Craig Hayward's. I was a white man with a navy blue suit on, and it felt very odd to me. So my hope is that we can have an impact on the industry to try to make these things a bit more relatable for our students, because I think that's the way it's always going to start. If you're going to be introducing something to people who you're looking to get funding from, they're probably looking more like Craig Hayward with their navy blue suits. But our students don't look that way. And so I think it's incredibly important, the valuable feedback that we as an open access system with such a wide range of students can have on the industry to help improve these systems for the entire world. So thank you very much for your work, and I look forward to what's coming in the future.
Thank you. If I may, I just also like to say they have updated the system where you choose your avatar. We just didn't have a chance to go through that yet, but you get to pick everything about you now, down to the clothing, the hairstyle, and you can make it match you, or you can be a completely different person. On the ethnic studies, I will say that one of our ultimate goals in the development of this virtual reality We have a very strong Armenian community in Glendale, and there's a cultural enclave for Armenians, Artsakh, located in Azerbaijan, that generations will probably never see again. And so one of our guiding North Stars has been to get good enough at production that we can produce a virtual Artsakh so that members of our community can see a cultural area that they'll never get to see in real life.
Sign me up. Question, with this virtual reality, are you doing anything with history? Because I see a lot of Instagram that you see these virtual reality environments. I'm a big, passionate historian, and I have my historian group. And is there something with the VR that you're doing with history, and how can I sign up?
So there's still content development. We have been testing it. We have a virtual Hagia Sophia, which goes through the multiple centuries of how that amazing wonder of the world has changed. And I was just notified today that they've launched the testing for ancient Egypt.
That's incredible. Congratulations. Without history, we have no future. So congratulations.
Member Corral.
Thank you for the presentations. Really congratulate you on all your work. I was sort of sitting thinking with something, and this might be spicy, maybe spicy for what I usually say, but I was sort of holding two things that we've heard today, which is one, this presentation, and then just countering it to earlier today's comments that staff are not comfortable using AI on the common course numbering issues that we have across our system. And so I just want to sit with the fact that it sounds like we're innovating in certain ways and not in others. And I don't know that I have a question per se, but I just sort of want to hold that up to say, I think perhaps if there's a way to leverage these kinds of examples to reduce the anxiety, I appreciated the framing of coexist with, right? So that there isn't sort of fear and anxiety about these tools, or at least, I mean, there should be some anxiety about the things that these tools bring, but that we're not losing sight of the fact that in places where we can really make, demonstrable changes and impact on our system, like that we can also be leveraging these tools to kind of advance that. I think that that's important to also step back and think about.
Can I add to that? So progress has always been about paradoxes. And I think it's okay to hold both as truisms until time helps to move things over to this new reality, right? And you saw that with Gutenberg, the printing press. You saw that with Copernicus and the like. So that's the space we're in right now. We're in this liminal space. I think we need to be respectful for those who still aren't comfortable yet and acknowledge that's an important part of the equation and not shame them in any way, but at the same time, help support the innovators and the early adopters to keep moving us along and to be able to fail, because none of this is perfect. You got to be able to fail and test and not let that failure take you all the way back to a place where our fears hold us back. So both can be true, and that's the paradox of progress.
Member Villavicencio.
Thank you. Thank you again, Chancellor Lambert and Chancellor Superintendent President Corner for your presentation. I wanted to elevate board members Brown's comment about apprenticeships and internships. I actually have a son who's interested in still in high school, but pursuing cinematic arts. And I guess UCLA has this amazing program. And then I'm thinking about, again, how AI obviously is changing the dynamics of that field. And so coming back to the world of apprenticeships and internships, I was wondering if you had explored within your colleges or even within our system here, and I'm going to incorporate my my interest in elevating global and international education, but global virtual internships. I know UC Davis, I was at a NASA conference yesterday, and they were talking about how their students were engaging in, again, global internships with industry from other countries and partnering with, with industry abroad. And so I think there's just so much potential, obviously, with the use of AI and technology. For me, it's ensuring that our students have every possibility to succeed, right, in terms of pursuing different pathways. And I think there may be some potential there, too, as we sort of marry in this idea of apprenticeships and AI, and again, learning from the world. And I think as California continues to lead, we need to also be learning from other countries, as well as from other states nationally, but really at all levels. So I just wanted to offer that. Thank you.
Member, please.
I think I want to echo part of Member Corral's and Member Villasensio's comments about, like, I think just we have to remember that while there is a lot of progress being made with, like, AI, while we're talking about, like, jobs being replaced, et cetera, there's also a lot of backtracking that's happening. We talk about, like, art, for example, and I'm not sure if anyone saw this, but at the Olympics there was AI art being used, and the consumer and audience reaction to that was not positive in any capacity. We're seeing a lot of jobs being replaced by AI, but a lot of backtracking with that as well. So I think I bring that up not because I'm against AI necessarily, but because of the fact that we have to acknowledge where AI is at. I know there's a lot of conversation about, where it's going to be in 5-10 years. But the fact of the matter is there's a lot of conversation also about how the AI bubble is potentially bursting, right? So I think we should possibly have some intentionality in this conversation, whereas, like, this is not absolute, and where it can have its downfalls, I guess. So I just bring that up to kind of say, I kind of echo our, like, Senator Bernie Sanders' sentiment in the sense of, like, maybe we should slow down our conversations around AI implementation, especially replacing things that we think are, replacing things that, like, professors do, for example. So, sorry, that wasn't articulated the best, but my feelings around the sentiment.
Member Du.
Sort of to take some of what Member Blaze said, I think right now we are on a really fast boat, and we're heading full sail ahead at like 100 miles per hour. I don't know, I've never been on a boat. This might be completely incorrect. We're 100 miles per hour. And so essentially, right now, the only real load that we have on this boat, and this boat is like the public conversation, and is implementation. We are talking about how we can implement here, how we can implement there, and those are great conversations. I will never be against anything that I feel can help people, especially when it comes to education. But I think, like Board Member Blaze said, we can slow down a little bit by adding a couple cargo. Once again, never been on a boat, adding a couple pieces of cargo about ethics and intentionality. And we can sort of add into this conversation to slow down a little bit of implementation, sure, but also more so to coexist with the conversations that are happening, especially on the student level. If you sort of survey student sentimentality about AI, it is transitioning to be more negative. I think understanding why that is, I think, is incredibly important. I think if you have students, if you have a student base that is maybe not the most positive or even neutral about AI, you're going to have a lot of difficulties when it comes to the implementation of AI within the classroom. And I think addressing that before we put a lot of resources into implementing this, just to ensure that we have the best results with the implementation, I think is really important. And I think also with all STEM, I'm a huge advocate for ethics and everything, but especially STEM. STEM and the results of STEM, especially in the workforce, is incredibly huge on the world. In almost every single industry, especially semiconductors, especially in AI, we're building, and I have full faith in this, that we are building the future leaders of tomorrow in STEM here in our systems. And we have to ensure that they are fully educated of the world impacts of these systems as well. And I think that's something that we really have to consciously implement into this, the same way that we implement climate education into our natural sciences education. We have to implement ethics and and the impacts of AI on our society and our environment whilst we're doing this. And I think that's just something to keep in mind to add a little bit load to our speedboat.
Member Blaze, I'll give you the prerogative of going next.
Yeah, last thing I wanted to add, Member Adu, very good job at rephrasing it, but I want to emphasize that everything we do at the end of the day is for students, right? And as we're seeing, you're hearing from us as students involved that student sentiment on AI is shifting. So if with students with AI, and in a post-COVID world, in a very AI-heavy world, students are valuing what is more humane and what is more authentic, right? And so I think what our comments here today are, like, they're not necessarily to push back against any of this progress, but we're trying to say that also remember what students want and also be intentional about planning around that, because once again, we're seeing the sentiment shift.
Okay. Epstein, Perry, LeGrand.
For Chancellor Lambert, I do appreciate that I'm old enough to understand the Flintstones-Jetsons combo that you had in your presentation, and perhaps you could also try Jurassic Park and Back to the Future in a future presentation. Following up on what the students both just said, you're kind of in the belly of the beast there in Silicon Valley, and I'd like to know what your relationship has been with some of the companies that are around you that have probably been interested in doing work with you. I know we have a deal with Google, with Gemini, and how do you balance that, the opportunities for interaction with those companies with the kind of concerns that the students just expressed?
Right. Well, it's a great question, and there's no easy answer. So let me first say that, right? And as President Comer pointed out, we are all living and working with AI whether we realize it or not. And if you look at our vehicle technology as an example, if everyone's driving a modern car, that's AI on wheels. So are you going to want to walk away from your car now because it's AI on wheels? So we need to keep that in mind, right? And then another dimension to this is we're in a global competition. And if you were able to listen to the Daily this morning from the New York Times podcast, the Chinese are way ahead in certain areas around robotics and how it's using to modernize. So in other words, the genie's out of the bottle. What's really missing, I think, is the ethics and that side of the equation that needs to be sharpened, strengthened, so there's more better judgment around how we should be using these technologies. I think there's only one place I think that's really going to come from is colleges and universities. But we can't do that if we're fighting against it and not understanding what the power of the technology is. So that's an important piece. So it's not one versus the other. So in terms of the companies here, we've been working with, whether it's in the semiconductor space, helping along with a lot of the apprenticeships and so forth, which are going to be critical over the horizon. But also just recently, Google reached out to Chancellor Christian and I. They're forming a higher education insights board to be founding members of that. So we're developing these important relationships with these leading companies where they're looking to us as community colleges so we can help inform and shape, hopefully, how this technology evolves over time. So I hope we're not going to back away from the opportunity so that we can help shape it instead of allowing it to continue, because it's not going to stop. Because if the U.S. isn't leading, the Chinese aren't going to wait for us.
Perry, LeGrand, Williams, Adu, Brown.
Building a little bit on what the student said, I think about this, fortunately, at the risk of saying somebody's going to be in trouble, the colleges don't have a tendency or a reputation for grabbing onto the next big new thing. We're careful and we're cautious, and I think that helps us in this instance because you're seeing these technologies like Sora that was the big new thing, and it turned out it manipulated images and it's been shut down. And I think that particularly in light of the students that we represent who are out in a world that is sometimes unfamiliar, and I don't want to see them what's going on at the national level in terms of preying upon the disenfranchised and otherwise marginalized populations. I do think, I'm not saying we should impede progress, but that extra level of thought and caution when we're looking at these new technologies, I think is really important, given the students that we are charged with serving.
I'll be brief because a lot of it's already been said. I just think that I think the term that was used with ethics needs to be involved in this. I think that what we've seen is that there's so much misinformation with AI generated now that people have become really, really suspicious. You don't know if what you're reading is actually real or imagined. And one of the questions I had raised, or one of the issues that I raised early on when we started talking about AI, was that, garbage in, garbage out, who's really producing the data that goes into that so it looks more diversified and not like what the status quo is. And I have several friends who are like fine artists who are really concerned about their images being replicated and them losing, income because of that. So I do think it's kind of a little bit of this that we need to do, go fast and go slow at the same time. But I do think having some ethical principles around what we're trying to accomplish will be really important.
We have Williams, Adu, Brown, De La Fuente.
As it relates to this topic, I think it's really important that we're mindful of how we discuss it, and we should really be clear when we get these presentations on what the use case is, because I think the way I'm hearing it is some of the conversations get blended, like students' access to how they use it in relation to their work. I was at Southern California Edison in 2018, and a lot of my colleagues had skills in Python, Power BI, and all of these advanced level data analytics, and they were using large language models back then to basically help us understand what was happening with the electric grid and everything in relation to modernizing the grid, and even looking at how rates and what the projection of rates needed to be in the future. And so I think we need to be careful, because some of the language that's used here is kind of offensive when we talk about disadvantaged communities. We're overprotective. I get a lot of advertisements for Columbia, from USC, from all of these Ivy League schools trying to get me to take one of their certificate programs to learn about how to program agents, how to create apps. And when I look at the coursework in community college, I don't see none of that. We have the ability to provide that advanced level training at a far cheaper price. And so Columbia's hit me up. They want $4,500 to go through an 8-week program. We got all of these, but when we come to our communities, community of color, we want to hold back the technology and not say, and I'm not talking about how they use it in a classroom. I'm talking about for employment and entrepreneurship. They need to be able to use it. And so last week or 2 weeks ago, I had a chance to go to the Bebop Center, the Black Brown Opportunity Center, Time for Change Foundation in San Bernardino, and they opened up the Kinetic Hub, which is an AI hub in the city of San Bernardino. And so we started talking about the opportunity with being able to train our frontline workers, and basically how can I use this tool to do routine tasks or things that really need to be automated in our systems. So clerical support, and my chancellor is talking about how can her leadership team use it to do reports faster and make them more accurate. And so when will we see certificate courses, and when will we see curriculum develop so that students, and I'm not just talking about young people, I'm talking about all students, get a chance to build skills with using this technology?
Thank you. I will say, and I'm sure Dr. Lambert has some comments as well, we already have non-credit programming that is geared towards the base level. I've never experienced AI before. How would I use it in my job? The discipline has been developed. Our faculty have created minimum qualifications for artificial intelligence. We expect that more of what you're speaking to, which is how do you create your own agents? How do you create your own generative bots and large language models? Those for us should be up in the next year and a half.
And just to build on that, that's why I took the approach with my presentation, because this is already happening. And the question is, will our students have access to what's already happening? So at Pima, as an example, going back before Gen AI, what you heard me talk about is what we were doing on the facility side. And by doing that, we actually reduced the greenhouse gases of the entire college, 6 campuses, many different centers, by over 50% in 5 years. Our goal was 10 years, and we did it in 5 years. Now what we want to do is move it over into the learning space, have the students use the ability to use that to learn in real time, so they're getting the skills so that they can go into that profession, right? So that's what we're really talking about. We're doing it on the other side. The question is, are we going to help using that to train today and the future workers? And the students of color especially, I believe, have to have access, or otherwise we're going to create, again, an underclass. And that would be a shame on us, I believe. And the last thing I'll say is there's a great LLM called Latimer AI for people of color. So check it out. And by the way, we're in conversations through the Digital Center with the CEO about looking at how we might bring that into the system.
Yeah, and just last thing that I'll say, we have to really be careful because communities like the ones that I live in, we're getting stuff too late. And so the companies don't want to come into our communities because they say we don't have the skills.
Right.
And sometimes, it might be, true or not, but the perception still is real when you don't see the access points. And so I think when we talk about it, I think we need to really segment the conversation and make sure that we don't make all things one thing, and then it sounds like we're holding things back prematurely, because I don't think that that's anyone's intention, but we should really be clear about what part of this conversation we're having when we're having it, so we don't inadvertently stop the progress.
Thank you. Adu Brown De La Fuente.
I know this has been going on for a while, and I'm definitely not going to help right now. So it's going to go a little bit longer. But I think I have 2 points, and both of them are interconnected. First, starting off with on the conversation of marginalized people, people of color, low-income people. When we're talking about AI, it is incredibly important to, one, define what AI is. AI is, at least in the context that we use it with large language models, it is a imitation of human intelligence created by these incredibly large and complex pattern-making systems that produce a result that is convincing to the human eye. And these are all based off of pieces of data, of large pieces of data that are based off of the world. And for example, in history class, you are given a code of ethics. You are told how to cite sources. You are given certain codes to go by because that is the ethical thing to do within that subject. Similarly, when it comes to AI, considering that these results are produced on data that is our data. It is not new, it is not innovative, it is the data that the world is run on, and we ourselves are biased. I think it is incredibly important to give certain tools and outlines as to how to operate within these systems. And so when I and Board Member Blaze emphasize slowing down a little bit, I want to clarify that I am myself, and I'll speak for myself and not Blaze, but I am not necessarily against the implementation of these things, especially considering they're incredibly prevalent within the modern economy. And like Board Member Williams was emphasizing, if we don't do it and other people are doing it, there's going to be some inequity there, and we don't want to cause that for our students. That being said, within the context of AI and the results it produces being based off of our data and us being biased, I think it is incredibly important, especially for marginalized communities, to absolutely make sure there's ethics implemented. We cannot implement AI education without implementing AI ethics. And I would be remiss to not say this, especially considering very recently, if you've seen the New York Times, a woman was arrested for multiple months because based off of an AI program, because that it misrepresented her. And that is going to happen, especially to Black and brown people. And if we're teaching our students to go into the workforce with these tools, and we are not equipping them with the ethics that is required to operate them, we are doing the world as a service, especially our students. So I would say we cannot do anything without ethics. And if anything, and also to address Chancellor Lambert, you mentioned if we don't do it, China's going to get ahead of us. And I have no disagreement there. Absolutely no disagreement there. Other people are going to do it if we don't. But I also want to emphasize that if we ourselves dig into the ethics now and we make our students the experts in the ethics now, they will also be the experts in the policy that we're passing now that's going to be regulating our AI systems. And so if anything, integrating those ethics are not only going to be a safety concern, but also it would allow them to innovate within the bounds of what the future is going to be for regulatory sanctions on AI. So that's my take. Thank you.
Thank you. Brown, then De La Fuente.
So I'm going to make a side comment before I go to the comment I originally wanted to make in response to Member Williams. And this actually makes me think back to our last or an earlier topic about our zero textbook costs. I think this all speaks to a need to better advertise what it is that we have happening in our system. I don't think that folks know. I remember Member Perry long ago saying something like, we are not the bargain bin of higher education. We are affordable, but we also have really high quality, cutting edge programs happening. So I would like to surface both the zero textbook costs, affordability pathways, as well as this work that we're doing in AI, and make it more noticeable and known. So I would just wanted to surface that as a marketing ploy for this I can go to college concept, that we need to have that more in our faces and more part of our message of who we are as a brand. Now to my original comments I wanted to make, and also this is going to be a question to both of our leaders here presenting to us today. So in response to what Member Blaze and Member Adu brought up, I do think this is really important. I'm going to also take a risk of trying to use a metaphor using a topic I know zero about because I've never even changed my own tire. The other day I popped a tire. I popped a tire and I didn't want to deal with the spare. I just got my car towed directly to Costco Tire Center. So that being said, I do know I visited Cuba and they're using really old vehicles and they're doing really amazing mechanic work using all kinds of old parts and repurposing them in amazing ways. But that being said, the reality of today's mechanics and what they have to do, not only are they highly sophisticated computers like Chancellor Lambert was talking about with our infrastructure economy concept, but also the high voltage of our electrical vehicles. It's like they're linemen now in addition to being mechanics, right? So it's trying to hold the reality that we need to start preparing our students for the high-tech advanced California that we are, because we are not Cuba. But also keeping in mind this centering the student voice, keeping in mind our California Community College framework of human-centered, understanding, mature, accountable, networked, and secure. So my question to our leaders, when it comes to the concept, the humans concept, that framework, and when it comes to safety, in regards to privacy of student data, in regards to putting humans at the forefront so that they're not being turned off, like Member Blaze was mentioning, by AI slop or chatbots that take them into an endless loop where they never get help. And also maintaining that idea of guided pathways where becoming connected to the campus community is what's at the forefront of what we're doing. And then lastly, emotional safety. Since some students are now using AI for dating or therapy, and that might not always be the safest choice. And we've seen some really horrible things that have happened in regards to those. So in this concept of being human-centered and being safe, what have you all been doing and thinking about as you implement this innovative work to hold both of those things at the same time, the innovation, but also the safety?
Go ahead, Chancellor Lambert, if you want me to start.
Yeah, please do.
Okay.
Please do. Yeah.
Well, I'll first speak from the fact that I don't think any innovation happens unless it's driven from your values. And one of the very strict values we have at Glendale Community College is that we have a culture of care. And it's very intimate, it's very connected, and it's very relational, and that will not go away. So when we talk about implementing high tech, it always comes with a high touch. It's how do we use technology in order to allow us a greater opportunity to engage in the relationships that better serve our students going through those pathways, and so that they can have more time with the faculty and the staff that really care about them and want to invest into them. And I think that's where we see the benefit of AI, is how can we offload some of the things that are not as connected to students so that we can spend more time with our students. And that's the humanistic way of looking at it, how we have that human care. I will say that in terms of what has already been broached, these things come along with where we're going. Chancellor Lambert mentioned that when we talk about ethics, companies that are for profits don't have a lot of conversations about ethics. And where you will see a lot of that is in academia, where you have students who are driving conversations, who are asking big questions the way they are here, and where you have faculty who have a responsibility as part of a group that curates and bestows knowledge to really have these deep conversations. And I know that our Senate has had a lot of conversations about the role of AI with the institution, with faculty, and with students. And they have very curated recommendations for how it should be used ethically and how it should be used to enhance and how to prevent it from detracting. I have seen some of those things as a former mental health professional. Oh, that's an interesting one to talk about, AI in mental health. It can go wrong. It can go wrong. And so I know that is not an area that we're touching on, but it's definitely one that should be triggered in the larger conversations of the ethics of AI. And the only thing I would recommend is that as we build policies, procedures, recommendations, whatever we want to call it, it needs to be with students in mind. It needs to be with faculty driving the conversations. But it also has to be flexible enough to know that whatever we're talking about in terms of technology today, by the time our governance has actually approved it, it's probably out of date. And we need to know that we have to have that level of adaptability in how we approach it. And the only way you do that is by defining your values, not defining the technology.
And to extend off of that, so earlier this year, 3 economists out of MIT published a research paper called Building Pre-Worker AI, a Pro-Worker AI. And what one of their conclusions is, we're now at a juncture where companies are incentivized, right, for that profit. Well, in that profit thinking, well, let's get rid of our workers, right, and use more automation and all that. So then the other path is a pro-worker, human plus machine way of thinking. Well, that's not getting the kind of attention and play that it needs. I think that's where we come in. If we can show that you can build a great economy where the humans are guiding the technology, the AI, et cetera, and you can have just as much success that way. But then what that means is you got to have the workforce that aligns with that. And that's what's missing. I think the community colleges are the ideal sector of higher education to be able to do that, because we touch a lot of the parts of the economy that I was talking about, that infrastructure class, right? And so, but we have to show the way, because they're not incentivized to do that, especially a lot of these high-tech companies, right? So that's one piece. If you notice in that model I put out there, at the very top, it's human judgment, and that's ethics, that's AI responsibility. That's where our liberal arts are so critical to help us keep responsible AI, ethics, all of that at the forefront. Now, how do we create a policy apparatus that helps guide it, not to say you can't, but how do we use it responsibly? And I think that can only come from our faculty engaging with it. So at Foothill De Anza, I think if we haven't already, we're going to be rolling out an ethics and AI course as we move along here, among other things, to kind of help inform that kind of thinking. And I think this is our opportunity. This is the community college's opportunity to show we can lead in this conversation. and do it in a responsible way.
De La Fuente, then Adu.
Well, I remember Blockbuster was one of those big companies that we thought would never go out of business, and Netflix came in. They did, you'd order a movie, they deliver it straight to your house, and Reed Hastings started it after getting a huge late fee, which whoever remembered those late fees, I remember getting them. But then they made a critical decision. They decided to do video on demand, and today, everybody's using video on demand. So I think we're at a similar critical point. I've had the opportunity to travel to 99 countries. I've studied abroad in China, and I was recently in Seoul. And one of my colleagues was from Fudan University in China. And he spoke very little English. The course was taught in English, and he had this something like an iPad, but it was not an iPad. It was a Chinese version. And it was so advanced. I was so impressed. He was hearing my conversation, translating into real time, making notes and takeaways all in one go. If we don't invest in our future, we're going to get left behind. Other countries, and Asia is very advanced, and they're moving at breakneck speed. I recently was in a Chinese car. The technology inside of the car is incredible. It even competes with American cars. Now, I do believe American engines are better, but the technology was honestly impressive. I think I was at a course at Harvard Kennedy School about the promise and perils of technology for the common good. I think if we have the right values, and we can be the innovators. Let's not be the imitators. Let's not be the latecomers. And I do think technology is the great equalizer. Imagine, Henry Ford, if you would have been racing a racehorse and you'd be driving a car. AI is the car, and what we currently have is the racehorse. So if we want to bring equity and equalizing now, is there perils to technology? Absolutely. But we need to figure out what those are, how to mitigate them. And my final point, I was in San Francisco, and I've been exploring the AI scene myself, and I had the opportunity to sit in front of Sam Altman, the OpenAI, or Mr. ChatGPT, as I like to call him. And he said, AI might have the great opportunity to solve all cancers. But AI might also create the most disastrous disease. It's a great, powerful tool, and it can go both ways. Ultimately, he believes that it will probably be net positive. But look, we are going to be exploring this new paradigm. If we don't use it, somebody else will, and they'll beat us. So we need to have these tools. We need to give it to communities that don't have access to these tools, teach them how to use it so they can bring up to speed and compete. So, I think it's incredible what Glendale Community College is. Yes, when you're doing fast innovation, we might make a mistake here and there, but you got to learn from it, because if not, somebody else will. So, I think it's very impressive what you gentlemen have done. Congrats.
Member Adu, then Member Villavicencio.
I'm going to do bat two at an analogy, so might not be good. But I think the simplest way to put it is, I think AI, I'm sounding like a broken clock, but ethics in AI is incredibly important, particularly because it solves a lot of the issues. I think, for example, Board Member Brown mentioned the issue of interpersonal AI and sort of the consequences of some of the backlash of that, especially when it comes to relationship AI. And I think a lot of that could be solved with a safety and ethics course. A lot of that could be solved by being able to teach students where do you go wrong and how to stop that. I think the prevention of these things is just as important as the prevention of for example, drug prevention classes for high school students. I think it is similarly critically important. And I think, like you mentioned, both of you mentioned ethics and the values being so incredibly important. And I think that is very, very true. I think this is an incredibly powerful piece of technology that's being used in many different ways right now, not all of them positive. And to give students these classes without the ethics portion is here's the analogy, correct me if I'm wrong, teaching them how to make a pipe bomb, but then not informing them that a pipe bomb could potentially hurt someone, right? It's like you kind of have to tell them and you kind of have to educate them that this is a technology that could be used for bad. I like to think that people won't use AI to make a pipe bomb, but we're not sure. Maybe they can. We don't know that. And we don't know the ways that people can and cannot use this. And so we have to inform our students of these sort of dangers before we really fully integrate them into these systems, similarly as we would to any other large piece of like STEM.
Member Villavicencio.
Yeah, I'm grateful for Board Member Adu's comments because in a way it leads to my comments as well. And speaking as a political scientist, I'm oftentimes teach my students the implications of AI, especially in how it impacts democracy, our democratic values, and our institutions, which again is very challenging for the world here, not just at home, but in the world in the moment. And I'm reminded with this conversation, wonderful conversation that we're having about ethics and values. My mentor at USC, Chester Newland, who is a very respected a scholar in the public administration field. If I were to summarize his body of work, which I actually share my students at the end of my class, I tell them this because ultimately our students are going to become future leaders. They're going to make decisions that are going to impact people's lives. And now more than ever, I think we definitely have a quote unquote moral responsibility to teach ethics. But just to share with you what I learned from my mentor, Chester Newland, he basically, if you were to again summarize his body of work, he basically says that if you take a look at American institutions and the values that we hold, it's in this search, sort of like a moral compass here. It's the search for reasonableness. And how do you balance that search while respecting human dignity, while valuing, again, diversity under the constitutional rule of law? I think there's something there to unpack as we think about these things as a public higher education institution. In my mind, our goal is also to protect our democracy and our democratic institutions. And again, how do we do that ethically, especially again with, as we've already talked about so much, with the pace of change happening. We have to obviously solidify what those values are. So I offer again Dr. Newland's words of wisdom here on this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And since everybody has gone twice, I am putting the kibosh on the board comments. Let's go to public comments, please.
The public comment period on item 6.8 is now open. Each speaker will be allotted 2 minutes to address the board. President Aguinaldo, there are no in-person comments on this item, but I will hand it over to my colleague Gary for the virtual hand raised.
We have Omar Zavala with his hand raised. You have control of your mic and can address the board.
Hi. I really liked Governor Adu said. I'm going to go re-listen to that. And Governor Brown's questions. I trust the teachers that are hesitant. Look at how we adopted technology without respect for students' rights and data privacy. Right, our own contracts are being violated when students aren't protected. And we talked to Governor Adu mentioned a woman who was arrested and held because of an AI judgment. We're teaching our students right now not to respect rights when it comes to technology. We don't protect those rights. Teachers are facing submissions every day with AI hallucinations in them that aren't related to the text or material that they're teaching. I know from my school, there's a lot of literature out right now about EdTech creating worse performance in students, like the ACLU, digital dystopia, dangers of buying what EdTech surveillance industry is selling. We should have a foundation that first respects rights before we just start trying to acquire more and more contracts. I go to Glendale sometimes to watch the movies. I want to stop by and see these fully automated courses. I have so many questions, like how do you grade without transparent evaluation? And I want to learn about this technology. I could rent time on a server with enough compute to run these models, but this isn't provided by the school. All we just need is that and some documentation to follow, which is out there. And everybody already has access to these models. So many are free. I don't know why we're running at more contracts that might prove to violate more rights or harm students.
30 seconds.
Yeah, AI companies aren't even profiting yet. Maybe we should fix problems like housing and restoring students' rights first.
There are no other hands raised.
Thank you very much. Chancellor Lambert and Superintendent President Corner, thank you very much for your presentation and for stimulating such a robust discussion in the board. It's very clear that we all feel very passionate about the subject and are coming from different angles. And the fact that you were able to get us all riled up in a good way to tackle ethics and the technical delivery of AI, rethinking how we're shaping tomorrow's economy, all of those things. We just appreciate it very much. So thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, let's move on to item 6.5, which is Vision 2030 Partnerships to Enhance Data Systems Development, Chancellor's Office, and Cradle to Career. We'll pass that one over to Executive Vice Chancellor Hetz.
President Aguinaldo, Vice President Perry, Chancellor Christian, members of the board, good afternoon. It's my distinct pleasure to bring this item to you today. Under your leadership and direction from Chancellor Christian, we've been freeing the data, and the Chancellor's Office continues to advance the goals of Vision 2030 by deepening its partnerships with other segments and agencies to put California's data to use for our students. Today, we're highlighting our ongoing collaboration with the California Cradle to Career Data System, California's longitudinal data infrastructure connecting diverse, previously disconnected data sets across education, workforce, and social service sectors. Our system has supported and helped shape this incredible effort since its inception. I spend a lot of time thinking about the theoretical opportunities that data provide, and one of my favorite examples is very apropos for this month, and it's Florence Nightingale. Florence Nightingale is known by most people as the founder of modern nursing, but in a lot of ways, she was really one of the very first data scientists. And so one of the really remarkable things that she did was she took a variety of disconnected military, medical, and environmental data, put them together for the first time, visualized them powerfully, and then put it together in a way that was meaningful enough to reveal that it was not battlefield wounds that was killing soldiers. It was fully preventable disease, things that we were not stopping because we weren't being thoughtful about putting data together. And so her findings, her ability to take disconnected data and make them real, this visionary work took previously siloed information, visualized them for decision makers, and publicly and permanently transformed public health, and saved in the process millions of lives. The Cradle to Career system is one such system. It's built upon that same principle, the tremendous game-changing opportunities that come from connecting diverse data sets to reveal patterns, gaps, and opportunities that otherwise would remain invisible. And so we are fortunate today to be joined by Mary Ann Bates. She is the inaugural Executive Director of the California Cradle to Career Data System. Executive Director Bates previously served as a Senior Fellow for the White House Office of Management and Budget, previous administration, and came to her work in California with decades of experience leading large collaborative evidence and database efforts to reduce poverty at scale. Under her leadership, Cradle to Career system has quickly matured from a legislative mandate to a fully operational statewide ecosystem founded on trust, transparency, and collaboration. She has fostered impactful partnerships, navigated cross-sector challenges, and championed accessible tools that make statewide data meaningful for students, families, practitioners, and policymakers. As our system's representative to the Cradle to Career Board, I can attest to her deep technical expertise, her unwavering equity-centered vision, and her rare and exceptional ability to calmly bring the data from dozens of agency and segment stakeholders together. That her ability to stay calm and keep us all managed, I greatly appreciate as one who becomes a little bit excitable when it comes to data. Executive Director Bates is here to share updates on the progress of the Cradle to Career data system, as well as C2C's exciting emerging capabilities. She also shares some of the robust and ongoing collaboration between the Cradle to Career system and staff, with our team, including the ongoing evolution of the e-transcript platform and the development of the California Career Passport, as well as a compelling example of the potential in linking previously disconnected data, the CalKids Data Sharing Project. That's been developed in collaboration with CCC, the California Department of Education, the Scholarship Investment Board, and has already identified more than 40,000 of our students with over $20 million in unclaimed funds. And with that, I would like to turn the microphone over to Executive Director Bates.
Thank you so much for that kind introduction. It's wonderful to be here with you today. As mentioned, my name is Marianne Bates. I'm here to tell you about the work of C2C and how this is really a statewide collaboration with our data partners, including the Community College's Chancellor's Office. Next slide, please. The purpose of the data system is really to seek to foster evidence-based decision-making, to help Californians build more equitable futures and empower individuals to reach their full potential. Next slide. So if we take a step back, over the last 15 years, there's been a national effort to create state longitudinal data systems that at its core link K-12, higher education data, and earnings data. Before C2C was created, California was one of fewer than 10 states to still lack a longitudinal data system. So this was long awaited. Next slide. So why is linked longitudinal data needed? I love the Florence Nightingale example. I'm going to steal that and tell that story.
It's your work, not mine.
It's true. Thank you for sharing that. So why is it needed? The key is that there are many questions we can answer only when data is linked together across silos. So what are students' paths after they finish high school? Right? Do they go to community college first? Do they go to a four-year? Do they go straight into the workforce? Who's working while they're enrolled in college? What workforce training programs boost earnings? These kinds of questions can only be answered when the data is linked together like this across TK through 12, higher education, workforce programs, earnings data, social services. Next slide. You can think of C2C's work as falling into roughly 3 buckets. So the first is this linked longitudinal data set. That's the foundation for the work that we do. Talk more about that in a moment. The second is data tools and resources that the public can touch and feel and use, and that can form everyday decision-making by students across the state and decision-making here in Sacramento and across the state at a policy level. And then the third is partnerships to reduce administrative burden for students. And those are some of the ones that Dr. Hetz here just highlighted. So let's look at this in more detail if we can go to the next slide. First, let's talk about the linked longitudinal data set. So in 2023, the California Community College's Chancellor's Office was one of our 8 original data providers who shared the first batch of historical data with Cradle to Career. This year in March, we're working with 18 departments and agencies and linking data together. And what's really important to note is that all of this data that we're bringing together has long been collected by our partners. And it was not designed originally to be linked together. So that's why this work is hard. We have to work with a lot of different partners to bring the data together, and there's no one common identifier, for example, across all the different data sets. So there's a lot of partnership and stewardship that's involved in that, from everything from the technical build to the legal agreements and, of course, data privacy and security. So this first part of our work, the linked longitudinal data set, is the most important core of the work, but the public can't actually touch and feel that, right? What they touch and feel are the data tools and resources that are built from that data set. And we release these in a couple of different ways. One is through dashboards. I'll show you a screenshot of that in a moment. These are really intuitive and easy to use. Students can use them, teachers can use them. We also have a query builder. Think of this as public aggregated data flat files that researchers or people who are doing data analysis can use to create their own visualizations. And then a secure data enclave we're building currently for researchers to do studies with the underlying data. The partnerships to reduce administrative burden for students include eTranscript California, the Career Passport, the CalKids data linkages, and our partnerships with californiacolleges.edu. Next slide. So let's zoom in now first on the underlying linked data set. These are our data partners. We have a lot of them. You can see it starts with TK through 12 education. We have a lot of higher education partners, including information on financial aid, for example. And then new this year, we have an expanded set of partners from the Labor and Workforce Development Agency who are sharing data on participation in job training programs and apprenticeships and social service take-up. So information on who's taking up social services like CalFresh or Medi-Cal here in California. Now, some of these partners share a lot of data. So the community college is a great example on the, who's applying, who's enrolling, who's graduating with what kind of certificate or degree. And other partners are sharing a small number, but very key data points. So I want to highlight in particular the Employment Development Department. The base wage file that shows quarterly earnings for Californians is an anchor for a lot of the key questions that people have on what are the long-term outcomes for students. So these are our data providers. Next slide. This is a screenshot of the dashboard we released last year. There are 6 different visualizations, and it lets people answer questions to say, let's start with high school grads and follow them for 8 years. Who first enrolls in a community college or a 4-year? How many of them ultimately have a degree by 8 years later? Who's working while they're in college? How long does it take to get a degree? What do earnings look like 1, 2, 3, 4 years later? So that's what the dashboard is about. Each of these pictures has 9,000 cuts of data behind it. Because as we asked people, what do you want from this dashboard? The number one most requested feature was, I want to be able to break down the data and see what it looks like for my community. I want to be able to disaggregate the data. So you can filter by school district, you can filter by legislative district, you can filter by student demographics and important experiences like being in foster care or having experienced homelessness. So you can disaggregate in all of these ways. I want to highlight one really important feature. When we launched this dashboard, my middle kid, who's in 6th grade, asked me, wait, can you see me in the data? And I said, yes and no, right? You go to public school, so yes, you're in the data. But no, I can't zoom in and see what this looks like for you. So as people zoom in farther and farther, eventually some of the fields will get blurred out if there's fewer than 11 people in a particular cell on a table, essentially. So we really take data privacy seriously and need to combine the need to let people disaggregate the data while also making sure you're only ever seeing information for groups of people. So that's one way that we do that. Next slide, please. All right, as soon as we released the data dashboard, the research community came to us and said, all right, we don't want to hit download 9,000 times. Can you please release the underlying data that powers the dashboard? So we did. And this is the first version of our query builders. So you can go to our website and download some neat and tidy CSV files that contain all of the aggregate data that powers the dashboard. And what's been really great to see is how researchers are now taking that same data but creating different kinds of visualizations that are answering different questions. So this is all about putting the data out in such a way that makes it easier for people to use. So think of the query builder as like the choose your own adventure version of the same data that powers the dashboard. Next slide. All right, what's up next? We are working this year to build and start piloting a C2C secure data enclave. So think of the enclave as being a privacy-protecting sandbox for research and analysis with the underlying data. This is designed both for our data partners, like the Chancellor's Office, and for external research partners. And we're using the C2C enclave is going to be powered by the University of Chicago's NORC system. And what excites me about the enclave is think of the enclave as a mechanism for studies to be done with the underlying data where the insights leave the enclave, what we learn leaves the enclave, but the data stays put. So we're excited to pilot that this year. Next slide. All right, I want to now talk about partnerships to reduce administrative burden for students. If we can go to the next slide. One is eTranscript California. You're very familiar with this. C2C is charged in our section of statute to scale tools to better serve educators, students, and families. And eTranscript California is one of those named tools in our section of statute. So we've been working closely with the Chancellor's Office over the last few years. We convened an intersegmental task force where we heard from practitioners in the different segments on what a reimagined e-transcript could look like. And that new e-transcript will address barriers students face in the college application and transfer process, especially requesting transcripts from courses across campuses, and the ability to send data back to high schools on the dual enrollment courses that their students take as well. So we're really excited about this partnership. Next slide, please. The California Career Passport. The Chancellor's Office is funded and charged with building the brand new California Career Passport. And this is a tool that will facilitate hiring based on the skills that people already have. And it will provide a personalized digital wallet that people can use to share verified academic and non-academic skills electronically with employers. And so our partnership with the Chancellor's Office on this has really focused on convening intersegmental input and doing a national scan of leading approaches in other states. Next slide. The CalKids collaboration. So if you're familiar with the CalKids scholarships that California has made available, the puzzle we're working to solve here is that many students have a CalKids account, but they don't know it. And the Scholarship Investment Board, which administers CalKids, they know which students have unclaimed accounts, but they don't know where the students go to college. And here at the community colleges, of course, you know which students are enrolled, but not which students have unclaimed CalKids accounts. Next slide. So what we did with our data linkage is that we linked the CalKids data, including some information from CDE, and the community colleges data all together, and that just the initial linkage, and we'll be doing this on a regular basis with you, just the very first initial linkage found 40,000 community college students with over $20 million in unclaimed scholarships. And so the Chancellor's Office has put those files into data on demand so that all of your campuses can access that data and then use that to reach out to students and encourage them to take up the accounts. So we're really excited about this partnership. I think this is a great example of using the linked data, not just for learning and for policy decision making, but in a really practical way to help students access the resources that they have right now. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Member Corral looks really excited to ask you a question.
I really came into today thinking I wasn't going to have as much to say. I feel like I'm always trying to hold back, but anyways, today we've had a wonderful agenda. A huge thanks to all the Chancellor's Office staff for their work. I just want to start by, one, obviously commending you for this work and this effort. It's so, as a data person, personally, I'm so excited by the fact that we are really taking this approach to all of the data that we have on our children and families across California and trying to make sense of it. And the CalKids example is such a great example of how to do that. And of the substantial benefit. I mean, $20 million unlocked, you just can't. I wanted to ask a couple of questions about, one, the first thing I was curious about is, obviously there's a reference that we were one of the latter states to kind of really get on board with this system. And so I'm sort of curious how you see us faring now and where we are in the build out of the system as we compare to others. And I'm also kind of curious if at this point there is something we've learned about the way other states have done this that we can in some ways leapfrog, since we were on the kind of the lagging end of adoption in many of these kinds of strategies, statewide strategies. The other, I also have two other comments, which I'll just make now, and then just observations. One observation is that, you know, this is obviously a huge collaborative effort, and I just went through my confirmation process, you know, my Senate hearing and confirmation process with various staff, Senate staff offices, and received a ton of questions. And the one observation I have is it wasn't clear to me in several of the questions how much, I think that there's a lot of opportunity for greater clarity around who owns what aspects of this across our state and various segments. And I would just offer that as, like, in some ways it is a collaborative effort and everybody has to pitch in and to be successful. And at the same time, I just noted that it sounded like we were getting questions about parts of this effort that may not be things that we are fully owning or in full control of. And so an opportunity to just figure out ways of clarifying that, I don't know, just offer that as an observation, because this is an effort of gigantic proportion. I would say just because data systems across all of those partners are going to be very, very hard to wrangle. And then the last question or just comment I would have is that similar to Cal Kids and the discussion we just had on AI, and something that I alluded to in some of those hearing discussions is, once we have this system built out and the data enclave that you're creating, I mean, the opportunity for us to be more on the proactive leading end of figuring out which potential individuals could be students from the EDD records, as an example, that maybe are transitioning out of industries that we then target with some of our targeted classes to then upskill in a timely way into maybe some of these AI augmented industries, or et cetera. Like, once the system is built out, the ability for us to do that kind of targeting is just going to be really exciting and profound. And so I'm just, I would love for, I'm sure the system is already thinking about that, so maybe my question is, how are we building into our own research infrastructure as a system the ability to use these kinds of enclaves so that we can almost start preparing for the trends as we see them in industry kind of shifts, so that we're not waiting for the student to get to our door, but in some ways anticipating it, because we'll have the data from EDD available that starts to show we're seeing unemployment rates in this industry or from these kinds of individuals, et cetera. So a couple different questions. I was prepared, but hopefully they make sense.
Yeah, appreciate the questions. The way you framed it, the fact that California was late to the game in building a longitudinal data system has actually been a real opportunity, and on a couple of fronts. A lot of the conversation around state longitudinal data systems over the last few years has been modernization, right? Going from old technology to more modern approaches. We were able to just initially build this in a much more nimble and modern way than states that started 10, 15 years ago. So that's been helpful. I think the other piece, in one of my slides, I had a screenshot of a case study the Data Quality Campaign made. That's a national organization that focused specifically on longitudinal data systems. And their title was basically, Can California Go From Last to First? And this was published just as we were starting. And that's the conversation that has really been happening nationally. Multiple other states have passed or are considering legislation modeled off of the Cradle to Career Data System Act. And the part that's been most influential, I think, is the inclusive nature of how the data system was developed and how it is governed. So most longitudinal data systems were initially developed kind of in a back room with some people who really love data, and then later some products appeared to the public, that's a fine way to develop things too. What we needed in California to get to yes and bring so many partners to the table was a very public process. So in that specifically, I'll just highlight two things. One is the fact that we have clarity in statute about what we as an office have authority to do, and what authority remains with our data providers has provided great clarity for legal agreements, and that's been good. The second piece is that I'm appointed by and report to a 21-person board. Half of those seats are our data providers because we have so many of them, so the community colleges has one seat. The other half are appointees of the governor and the legislature who represent the end users of the data system. So we constantly have this push and pull of the people who representing the end users saying more, we need more, and the data providers having the perspective, here's what's possible, here's what's feasible, here's what we haven't collected yet and what's needed. So having those two groups of people together sometimes makes for interesting board conversations like the ones you have here too, and also allows for progress to be made. I'm going to tell one more anecdote here. We effectively almost doubled the scope of the data system this past year by adding all of that new workforce data, and it went incredibly smoothly because we had a detailed governance structure in place. A year ago, Secretary Knox sent me a memo and said, here are the questions we can't answer unless we link our data with yours. We did a quick task force over Zoom. In May, the board voted to add more than 36 new data points from 4 departments to the data system. We spent half a year working on the technical preparation for it, and now this month we have all of that new data coming in. In terms of how things usually work, doing all of that in 1 year is incredibly fast. And it was possible because of the governance structure we have in place where it's super clear who needs to make a decision, what's the process that we need to follow. So that's one example, I think, of how the work we're doing in California is being shown as a model. The dashboard also got great reviews. We're required in statute to listen to students and educators and to do lots of user-centered design, and the time we spent on that, I think, paid off as well.
Right, we will start the second part of our show after that intermission with our additional speakers. So please go ahead, Executive Vice Chancellor Hetz.
Yes, thank you very much. We got ahead on the questions, and they were so great. It was awesome. But one of the things that was really remarkable about this that makes it different than a lot of kind of big data efforts is both the Cradle to Career team and then our internal MIS team and then our student services team really worked to, as soon as this was available, get it out in the hands of our colleges. And it's as one of the students that was looking for every nickel that I could find, in college, like having the opportunity for actionable data to put money in the hands of students, money that is already theirs, is like winning the lottery for me. And so it's this really remarkable opportunity. And to showcase those nascent efforts, we were joined by a team from Southwestern College who were a very enthusiastic, almost immediate early adopter. Dean Steven Salcido and financial aid specialist Claudia Gaitan are here joining us via Zoom, and they'll share how their team has begun using this eligibility data through Data on Demand and describing how they've identified eligible students to connect them with the financial support to reach their goals.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Steven Salcido. I am the new Acting Dean of Enrollment Services here at Southwestern College. I just came from Sacramento. We thank you for the invitation to present. At Southwestern College, our mission is rooted in access, equity, and student success. And one of the most important ways we deliver on this mission is through financial aid. Today, we want to highlight how our financial aid office supports students in accessing the Cal Kids Scholarship and why this work matters now more than ever. The Cal Kids Scholarship represents a powerful investment in our students' future, and our financial aid team plays a critical role in helping students understand their eligibility, claim their accounts, and use the funds successfully. Our goal is to make the process clear, supportive, and centered on the real experience of our students. We are proud to be part of the statewide effort, guided by the Cradle to Career data, to reduce financial barriers, close equity gaps, and ensure students can access the resources already meant for them. In a moment, I would like to introduce our financial aid specialist, Claudia Gaitan. Working closely with our research department, Claudia was instrumental in ensuring that students with unclaimed Cal Kids scholarships funds were contacted quickly once the data was released. Claudia, I'll pass it on to you.
Yes, hi everyone. I'm here, classified staff at Southwestern College. I've been here in financial aid at this school for about 13 years. And when our school found out about the data on demand regarding Cal Kids, we jumped on it. Like, we did not wait. It was a collaboration between our institutional research office and ourselves. So we leveraged the Cradle to Career data to proactively identify students who appeared eligible for Cal Kids funding but had not yet requested those funds. Using that list that our institutional research team used, they identified who was enrolled at Southwestern College for the semester, and we quickly created an email and conducted the targeted outreach. So as a result of this partnership, we sent out about an email to 1,000 students who we identified that were enrolled at Southwestern College for spring semester but had unclaimed awards. And the next portion where it says it's still early to measure these long-term outcomes. I actually have some breaking news. I checked my mail right now and I have like all these checks because I know my background is it's like blurry. Let me see if I can take that, but yes, so let me see. Give me 1 second. So all these checks that I just got by mail means that these students checked our Southwestern College email. it's already March. Usually by March, I maybe get 2 or 3 checks, and I checked the mail. I had 40. I was like, oh my God, the email worked. We literally just emailed the students like in the first week of March, and I do know it takes about 2 to 3 weeks for the checks to get printed. Bless their heart, to so many checks because it's one by one. And so that tells me that this is going to work. We are doing the work. We jumped on it. Students are claiming their awards, and the population that we serve here, they really need this money. We have a lot of homeless students. We have a lot of students that their families are from Tijuana because we're right by the border. A lot of our students live with friends on the couches, with families. So this money is really important to them, and they need this money. And so it's just really important for us to get the money to them quicker. Before we sent out this email in the beginning of March, we did already process over 400 CalKids checks just this academic year alone, over $200,000. And I know this is going to be increasing. And yes, thank you. So I'm very excited, as you can see, because I know these students and I know how much this means to them. They're going to be so happy once these funds are in their hands. And because it's so important for them to have this money, we used to actually process these checks and create individual checks one by one, but over 400 one-by-one checks was way too much for our finance office, way too much, time. It was very time consuming, and the students had to wait a long time to get these funds. So what I decided to do is transition the payments through their direct deposit through Bank Mobile, which is the company that we use to direct deposit the money to our students. And this ensured that the students received their money much faster. Our finance office was happy. The people who printed the checks were happy because they didn't have to print checks anymore. And overall, the students were much happier. So we also used the outreach flyers that we received by the CalKids, and we posted them all over our TVs on our lobby, and so the word is getting out there. So yes, even though we had processed a lot of CalKids already, like I can just tell that this is definitely working. So thank you for all that data that's available, and I also want to thank our institutional research who helped this be possible as well. So thank you all.
I think that may be my new favorite data visualization, just a spread of checks. So thank you both. that was very exciting. So now I'm happy to open the floor for questions both to Executive Director Bates and to the fabulous team from Southwestern College.
Member LeGrand.
I don't have a question, I just have a comment. Thank you for doing that. I mean, in one of my many interim vice presidencies, I was always stunned when students needed an emergency fund, and we had to do a paper check, and it took like forever for them. I said, the term is emergency, which means you need it like now, not like 3 weeks from now when we could go through this slow process. So kudos to you for being able to do that, and hopefully it can be replicated other places. Thank you.
She makes it sound so exciting and fun, too, which I think is the best part of the spread of checks. Member Adu.
I think anyone getting a check of money in the mail is exciting and fun, but that's just me.
Any other questions or comments? Member De La Fuente.
Oh, yeah, thank you for sharing that. I think having an emergency fund it can really help a lot of people. Just so you know, Southwestern College is in Chula Vista and near Otay Mesa, which is the second busiest border crossing in the U.S.-Mexico border, and I think it's going to be the most important and consequential area, as there is going to be a new port of entry opening in the next 1 or 2 years. It keeps getting postponed, but it'll be open very soon. And I just think it's, with everything that's going on and the supply chains, there's just going to be a lot of activity and a lot of opportunities for people to get jobs and workforce development. And Southwestern College is strategically placed, in my view. And so would love to ask a question about how is tuition rates? Let's say you're a Tijuana resident and you cross over versus being a resident in San Diego. How does that differ? Is it the same price, or how do you take advantage of both cities?
So a lot of our students here, they unfortunately that's one of the obstacles is a lot of the students, because their parents reside in Tijuana, for like the first year, they're usually non-resident fees, which is a lot higher, but a lot of them went to high school here. So these CalKids checks are really, important for them because their tuition is higher. However, they can establish residency with time. And also Southwestern College has this new AB 91, I believe. AB 91, which is a new program that we created, and it's limited to a couple hundred students, and they don't get charged non-resident fees. It's a collaboration with schools in Tijuana, and they actually get in-state tuition. So that's a brand new program that Southwestern College just launched, and it's getting very, very popular, so that they don't have to pay those non-resident fees.
Yeah, I think it's important to consider, a lot of people see San Diego as like the cul-de-sac, but in reality, it's the belly button between two metropolises. And so many people cross the border daily to go to work, to visit their family, even do their groceries. So it would be interesting to look at that and see how we can, increase access to those cross-border families that sometimes border. I'm one of those families that, my grandfather was from Mexico. He started doing business in Tijuana, and then we crossed over to San Diego, and I was born there. But hopefully we can inspire more people to join the American dream.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Any public comment?
The public comment period for item 6.5 is now open. Each speaker will be allotted 2 minutes to address the board. President Aguinaldo, there are no in-person or virtual remarks for this item.
Thank you very much, Christina, and thank you very much to our distinguished speakers.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go to item 6.7, our state and federal update. I'll pass that one over to our Executive Vice Chancellor, Chris Ferguson.
Thank you. Good afternoon, board members. Included in your materials is an overview of the legislation our team is tracking, which is now a little over 100 Tier 1 bills, which are our core focus bills. Our team has drafted a few appendices with some major themes that we're seeing in the legislation this session, specifically legislation that impacts our system directly. The first theme is around baccalaureate degree expansion and intersegmental issues, which is the most active legislative area of the session, with bills advancing both district-specific program authorizations or broader structural reforms to duplication standards. Intersegmental coordination between community colleges and the California State University, University of California, and our independent institutions remain a central aspect of these bills. We have taken an official support position on AB 664 by Assemblymember Alvarez, which would authorize the Chancellor's Office to authorize Southwestern Community College District to offer no more than 4 workforce-aligned baccalaureate degree programs. We are actively tracking all of the baccalaureate degree expansion bills, half of which are sponsored by our local districts. We are also tracking a cluster of bills related to data privacy and artificial intelligence, which we anticipated given the pace at which AI is evolving and the growing interest and concern around what that means to higher education and the future of our workforce. One of the most recurring themes in this legislative cycle is always pertaining to affordability and basic needs, especially in the last decade, with an extended focus on our students. So one of your appendices includes legislation on student equity and academic pathways. This category spans institutional recognition, financial aid, housing, transfer reform and supports for foster youth, veterans, and justice-involved students. Because this category is about financial aid, we're also tracking AB 1534, which is specific to the implementation of Workforce Pell in California. We know it's an important opportunity for our colleges and something our institutions are tracking closely, so we have been actively engaged with the author's office on this legislation. Finally, I will call out a set of bills related to gender equity and student protections. There is one bill in particular that's still a spot bill, but AB 1730 by Assemblymember Fong is intended to respond directly to the California Community College Chancellor's Office Gender Equity Report. Your attachments include additional detail on all other bills, but they range from anti-discrimination protections, survivor supports, reproductive health care access, and LGBTQIA plus inclusion. Although our Vice Chancellor is not here today, she is available to the system and has been presenting all of these bills before Consultation Council. So we definitely appreciate the system's feedback as well as our board's feedback on any legislation that's out there. On the federal front, one item I wanted to highlight is we are, as a system, through the Chancellor's Office, working to support efforts around California's submission for the Strengthening Community College 6 federal grant opportunity, which could provide the state up to $10 million to help with local program implementation around workforce Pell programs. Just a real thank you to the team here at the Chancellor's Office, and a thank you to all of the teams in the field that will inevitably be collaborating with us to help support a successful application for California. Lastly, on the state front, I did want to add that unlike prior years, we're starting to survey districts now around early implementation of what budget priorities may look like for 27-28 to start that process a little bit sooner in terms of developing and thinking through what some of those concepts will look like. We're surveying at this point. It's not official submissions or asks, but just trying to get a lay of the land so that we have more time as a office and as a board to work through what that final system request will look like next year. So with that, happy to answer any questions. And of course, I have my wonderful colleague, Imran Najid, next to me to help assist with any specific questions you have around legislation.
Any board questions? Member Epstein.
Yeah, I have a general question, which is, with all these colleges putting in for baccalaureate degree bills on their own, that kind of creates chaos in the legislature, and we have do we have a global position on how to reform or improve the baccalaureate process, and how do we I see that we're supporting one of the bills, the Southwestern bill. How are we deciding how to manage all that?
Yeah, there is a mix of system-wide bills and a mix of district-specific bills. I think from our perspective, we appreciate what our colleges are attempting to do for their local community. But you're correct, that doesn't address, broader needs in other areas of the state. And it does lead to, some consternation among different districts who are seeing what one district may be advancing while they may have an unmet need in their particular district. But I think from our perspective, we remain solidly supportive of addressing our community's needs, and I think that's what we're seeing from our colleges, right? How do we make sure that we're addressing the needs of our community moving forward, especially when it comes to unmet needs among our students who may not have other options available to them right now, or may have distance issues, may be unable to get into the local university because of impaction issues. So, again, it's that focus on meeting our needs, our workforce needs, our community needs. And I understand that there's a desire to focus on system-wide efforts, but at the same time, we have to, as a system, get behind or support our colleges as they seek out those options. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean we'll support every piece of legislation that's out there at the end of the day, but we understand why they would pursue these pieces of legislation.
Yeah, for what it's worth, I think it's a bad idea to pick and choose, among individual college bills. I mean, I know that, some members of of the legislature are pretty committed to this, and they're important members of the legislature. I get all that. But I think we ought to try and, kind of bring some sanity to this and reform the system so that it works for everybody equally, rather than get into this, half a dozen bills that are all setting up their own process.
Member Haynes.
So I guess I have Tommy, I heard what you were saying, but my sense of the legislative process is it'll all work out. And it will. It appears to be chaotic, but the process of going through the bills, because you're right, there are a lot of them. But at the end of the day, there will be some collapsing of bills, I believe. There'll be some that don't have the same kind of justification, but the legislative process will ultimately, at the very end of the process, there will be, because some of them are on the Senate side, some of them are on the Assembly side, some will be meshed together. Others will have much more powerful rationale on why it's important in their area to have X, Y, and Z. And at the end of the day, there's only so many days in the process. And at the very end, there will be a whole lot of coming together or pulling apart what will end up being there. And why I didn't say this any other way is I publicly will say it's time to flush the system relative. There are now a number of bills. Will the leadership throw them all out? I doubt it. Hopefully something will come out at the very end that the governor will sign. And we'll see whether that's true or not. We will come behind. I suspect we came behind the nursing bill. This is much more broader than that, and the need relative to the entire system is reflective of the number of bills from the different regions. And so, I guess I have having worked that system for so long, it'll be okay. It'll be okay.
So if I could quickly add, to that. So Board Member Haynes, it's almost like you stole my traditional governor's budget speech, which is the final budget never reflects the original proposal. Well said. I did want to highlight one other bill that's now in print that I think is very poignant to highlight today, and that is there is legislation, AB 2156, to rename the next state holiday the Farm Worker, I believe it's Farm Workers Day. So would just highlight that as a piece of relevant legislation. I know our system is actively contemplating what to do with their local districts, given what's recently come to light. So we'll just highlight that legislation is in process. My understanding is that it has cleared the Assembly.
It's cleared the Assembly, and it's expected to pass the Senate later this week. And I believe Governor Newsom had a press event yesterday, and he indicated that he plans to sign it. The bill does include an urgency statute, so it would go into effect immediately. And so that would definitely impact next week's holiday.
Is there other places that are impacting the name in any of the colleges? And would it be the college or the Board of Governors or?
So usually if it is in a different context, that is a local decision as to how you name a facility, a park, a school site, a statue. That's usually a local purview. In this specific case, the holiday name was specified in law, so it would take a legal change to call it something else.
Great, thank you. Christina, do we have any public comment?
The public comment period for item 6.7 is now open. Each speaker will be allotted 2 minutes to address the board. President Aguinaldo, we have no in-person comments, but I will hand it over to my colleague for the virtual remarks.
We have Omar Zavala with his hand raised. You have control of your mic and can address the board.
Hi. we see that there's some legislation for student privacy. I feel like this is only going to go further and further, and we are behind. I remember at the retreat, you guys talked about good competition. California has the CCPA. Other states have their own privacy laws. Europe has GDPR. China has PIPL. And like, how are we training our leadership in government and business if we're not realizing these things and having our contracts are ignoring these privacy laws? Why are we allowing the companies to act lawlessly and remove our rights and harm our understanding? Like, how many of our students have done CCPA right to know requests or know that those rights, they have those rights? Our contractor instructor is denying these requests right now. EU nations are pushing towards digital sovereignty because they want to move away from our technology because it doesn't respect these rights. They don't want to use our technology, which is benefiting me because there's more open technology that is improving and growing and protects rights. All students stand to benefit from what the EU is doing, but not from what we're doing. We are behind, and we're still acquiring contracts of invasive proprietary technology. Public money should be spent on public digital infrastructure that protects our rights. Students shouldn't be seen as a resource well for endless corporate extraction of our data.
We have no other hands raised.
Great, thank you very much. All right, we are at item 6.9, board member reports. Does anyone have anything they'd like to share? Member Adu. Member Adu wants to go last. Anyone else? Member Villavicencio, then Member Haynes.
I just wanted to highlight that board member Blaze and I attended the March in March and the beautiful Thursday here at the Capitol, and wanted to share a wonderful experience that I had to accompany our student senate in their advocacy, and being able to uplift our students, particularly student parents and our undocumented students. And I also had the opportunity to attend the Rising Scholars Network convening on the second day. So I missed Chancellor Christian and Board Member Haynes. The second day was equally powerful because they centered the lives of our justice-impacted students, particularly women and the youth. And there was a powerful poem that was delivered by one of our faculty members. I apologize, I'm trying to look her up. I couldn't find her name, but she delivered a powerful poem. She herself, being a justice-impacted, incarcerated individual, and who's now one of our faculty members, but she mentioned how the system was never made for women in mind and youth, and how we need to be cognizant of that and how we serve our women justice-impacted students, because at the end of the day, they care about not just themselves, but their children, and how it impacts families beyond themselves, but obviously, as mentioned, their children. And so really grateful for the inspiring conference, so grateful for the wonderful people who help support these wonderful students, who give them hope and who give them courage, and whose education ultimately allows them to transform themselves. So clearly, we know it reduces recidivism rates, it saves California taxpayer monies, but at the end of the day, what's really meaningful is that transformative change that we see in these wonderful students. So just wanted to uplift and elevate my experience with them. Thank you.
Thank you. Haynes Brown LeGrand.
Without being repetitive, I want to speak to the Rising Scholars Network annual conference. I was invited to participate in it. I've known about the process almost since its inception, and I am every single year I am reminded that we are actually saving lives because of the work we do. It started off with 22 incarcerated individuals in the Central Valley that were allowed to be educated. It also started off with not wanting anyone who had a lifetime sentence, and yet 2 of the individuals had a lifetime sentence. The gentlemen who were engaged in that, I've had an opportunity to see them firsthand up close, and they are extremely powerful. And every graduation that I have gone to, I am blown away relative to the brilliance of these mostly men that I've been in contact with, but I also know the same can be said about the women who engaged in these programs. We are doing, and they are doing, transformative work. That transformation is of benefit to us as a society and to us in terms of our communities that they go back into and share their experiences. And I'm emotional. I didn't mean to be emotional. But we have opened up for them opportunity. And we've saved not only their lives and their families' lives, we've saved our communities because they go back into those communities to do fabulous work. And that brilliance, we all benefit from that brilliance. And I just want to thank you for letting me be involved in that.
Member Brown, then Member LeGrand.
I wanted to share that I recently attended my first California Workforce Pathways Joint Advisory Committee meeting, and thinking about our earlier conversations today about data sharing, I can already see there's a lot more opportunities for us to do that kind of work. They have this K-12 website that they're using, and it's helping students explore colleges, but we don't have access to that data. So throughout their K-12 experience, they can track students' interests and where they're planning to head, but there's no handoff to us. So that's one recommendation that I already made, and I'm sure there will be many more. And I just wanted to say that was also Bill Rawlings' last meeting with that group, and I just wanted to express my appreciation to him for his work in that area, for his work at representing classified employees so eloquently, for his work in helping us as a board understand technology and helping us understand union processes so that we can be a better board. And so we are a better board for having had Bill Rawlings, and I just want to really thank him for his service, and I really hope to see him in another capacity helping our state be better because he has so much to offer. Thank you.
Member LeGrand, then Member Epstein.
Yeah, just quickly, Jennifer and I both had the opportunity to participate in the foundation meeting a couple of weeks ago, and Chancellor Christian was there in person and gave a great overview of what was going on there. We will. They've been approached, at least initially, by a developer who wants to build some student housing in the Sacramento area. So Jennifer and I have been tasked to serve on an ad hoc committee that'll start meeting tomorrow at 11:30 to start the process of developing, seeing where we go with that. So kind of excited.
I just want to echo what Member Brown just said, and that we really going to miss Bill. I understand we're going to have an opportunity with him in person to celebrate his service on the board. I'm looking forward to that. I also am probably speaking for the whole board and wishing Member Adu well. And I understand this is her last meeting, and which is probably why she wanted to go last. But I'm sure we could all stand up here and say how great she's been. Just today is a perfect example of her grilling the AI chancellors. I mean, she's really done an outstanding job in bringing up issues and fighting for what she thought was right, and we're going to miss her as well.
Member Adu.
Tom, you stole my thunder. I didn't come up with a speech, which is something that's crazy because I love to talk. One would think that I might. But I as it's my last meeting, I did want to give a speech because I watched a few members transition out of their roles, and they had really amazing speeches. And I think I'm really, really grateful for the opportunity to be here. One, because it's crazy, right? I was 17 when I was appointed to this board. I was a sophomore in college. To be on a California state government board, that's crazy. And this is it's crazy. And this is the largest system of higher education in the country. And I got to represent people who looked like me, who looked like my family. Like my parents were community college grads, and so I get to represent them every single day. And I think that is such an incredible opportunity. And I think on top of that, coming to this board and having this board specifically it just elevated that in so many different ways. And I mean, Syrian, you are probably one of the greatest. Well, I'm not doing last names. It's my last day, so I get to go against the rules. Syrian, you are genuinely one of the best examples of what it means to represent students. You genuinely speak so heartfelt every single time I hear you, and it sets such a great standard for everyone else. Adrian, I think coming into the space, and Pam as well, seeing another Black woman in this space was so incredibly important. And you guys are such great examples, and sorry to skip you, Joe, but Pam, also, you are also such a great example of what I want to be when I grow up. You are so outspoken. And you speak on what needs to be spoken. And I think that's something I really respect and admire about you, and that has taught me so much. Joseph, you are, but from the first day I met you, I think I was talking about the digital divide, and I think I said, oh, it happened because of this reason. And you said, well, what's to say it's not happening because of this other reason? And from the day I met you, you have been challenging the way that I think. Today, when I said, oh, I'm not sure if I want to do X, Y, or Z in the future, I'm too shy to ask about it, you pushed me to do better. You pushed me to ask for more for myself, and I really do appreciate that. And then, Sonia, you are a exemplary figure for what it means to be committed to the work that you do and to the people that you serve. You genuinely put so much effort and work into the system that I'm always wow, I should be doing more. And you pushed me to want to do more. And I think that's something I will carry for a really long time. All right, Hildy. Hildy, I think also similarly, coming into the space and be able to see a woman in a position of power, it's crazy. It really reshaped the way that I think about how I can move forward. And you have always also held that position with such kindness and such grace. You have never abused that power except with a gavel. You truly showed that you can really balance being a really compassionate person while simultaneously being effective. And I think I will definitely hope to carry that if I'm ever in a position like that one day. Jennifer, I try to be as funny as you. And truly, I think you bring a sense of seriousness, but also a lot of lightheartedness that I think a lot of this work requires. And I think especially you speak on a lot of communities that I myself would not have thought of. And I think I really appreciate that. And it pushes me to consistently think about people that I myself, even as a marginalized person, wouldn't think about. I think when I came onto the board, you were kind of scary. You were kind of scary. Yeah, you were very scary because you were, I'm pretty sure, the most tenured person on the board. Everyone spoke about you like a mythical legend, former president. And the more I got to know you, especially in my early days, getting to have conversations with you, I came to realize that you, and we make fun of you a lot for it, for being really methodological and being really detailed. But it's exactly that sort of detail that shows the care and compassion that you have for the students of this system. And I can't even begin to say how much I appreciate you for it. And I definitely try to emulate that, both on my time on the board, and I'm certainly going to do it when I go after it. So thank you for raising that bar for me. You were there on my first meeting, and this is off the board, but we were in, who were we in the car? I think we were in Harry's car, and you have a level of conversational skills that just really brings people into the environment. And I think that in itself made me incredibly comfortable with this board. And so thank you so much for that. And thank you so much for constantly being a source of light. I really do appreciate that. Harry, you are so incredibly strong, both in your voice on the board and for who you are as a person outside of it. I think you have consistently been someone that people here rely on, people here lean on to talk to about things, and I hope you can feel the same way about everyone else, because you truly deserve it for all of the work that you've put in here. Okay, let's go. I was talking with you earlier today, and I think I very awfully handedly mentioned that we had a location and connection. I mean, we're going to both be here at this time, and you immediately went into how there was people who are interested in what I'm interested in the future, and here's how you can connect me with them. And I think that level of care to who I could be in the future, and the level of care that you put into making sure that people can become the people that they're meant to become, is something that's really hard to do, especially because you're a very busy guy, and you still manage to do that whenever I speak to you, whenever you speak to anyone else. And I think that once again comes to show how great of a person you are. I think that is a reflection of your character, and I'm really grateful that I had the opportunity to be in that mirror of your character. And Lynn, I sat next to you, I think, during the first time I met you, I sat next to you, and I told you about this experience, about how I accidentally said here instead of I on my first vote. And I told you it wrong. And I prompted you to say I during roll call instead. And I remember being absolutely mortified. I was like, oh no, this is the first time I've met her, she's gonna hate me. But you looked at me a little sideways, but afterwards, you never mentioned it. You just continued on in stride, and I really did appreciate that. And I think once again, it's in those little actions that really do show your character. And I really do appreciate it. And you, especially in the field that you are in, are truly a role model for who I want to be in the future. And I really do appreciate that. And I hope we can all keep in contact. And this goes for everyone on the board. Oh wait, I'm missing one. I would never skip you, okay? I had the opportunity to meet Maria about, I would say 2 months before your appointment. And Maria reached out to me after getting an interview request with the appointment office. And if I remember correctly, I think I canceled on the meeting. Did I cancel? I canceled, yeah. And luckily, Maria did not fully hate me afterwards. And I think I was able to get really close with Maria really, really early on, to the extent where I think a lot of the board members thought that we knew each other before being on the board, which we did not. We were complete strangers. And I think one thing I really appreciate about Maria is that Maria is so passionate. Like, Maria's gonna tell it how it is, how she sees it, and I really, really think that, like, I have no qualms about going off the board as a student voice, because I know everything that I'm saying, Maria's going to say it louder and prouder. And I'm really, really, really grateful that Maria was chosen as the next student board member, because I have so much faith that this is going to be such an incredible experience. Like, I know all of you are going to learn from Maria and vice versa, and I really implore you to really listen to what she says. Not that I doubt that you do now, because once again, like I said, loudly, but she's definitely, she's going to be a really great voice both on this board and after this board. And she has been for a really long time. If you look into some of the work that she's done with Siren Immigrant Rights, it's amazing. And I don't praise her enough for it. And so this is the only time she's going to get praised for it, okay? And she's really, really great. And all of you guys are some of the greatest people I've had the fortune to come into contact with. And I mean, and I'm obviously missing so many people in the office, and I feel like we would be here for hours if I went through. But I really do want to thank everyone at the office. I feel like, especially as personally as a board member, I have no idea how much work goes into this. And even as I'm saying this now, I probably will never comprehend. But you guys do so much incredible work. And I think especially, I spent the summer in DC, and it was during the big beautiful bill being passed. I was all doom and gloom, the federal government, it's over. And I came back for a meeting that summer, and I think it was being in this office and seeing the passion and the care that everyone here had, especially the members of the Chancellor's office, that they had for our students and for the future of California. It gave me hope in working in government. It gave me hope in the future. And that is because of the committed effort that everyone here has. And I really do appreciate that. And Christina, Andrea. You guys are just, I want to say lovely, but I don't think that's a really encapsulating term. You guys are just pure love. I think there's a level of community that you guys bring to this board, and I keep in touch. keep in touch, or else I'm coming here in person and it's over, because you guys are so lovely. And then Bill, I'm not sure if you're watching. I'm not sure if Bill's here, but Bill was, I think, the first person I talked to on the board. And very soon after, we met in person in Orange County, and Bill is truly a light to the board, I would say. Whoever's coming in after has some really big shoes to fill, because Bill is probably the highest standard for what we have as someone who is representing this system, and especially as an advocate, not only for faculty, but also for students. And I think that is something that I will carry with me. I think I am acting like he died. The spirit of Bill, but truly, like, the essence of the work that he has done, and the work that we absolutely are certain he's going to continue to do, is something that I hope lingers, and it certainly does with me. And I overall am just immensely grateful to be in this room with all of these people. And if you guys ever need anything, you have my number. Text me, call me, whatever you need. I will always be available, because you guys have changed my lives. Thank you.
Love, I want you to know that you're not just an amazing student representative, an amazing young Black woman, but you are one of the most brilliant human beings I've ever met in my life. And what I'm going to miss most, because I could go on and on and on about how wonderful you are, but what I'm going to miss most are your 10-point questions that would stump the panel every time with your brilliance. And that's really guided us in your time that you've been on this board, and helped. And thank you for keeping us going the correct direction and student-centered, and with our minds open to all of these things that we should be thinking about. Your mind is a valuable asset to the planet. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Put a pin in this energy for right now. We're going to take public comment and then pick that pin back out. So, Christina.
The public forum is now open. If you're calling in, press star 9. Each speaker will be allotted 2 minutes to address the board. We received written comment on this item, which is available at the meeting entrance table. President Aguinaldo, we do not, okay. I see that we have no in-person comments, but one hand was just raised, so I'll pass it over to my colleague, Gary.
Our hand raised is Omar Zavala. You have control of the mic and can address the board.
Is this a general public comment?
Yes.
Oh, okay. In my speech class, I had a speech approved by my professor, and I changed it because our drafts were going to be stored on Canvas. I also had quizzes where I couldn't focus on questions because I knew analytics were being stripped from my performance as I was taking those quizzes, and I missed questions that I knew. As one student senator put it to me, we have rights on paper, but not in practice. And we're normalizing the degradation of those rights that we see in our nation today, like protesters having their faces scanned, being threatened that they're in domestic terrorist databases. Removing student privacy rights supports this. Our contracts at our state and district levels, they are some of the same partners as the same companies that are doing this, like OpenAI, who is a partner of Canvas, just took the defense contract that Anthropic dropped because of mass surveillance of the public. We have Gentac and Axon body-worn cameras, like the ones that were worn when filming Alex Petty. Our governing leadership is communicating that it's okay for corporations to surveil us this way and remove our rights. Public money to be public digital infrastructure, Republicans should be for it, and that infrastructure should protect our rights. And we should have equity in legal representation, which shouldn't just be governors, the foundation, districts, and trustees protected, having their liability protected. Legal representation should defend student rights.
30 seconds.
Thank you. That's it.
All right, let's go back to the pin. Love, I want to celebrate your last day and the leadership that you brought to this board by allowing you the honor of gaveling out. So if you can come and join me up here.
It's a photo op as well.
Should we get ready for the photo or?
No. Yeah, no. It's just going to be her, and then we can get a board photo after that.
Wait, before she does, I just want to tell you, I want to be the first one to sign up for your presidential campaign. I've survived Iowa in February, and I'm happy to do it again for you.
Thank you. All right, my dear, please take a seat.
Oh, I have to sit to do it?
Yeah, no, the seat is yours.
I wanted to be like domineering and standing.
Go ahead and read that. The time is that, and there's your gavel. Good luck.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, the time is 4:40 p.m., and I am pleased to announce that the Board of Governors business has concluded. Thank you.